Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
1, 2, 3. Chuang crouched in a dark corner, silently counting the SHIELD agents patrolling the abandoned factory. By his estimation, there were at least 30, more than enough to complete his mission. It's now or never. Fixing his gaze on a lone agent, Chuang tightened his grip on the wooden stick in his hand and began to tail him silently. Just as the agent sensed something amiss and started to turn, Chuang swung the stick down with precision. Clang! A dull thud echoed through the empty space. The agent dropped like a stone. Objective progress. Silently incapacitate 30 SHIELD agents, 2/30ths. So far, so good. Without wasting a moment, Chuang slipped back into the shadows, scanning for his next target. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, the assailant is wearing a black coat and mask, an agent reported. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Call for backup upon sighting. Phil Coulson coordinated the mission with practiced efficiency. He was well aware of Chuang's capabilities. After all, this was the man who had once overpowered the Black Widow. Given that, Coulson wasn't taking any chances. Still, Chuang had only knocked out agents so far. No fatalities. Coulson saw that as a window of opportunity to bring him in alive. In a nearby room, Natasha Romanoff stirred, groaning as she rubbed the back of her head. After suiting up, she muttered, "We should have called Barton for this." "Agent Barton is occupied with another assignment," Coulson replied, glancing down at the body of Joseph Harrow. "Our lead is dead. That leaves us with Mr. Negative." Natasha shrugged, uninterested. "That's your problem now. I've been reassigned." Coulson didn't press further. Everyone in SHIELD had their secrets. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the radio. "Sir, several agents have been taken out by unknown means." Coulson and Natasha rushed to the scene, only to find multiple agents unconscious on the floor. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. No critical injuries, an agent confirmed. Natasha's eyes narrowed. "It's him. I recognize his work." Then, darkness. The factory's power was cut, plunging everyone into pitch-black silence. "Switch to night vision," Coulson ordered calmly through the comms. "Send a team to the electrical room. Everyone else, group into threes and sweep for the attacker." The agents moved with practiced discipline. Suddenly, Natasha heard a subtle hiss. Instinctively, she grabbed Coulson and tackled him to the ground just as a puff of white mist erupted nearby. Smoke bomb. Even with night vision, visibility dropped. Within the fog, chaos erupted. Clang, clang, clang. 3 agents' comms went silent. "Sir, we're under attack. The enemy is..." Clang. A 4th agent went down mid-sentence. "Fall back from the smoke." Coulson barked. "Copy that." An agent sprinted for the edge, only to be yanked back into the smoke by an unseen force. "I saw him, it's..." "No, you didn't." Thud. Clang. Phil Coulson, neutral face. Natasha Romanoff, expressionless face. Without a word, Coulson signaled for the rest to advance toward the smoke. Inside, they found 5 agents down, one bound in tape, even his mouth and eyes sealed. "Injuries consistent with prior attacks," another agent reported. Coulson blinked. "He tied someone up before knocking them out?" "Who does that?" Before anyone could respond, 2 more smoke bombs landed at their feet. The fog thickened, visibility dropping to near zero. Clang! Another agent down. Despite their training, panic started to rise. Their comms buzzed with tension. "He can see us," Natasha said. "But we can't see him. Everyone retreat now." Coulson commanded. The team sprinted out of the smoke, only to find more smoke bombs rolling toward them. "This guy has an endless supply." From a swirling mist, a shadow emerged. Effortlessly, The figure lunged forward and swept the legs out from a nearby agent, dragging him screaming into the fog. "Come play with me, little agent," a chilling voice echoed. And just like that, he was gone, swallowed by the smoke. Note: as of this moment, 99 agents have entered the fog. None have returned. For the record, Chuang swears he never even drove up the mountain. Whoa, don't resist. I'm very light. Clang. The audio from the comms left every SHIELD agent frozen in disbelief. This wasn't a takedown. It was a comedy show, and Chuang was both host and headliner. Phil Coulson squinted, confused. Why does it sound like Chuang is having the time of his life? Instead of a fugitive being cornered, it felt like Chuang was the one doing the hunting. Still, Coulson held on to one reassuring fact. Chuang hadn't killed anyone. He was knocking agents unconscious, nothing more. The moment he started killing, things would spiral. But Chuang didn't care about their worries. Concealed in the thick smoke, his soul vision skill let him see every agent like a glowing target. One by one, he slipped behind them, swinging his wooden stick with precision. Those who couldn't be snuck up on, he'd wrestle them to the floor, drag them to a corner, tape them up like a mummy, and then knock them out. Compared to the trained assassins and ninjas Chuang had once encountered, SHIELD agents felt underwhelming. Each takedown made him more efficient, his strikes cleaner, his enjoyment louder. Progress. 23 30th agents silently taken out. The agents, meanwhile, were in total disarray. The smoke was so thick they couldn't see each other, let alone coordinate a response. Every counterattack came a second too late. Every shout ended in a clang. Worse, more smoke bombs kept rolling in. Wait, does he have unlimited smoke bombs? Someone asked. Truth was, he didn't. He just looted their supply. The more they fought, the more they equipped him. Then came the voice again. "Young man, come and play." Whoa. Clang. Coulson's blood pressure skyrocketed. All units regroup and evacuate. Now, the scattered agents started pulling back, but Chuang didn't like that one bit. It messed with his one-on-one rhythm. He dashed toward Coulson's group and shouted, "Don't even think about escaping this playground." Coulson turned, elated. Perfect. He's showing himself. But then, flash! A searing burst of light exploded from Chuang's forehead. Even a night vision goggles couldn't handle it. Coulson stumbled back, clutching his face. What the hell? Is this guy's had a flashlight? Then came a hand on his ankle. "Young man, come and play." Clang. With Coulson knocked out and the smoke thinning, the remaining agents thought things might be looking up. Then they saw it. Chuang, calmly walking toward them. Light radiating from his forehead like some divine spotlight. My eyes. I can't see. They never stood a chance. Chuang bopped them one by one like it was whack-a-mole. Progress. 30 agents silently taken out. Mission complete. Title unlocked. Super high school level spy. Feature unlocked. Masquerade. He tossed the now battered stick aside and smirked. Disguise, huh? He'd seen this kind of thing in spy flicks. But instead of testing it out, he casually walked away. Until someone started tailing him. Natasha Romanoff. She crept behind a shelf, tracking Chuang's every step, until she turned a corner and he vanished. A voice whispered behind her, "Your turn to get lost?" She whirled around. Chuang was right behind her. "When did he?" Natasha forced a smile. "Yeah, big place. Easy to lose your way." Then, without warning, she launched a kick aimed at his head. But Chuang was ready. He caught her leg and pulled. She flipped, landed hands first, rebounded gracefully, and lunged in close. Big mistake. Chuang slammed a sidekick in her ribs. She blocked, but the shock made her arms go numb. Before she could recover, he followed with a body slam, then a punch, a feint, switching to a brutal left hook to the stomach. Ugh, even Black Widow couldn't tank that. She went to fire her wrist blaster. Click! Chuang spun her gadget around his finger. "Natasha, what even is this fight anymore? Didn't I warn you?" Chuang teased. "Never go melee with a thief. Unless you're out of money." Natasha, still catching her breath, tried to buy time. "Listen, you're strong. Really strong. and there's no hostility between us. Let's talk. We've already sealed the perimeter. There's no way out. Chuang nodded thoughtfully. You're right. You mean you agree to negotiate? No, he smiled. I agree that I'm really strong. Bonk. She collapsed. Chuang calmly picked up her earpiece and responded in her voice, perfectly mimicked. Agent Romanoff, status update? The attacker is neutralized. But didn't you just call for backup? Yeah, change of plans. I took him out with a surprise move. He's unconscious. Send extraction. 10 minutes later, the backup arrived. There stood Natasha Romanoff, casually wandering the factory. Agent Romanoff, the lead agent called. Did you find anything? Yes, she nodded seriously. I found that this place is huge. I got lost. Please escort me out. Huh, weird, the agent muttered but didn't question it. Who questions Black Widow? Escort Agent Romanoff outside, he ordered. And just like that, Chuang, master of smoke, soul vision, holy light, mimicry, and pure chaos, strolled out of S.H.I.E.L.D. facility disguised as their best agent. Mission complete. Led by S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Natasha Romanoff walked out of the factory. At the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. has sealed off the entire factory. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are guarding outside, and 2 helicopters with the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo are hovering above the sky, and the searchlights are shining on the exit of the factory. When Natasha Romanoff came out of the factory, many people squinted at Natasha Romanoff. After all, she is the Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D., and her charm is definitely beyond words. Agent Romanoff, do you need me to arrange a vehicle for you? The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who led the way said enthusiastically. Is there such a good thing? Natasha Romanoff frowned. All right then, you arrange a military car for me. Okay, please wait a moment. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nodded and immediately ran away. Not long after, Natasha Romanoff saw the other party driving a black pickup truck, and it parked in front of her very intimately, then got out of the car and greeted her with a smile. Agent Romanoff, this car drives more steadily. You drive this car. Natasha Romanoff patted the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent on the shoulder, showing a bright smile. It's really troublesome for you. It is a great honor for S.H.I.E.L.D. to have a good employee like you. If there's a chance, I will replace you in front of the director. Say something nice. Feeling the huge force coming from his shoulders, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's body couldn't help but shake a few times, almost unable to stand still. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent grinned in pain, secretly thinking that the hand strength of the Romanoff agent is really strong, stronger than the average adult man. It is worthy of being the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is what I should do, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent said with a forced smile. Under his gaze, Natasha Romanoff sat in the driver's seat of the pickup truck and soon started the car and drove away. There was no obstacle in the process. After the pickup truck passed through the SHIELD's blockade area, Natasha Romanoff suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck accelerated and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing the shadow of the black pickup truck disappear, the SHIELD agent turned around and walked towards Factory 13. As soon as he reached the factory gate, he saw his team leader leading a large number of SHIELD agents rushing out. Seeing his appearance, the captain suddenly asked, "The Romanoff agent just now, where did she go?" "Already drove away." The SHIELD agent replied honestly. "What?" The captain's expression was very ugly. And then two figures came out from behind him. One of them was Phil Coulson, and another tall figure was Natasha Romanoff, who had just left. Ignoring the hellish expression on this SHIELD agent, Natasha Romanoff said to Phil Coulson with a solemn face, "That guy has already left the blockade area, and it may be too late to hunt him down now, and he has a disguise ability that we don't know about at all." Just now, the captain found them in the corner, and after waking up on the spot, they learned that Natasha Romanoff, who was behaving strangely, had walked out of the factory. Natasha Romanoff immediately identified herself with a special code. Now everyone understands that the Natasha Romanoff who left just now is a fake at all. Phil Coulson rubbed the back of his aching head. A few strands of hair fell on his hands, and he said sadly, "It seems that we will have to reevaluate him after we go back. His problems can no longer be continued according to normal events. Dealt with." On the other side, a black pickup parked in the suburbs. I saw Natasha Romanoff getting out of the car, and the whole person suddenly became blurred, as if the electronic product was badly connected, and the screen was flickering. Natasha Romanoff's face gradually dissipated, and then a young face appeared, which turned out to be Lu Chuang, who should have appeared in the factory. Disguise. 100% restore the external image of the designated target. Yes, this Natasha Romanoff is Lu Chuang in disguise. After Lu Chuang used disguise, a thin film formed outside his body. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Chuang's appearance has become Natasha Romanoff. Even the clothes and figure are exactly the same as Natasha Romanoff. But Lu Chuang originally, there will be no change in body structure. It's just an effect similar to tricking the vision. Fortunately, the body has not changed. Otherwise, Lu Chuang would not know how to look directly at his body in the future. Taking off the communicator in his ear and throwing it into the car, Lu Chuang, relying on the ability of super high school spy, cleaned up the traces left by himself, and then disappeared into the night humming a little song. Hey, buddy, you really made a lot of money this time. With a bounty of 20 million US dollars, you have broken the highest record in our bar. I treat you to drink this drink. It's free. A few days later, on the second floor of Sister Margaret's bar, Weasel looked at Lu Chuang with excitement. Instead of handing in the task downstairs as usual, they came to the second set of the bar that Lu Chuang had never been to. After all, the amount of reward offered this time was a bit high, and the mixed environment downstairs was not very convenient. So the Weasel simply brought Lu Chuang to his rest area, where he could collect Lu Chuang's reward. Lu Chuang glanced at the Coke on the table and said with disdain, "You are ashamed to take out Coke as a treat." As a broker, Weasel must have earned a lot of agency fees, otherwise Weasel would not be so excited. That can't be said. You know, I also have to maintain the daily expenses of the bar, which is not a small amount, so I originally didn't have much money. The Weasel cried poorly every day and then suddenly changed his voice. By the way, your employer is very satisfied with your completion of the bounty and said that he wants to invite you to meet, and the place is in Chinatown. Do you want to go and have a look? Don't see. Lu Chuang resolutely refused, and the money has already been taken. So what's so interesting about it? Weasel said, "Aren't you really going to take a look? It's one of the largest gangs in New York, the Demon Gang. They were rivals with the Magia Gang before. Now you help them solve the Magia Gang. They must be very grateful to you. Maybe there are benefits waiting for you." Hearing Weasel's persuasion, Lu Chuang asked suspiciously, "Weasel, you probably took money from others, so speak for..." "Aha! How was it possible? How could I have received money from the Demon Gang? I didn't say it was the Devil Gang." Seeing that he was exposed, Weasel said awkwardly, "Okay, I admit it, the leader of the Devil Gang contacted me on the dark web. He wanted to thank you for your help in person. I think he seems very sincere, so I will help him. I asked you this question, but don't worry, I definitely didn't disclose your information. Sincerity is false, and benefits are true." Lu Chuang curled his lips, reluctantly believing what he said. Weasel still has some professional ethics as a broker. Definitely, if life is at stake, Lu Chuang guarantees that this guy has a softer mouth than anyone who is as unreliable as Wade. You tell him, next time. Lu Chuang said something perfunctory and stopped the topic and asked, "Weasel, I have a big deal here, and since we have known each other for so long, I can now take advantage of you." When the Weasel heard that there was such a good thing, he decisively left the matter of the Devil Gang behind. "Can you tell me how big this big deal is?" "Not much, just 50 million US dollars. Weasel looked puzzled. Why did this conversation sound so familiar? He suddenly recalled something and asked with a dark face, "If I'm not wrong, this big deal is not related to the 50 million figures you mentioned earlier, right? You know all about this?" Lu Chuang was a little surprised. What he was about to talk about was steel armor. "Beforehand, I don't buy toys worth 50 million US dollars here. What daydream are you doing? You want to buy 50 million US dollars? I suspect you're thinking about farts. You think that technology and labor don't cost money, and you need to sell it for at least hundreds of millions." Hearing Lu Chuang's confident tone, Weasel was a little speechless. Does the technology and labor of a toy cost so much money? Even say hundreds of millions. If you don't brag, you will die? Chuang didn't explain either. He didn't want others to know about the steel armor. I'm not looking for you to buy, but to buy some materials from you. Material? Weasel wondered. What material needs 50 million US dollars? That's it. Chuang took out a list from his pocket and handed it to Weasel. The Weasel picked up the list curiously and said, "It's gold titanium alloy, superconducting wire, rotating shaft." Just after reading the first few materials, the Weasel couldn't read anymore. He raised his head and looked at Chuang with a ridiculous face. "Are you sure this is the material you want?" "You don't. How could there be? You think I'm omnipotent." The Weasel said excitedly, "I can still collect the materials you asked for before, but look at what is on this list. Gold and titanium alloys. Hell, what illusion makes you think that I will? There are raw materials for making rockets." Weasel is not a material or arms manufacturer. He is just a middleman, just like a commission task. All he provided to Chuang before were channels. In fact, it was someone else who actually provided the goods, and the Weasel was only responsible for reaching a deal for both parties. But the Weasel looked at the list in his hand. Aeronautical materials, military materials, and a whole bunch of weird composite materials. Even a Weasel can't figure out which channel has the ability to take Chuang's big deal worth 50 million US dollars. Is there no other way? Chuang asked unwillingly. If the material problem cannot be solved, there is no way to make his super battle suit. Weasel shook his head helplessly. "I have no choice, but if you want to collect these materials, you can choose to contact those big companies for cooperation, such as Stark Industrial Group. With their ability, they will definitely be able to provide these materials." Chuang, 1997, had to admit that this is indeed a way. But the problem is that he wants these materials just to make a super battle suit and then defeat Tony Stark's steel armor. This is equivalent to making blueprints for steel armor stolen from Tony Stark, using materials purchased by Tony Stark's company to make a super battle suit, and finally wearing this super battle suit to fight Tony Stark himself. Well, it sounds tempting. However, Chuang gave up after thinking about it. He didn't need to think about it. He knew that he, an ordinary person, suddenly found cooperation with a big company like Stark Industrial Group, which would inevitably arouse Stark Industrial Group's high suspicion. Putting this aside, with the size of Stark Industrial Group, Chuang feels that Stark Industrial Group may not be interested in his transaction amount of only 50 million US dollars. After all, any few luxury cars in their boss's house have already exceeded this amount is up. Thinking of this, Chuang couldn't help but sighed. The Weasel asked suspiciously, "Why? Can this method not work?" Chuang shook his head and sighed. "Now I realize that money can't be spent. Going there is worse than having no money." "Forget it. You don't understand." "Weasel, this guy is showing off. This must be showing off, right? Since the Stark Industrial Group has no choice, let's find the Osborne Industrial Group. Although their group focuses on biotechnology, their overall strength is not weaker than Stark's. Industry Group. If it doesn't work, you can also consider Hank Mo Advanced Industries." Weasel said so, but he didn't think that Chuang could cooperate with these groups. Sometimes the status gap is there, and it can't be solved by money alone. Snap! Chuang patted the table suddenly and stood up. "This idea is good. I can go to Hank Mo Advanced Industry." "Are you sure?" "As far as I know, after Tony Stark announced the closure of the weapons department, Hank Mo Advanced Industries has replaced Stark Industries Group as the head of the American military. For arms suppliers, Hank Mo Advanced Industries is at its hottest moment, and if you want to find them to cooperate, you may have to queue up from the back." "I didn't say we would cooperate." Weasel wondered. "If you don't cooperate, how will you buy those materials?" But Chuang smiled mysteriously. "I can ask their boss to borrow it." "Mr. Stark, please continue the topic just now. Mr. Stark, can you concentrate on listening to me?" On the TV, the live broadcast of the Senate Armed Services Committee is being broadcast. The actor in this incident has Tony Stark again, and the content of this Senate Armed Services Committee is about Tony Stark's steel armor. In the live broadcast, Tony Stark was sitting in the dock with an obvious indifference on his face, even in front of everyone, flirting with his assistant Potts sitting in the back, as if he didn't put the cord in front of him at all. The look in the eyes. In other words, he didn't pay attention to the senators sitting above. The reason is simple. These senators think Tony Stark's steel armor is an extremely dangerous weapon, and the funniest thing is that Senator Stern, the head of the military committee, even asked Tony Stark to hand over the steel armor voluntarily. With Tony Stark's character, it is absolutely impossible to think about it. Ever since, Senator Stern was embarrassed. It's good that Tony Stark didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, he sprayed venom at Senator Stern crazily. Senator Stern was no match for Tony Stark's venomous tongue. He was sprayed speechless on the spot, but there was nothing he could do. He dared not force Tony Stark, the big capitalist. There was no other way. Senator Stern had no choice but to use the last resort. Although I'm not a weapons expert, we have invited a weapons expert, and now I want to summon Justin Hammer, the current main weapons contractor of the Ministry of Defense. Immediately afterwards, a man with glasses and a suit and leather shoes appeared on the TV screen. It's him. Seeing this person's appearance, Chuang immediately slapped the sofa excitedly. At the moment it was noon, little Peter hadn't finished school yet, so now there are only Chuang and Lorna at home. These days, Chuang has been paying attention to the news. After hearing that Tony Stark participated in a Senate Armed Services Committee, he waited in front of the TV. As for Lorna, she has nothing to do now, so she simply sits on the sofa with Chuang and watches the Senate Armed Services Committee. Not to mention, with Tony Stark, a venomous guy, the originally boring live broadcast has instant effects layman. He looked in without knowing it. As a result, Chuang's actions startled Lorna. "Why are you crazy?" Chuang said confidently. "We have found a way to make super battlesuit materials." "You mean the material on that list?" Lorna looked weird. As little Peter's assistant, Lorna naturally knew what materials Chuang was referring to and also knew how rare and expensive those materials were. At that time, Lorna was dumbfounded at the budget estimate of $50 million US. She never thought that it would cost such a large amount of money to make a super battle suit. And the most important thing is that Chuang really seems to have $50 million US. USD actually started to look for channels to buy. Is it true that all the priests nowadays are so rich? Chuang didn't know what Lorna was thinking. He nodded his head. "Yes, after waiting patiently for so many days, I finally waited for this moment. I believe we can solve the material problem of the super battle suit soon. From now on, little Peter will leave it to you." Hearing the last sentence, Lorna suddenly felt something wrong. "Wait, what do you mean?" Chuang said seriously. "I'm going to leave home for a while. During the time I'm not at home, please help me take care of my home and remember to take good care of little Peter. The most important thing is to supervise him to do exercises every day." Such a sudden decision made Lorna feel a little ridiculous. "Where are you going?" "Monaco. Monaco Monte Carlo F1 Grand Prix, known as one of the world's 4 famous car races, is held every year at the Monaco circuit. At this time of year, it will attract countless tourists from other places. Watch. However, this year's Monaco Grand Prix seems to be more lively than ever. Because just now, Tony Stark, the top-ranking low bacon, suddenly announced that he would participate in this race and temporarily replaced a racer in the race car. This crazy decision shocked everyone, even the person in charge of the race. Come forward to persuade Tony Stark. After all, racing cars are dangerous. If something happens to Tony Stark, he can't afford to sell the entire Monaco Grand Prix. But Tony Stark's attitude was extremely firm, and the person in charge could only let him do it. Who made Tony Stark the biggest investor in their Monaco Grand Prix? With the roar of the car, many cars started at the same time, including the jam car driven by Tony Stark. However, in the middle of the race, a long-haired Russian man with a scruffy appearance and a fleshy face suddenly broke into the racing track with a toothpick in his mouth. Walked slowly in the center of the racing track. Seeing Tony Stark's racing car rushing towards him, Ivan Wang turned his head and spat out the toothpick in his mouth and instantly whipped out 2 whips from his sleeve. Zizi la la. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of the electric current, the 2 long whips became brighter. Countless small electric currents twisted crazily like small snakes, and flowed along the metal wires towards the body of the big Russian Ross. Burnt to nothing, revealing the metal fittings inside the suit, and the small arc reactor on the chest. Boom! Ivan Wank swung his whip violently, and the terrifying electric current high temperature instantly tore apart the oncoming racing car, and the entire car body was cut in half neatly. At the moment, Tony Stark in the car was knocked dizzy, but he was wearing a seat belt and had only minor scratches. Tony Stark took off his helmet with difficulty, only to see Ivan Wank walking towards him, slowly dragging two long whips with electric current intertwined. The sharp electric current sound made Tony Stark's scalp tingle for a while. Could this guy have come to find him on purpose? Tony Stark swallowed and struggled to get out of the racing car. Now that the steel armor was not by his side, his body couldn't take a whip, so it was better to get away from him quickly. At this moment, Tony Stark suddenly found that the seat belt couldn't be opened. It seemed to be stuck. Isn't it? Tony Stark's eyes widened. The seat belt that had saved his life turned into a cage to trap him at this moment. Seeing that the Russian Ross was getting closer and closer to him, Tony Stark was almost desperate. Snap! A big hand suddenly reached into the car and ripped Tony Stark's seatbelt. Before Tony Stark could react, the hand grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the racing car, then threw him to the ground. Tony Stark, who escaped from death, looked over quickly and saw that the person who rescued him was an ordinary-looking, dark-skinned Asian who seemed to be here to help him. Tony Stark was very grateful. At the same time, he saw that Ivan Wank had come over and said anxiously, "Get out of here quickly. This place is very dangerous." Ivan Wank stared at the Asian man with cold eyes. He thought the same as Tony Stark. He thought that the Asian man came to help Tony Stark, but he didn't care at all, since he came to help his enemy, Tony Stark. Then follow the other party, let's die together. Just when Ivan Wank was about to wield the long whip, I saw two whips suddenly appeared in the hands of this Asian man. Different from Ivan Wank's electric current long whip, these two whips did not have any special effects. They were just ordinary whips. He looked at the sluggish Tony Stark and said with a grin, "You're right, it's really dangerous here. Damn Tony Stark, you tricked me into waiting on the rooftop all night. Today I am here for revenge." Ivan Wank. Tony Stark. Who the hell are you? I don't know you at all. And when did I lie to someone to wait on the rooftop all night? Before Tony Stark could open his mouth to refute, Chuang, disguised as Principal Gu, flicked his whip and slapped Tony Stark's ***. Tony Stark let out a pain, and when he found out that Chuang was his enemy, he immediately walked away from him with his hands on his butt. When Ivan Wank heard that Chuang also came to find revenge on Tony Stark and also used double whips like him, he immediately felt a sense of recognition in his heart, and his hostility towards Chuang suddenly dropped a lot. Ignoring Chuang beside him, Ivan Wank's eyes flashed coldly, and he swung the electric current long whip at Tony Stark's position. The light blue long whip roared towards him with a terrifying temperature. Tony Stark completely ignored the image. A lazy donkey came and rolled, narrowly avoiding the attack of the long whip. Looking at the black welts on the ground, emitting traces of white smoke, Tony Stark felt a chill run down his back. If it hit him, he would not have died on the spot. Snap! Damn it! Being successfully attacked by Chuang's whip again, Tony Stark clutched his *** and jumped out with a distorted expression. For Tony Stark, now, is simply a double torture of physical and mental. Physically, Ivan Wank's electric current long whip can easily take him away, and he is guaranteed to burp as soon as he hits the whip. Mentally, although Chuang's ordinary long whip is far less powerful than the electric current long whip, and it can't bring too much damage to Tony Stark, it is extremely insulting. Every whip seems to be deliberately aimed at his buttocks. Tony Stark felt ashamed of himself. Hell, do people like to use whips as weapons these days? Under the attack of Chuang and Ivan Wank, Tony Stark kept dodging in embarrassment, suffering unspeakably. Ivan Wank's attack is not bad, but the special effects look rather bluffing, and the attack trajectory can barely be predicted. But Chuang's attack is not so easy to dodge. Not only extremely fast, but also extremely high frequency. It is impossible to defend against it. Tony Stark was so pumped that he screamed again and again. He felt that his butt was about to be swollen. Fortunately, his support arrived soon. A black luxury car broke into the racing track, slammed on the accelerator, and rushed towards Lu Chuang and Ivan Vank. But be careful. Lu Chuang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately pushed away his teammate, Ivan Vank. Ivan Vank was about to attack the luxury car, but a huge amount of force came from behind, and he uncontrollably crashed into the luxury car head-on. Ivan Vank. Boom! Ivan Vank was hit by a luxury car and hit the guardrail. His hands were hanging down on his sides, his body was squeezed by the front of the car, and he couldn't move. Damn, Tony Stark dared to hurt my teammates. Lu Chuang saw Ivan Vank's miserable situation and said angrily, "Little whip, go at ease. I will avenge you." The whip is also used, so why are you called Sambian and I'm called Xiaobian? And I'm not G dead yet. Ivan won. Okay. Could just wanted to speak, but he didn't hold back for a while, spewed a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and passed out on the spot. Seeing Ivan Vank fainted by Tony Stark, Lu Chuang looked at Tony angrily. "Stark, it's all your fault." The corner of Tony Stark's mouth twitched, and he retorted, "I saw it. Obviously you pushed him over. If you still want to quibble, eat my lightning 5 consecutive whips." Lu Chuang didn't give Tony Stark a chance to refute. He quickly swung his whip towards Tony Stark and hit his *** 5 times in a row. Tony Stark jumped and shouted to Potts in the back seat of the luxury car. "Potts, throw the box out." Hearing his words, Potts hurriedly threw the box in his hand. Snapped. There was another crisp sound. Enduring the pain, Tony Stark stretched out his foot and stepped on the golden red box. With the sound of machinery, the golden red box immediately turned into a simple pair of steel armor. Armed on Tony Stark, the eyes of the mask lit up, and Tony Stark in steel armor stood in front of Lu Chuang, gritted his teeth, and said, "I promise, I'll kick your *** right next time." Share. Feeling the pain in his ***, now Tony Stark just wants to give everything back to Lu Chuang. Let the goddamn guy get his *** spanked too. Tony Stark took a fierce step forward, about to strike at Lu Chuang. As a result, Lu Chuang was the first to throw away the 2 whips, lay flat on the ground, and shouted, "Surrender! Surrender! Come and catch me. Tony Stark, work hard to get pregnant. Whoa! Don't resist. I'm very light." Clang! The audio from the comms left every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent frozen in disbelief. This wasn't a takedown. It was a comedy show, and Lu Chuang was both host and headliner. Phil Coulson squinted, confused. Why does it sound like Lu Chuang is having the time of his life? Instead of a fugitive being cornered, it felt like Lu Chuang was the one doing the hunting. Still, Coulson held on to one reassuring fact. Lu Chuang hadn't killed anyone. He was knocking agents unconscious, nothing more. The moment he started killing, things would spiral. But Lu Chuang didn't care about their worries. Concealed in the thick smoke, his soul vision skill let him see every agent like a glowing target. One by one, he slipped behind them, swinging his wooden stick with precision. Those who couldn't be snuck up on, he'd wrestle them to the floor, drag them to a corner, tape them up like a mummy, and then knock them out. Compared to the trained assassins and ninjas Lu Chuang had once encountered, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents felt underwhelming. Each takedown made him more efficient, his strikes cleaner, his enjoyment louder. Progress. 23/30ths agents silently taken out. The agents, meanwhile, were in total disarray. The smoke was so thick they couldn't see each other, let alone coordinate a response. Every counterattack came a second too late. Every shout ended in a clang. Worse, more smoke bombs kept rolling in. "Wait, does he have unlimited smoke bombs?" someone asked. Truth was, he didn't. He just looted their supply. The more they fought, the more they equipped him. Then came the voice again. "Young man, come and play." Whoa. Clang. Coulson's blood pressure skyrocketed. All units regroup and evacuate. Now, the scattered agents started pulling back, but Lu Chuang didn't like that one bit. It messed with his one-on-one rhythm. He dashed toward Coulson's group and shouted, "Don't even think about escaping this playground." Coulson turned, elated. Perfect. He's showing himself. But then, flash! A searing burst of light exploded from Lu Chuang's forehead. Even a night vision goggles couldn't handle it. Coulson stumbled back, clutching his face. What the hell? Is this guy's head a flashlight? Then came a hand on his ankle. "Young man, come and play." Clang. With Coulson knocked out and the smoke thinning, the remaining agents thought things might be looking up. Then they saw it. Lu Chuang, calmly walking toward them. Light radiating from his forehead like some divine spotlight. My eyes. I can't see. They never stood a chance. Lu Chuang bopped them one by one like it was whack-a-mole. Progress. 30 agents silently taken out. Mission complete. Title unlocked. Super high school level spy. Feature unlocked. Masquerade. He tossed the now battered stick aside and smirked. Disguise, huh? He'd seen this kind of thing in spy flicks. But instead of testing it out, he casually walked away. Until someone started tailing him. Natasha Romanoff. She crept behind a shelf, tracking Lu Chuang's every step, until she turned a corner and he vanished. A voice whispered behind her, "Your turn to get lost?" She whirled around. Lu Chuang was right behind her. "When did he?" Natasha forced a smile. "Yeah, big place. Easy to lose your way." Then, without warning, she launched a kick aimed at his head. But Lu Chuang was ready. He caught her leg and pulled. She flipped, landed hands first, rebounded gracefully, and lunged in close. Big mistake. Lu Chuang slammed a sidekick in her ribs. She blocked, but the shock made her arms go numb. Before she could recover, he followed with a body slam, then a punch, a feint, switching to a brutal left hook to the stomach. Ugh, even Black Widow couldn't tank that. She went to fire her wrist blaster. Click! Lu Chuang spun her gadget around his finger. "Natasha, what even is this fight anymore? Didn't I warn you?" Lu Chuang teased. "Never go melee with a thief. Unless you're out of money." Natasha, still catching her breath, tried to buy time. "Listen, you're strong. Really strong. And there's no hostility between us. Let's talk. We've already sealed the perimeter. There's no way out." Lu Chuang nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. You mean you agree to negotiate?" "No," he smiled. "I agree that I'm really strong." Bonk. She collapsed. Lu Chuang calmly picked up her earpiece and responded in her voice, perfectly mimicked. "Agent Romanoff, status update? The attacker is neutralized." "But didn't you just call for backup?" "Yeah, change of plans. I took him out with a surprise move. He's unconscious. Send extraction." 10 minutes later, the backup arrived. There stood Natasha Romanoff, casually wandering the factory. "Agent Romanoff," the lead agent called. "Did you find anything?" "Yes," she nodded seriously. "I found that this place is huge. I got lost. Please escort me out." Weird," the agent muttered but didn't question it. "Who questions Black Widow?" "Escort Agent Romanoff outside," he ordered. And just like that, Lu Chuang, master of smoke, soul vision, holy light, mimicry, and pure chaos, strolled out of S.H.I.E.L.D. facility disguised as their best agent. Mission complete. After this trip back, should I hire more bodyguards? There is a loophole. At this moment, Lu Chuang broke free from the handcuffs suddenly, stepped on the bench, and jumped on top of Tony Stark. Under Tony Stark's frightened gaze, Lu Chuang raised his mana-wrapped fist and slammed it into his eye socket. Ivan Wank was so addicted to seeing it. He wished he could break free from the handcuffs and punch Tony Stark a few times. Hearing the commotion in the small black room, the prison guard guarding the door rushed in immediately. "Damn it, his handcuffs are off again. Help Mr. Stark. Let go, let me go." After a while of jumping around, the prison guards finally separated Lu Chuang and Tony Stark with difficulty and put handcuffs on Lu Chuang again. At the moment, Tony Stark looked extremely embarrassed. His hair was disheveled like a chicken coop, and a few buttons of his well-trimmed suit jacket were unbuttoned, revealing a small arc on his chest. "Mr. Stark, please get out of here. We need to send these 2 prisoners to the cell," the prison guard said to Tony Stark. With the current situation, Tony Stark is no longer fit to stay here. Tony Stark glared at Lu Chuang. and left the small black room surrounded by prison guards. However, Tony Stark didn't notice that the black lines around his chest were gradually fading away. If he checked his body at this time, he would find that at the moment the palladium element in his body had been completely removed, at least before he put on the steel armor again. His life will not be in any danger. After Tony Stark left, Chuang and Ivan Wank were taken down by prison guards and locked in separate cells. Near night, in Ivan Wank's single cell, Ivan Wank, who was wearing a prison uniform, was sitting on the wooden bed when he suddenly saw a prison guard delivering food to his door. At first, Ivan Wank didn't take it seriously until he found a note stuck under the cup and a time bomb inside the mashed potatoes. Ivan Wank suddenly narrowed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the prison guard brought in another prisoner with the same number as him and gave him the key, by the way. Ivan Wank instantly realized that someone was secretly helping him, and he found a substitute for himself. Without hesitation, Ivan directly stunned the prisoner in front of him, then installed the bomb on the wall, opened the iron door with the key, and walked out of the cell. "Yo, isn't this a little whip?" Hearing the familiar voice, Ivan Wank turned his head a little stiffly. I saw Chuang standing in front of a prison cell. The iron door behind him was wide open. Seeing Ivan Wank passing by, Chuang said happily, "What a coincidence you also escaped from prison." Ivan Wank. If it wasn't for the bad surroundings, Ivan Wank would have thought that this guy had just left the house and saw his neighbors saying hello. Seeing Chuang's appearance, Ivan Wank did not choose to act. Based on the picture he saw just now, he definitely believed that Chuang, like himself, was rescued by the Dark People. Boom! Ivan Wank's cell suddenly exploded, and a huge amount of explosion resounded throughout the prison. With the wailing of the siren, the prison instantly became extremely chaotic, and the sound of chaotic footsteps came from not far away. Chuang and Ivan Wank knew that they could not stay here any longer, and they quickly ran to the stairs. But the shouts of prison guards were heard from the bottom of the stairs, and it was obvious that a large number of prison guards were coming up. At this time, Chuang's ears moved slightly, and when he turned his head, he saw two prison guards running towards him. When the two prison guards saw Chuang at the same time, they couldn't help being stunned for a moment, but the situation was urgent, and there was no time to think about it. They took out the hoods from their waists and put them on the heads of Chuang and Ivan Wank. "These two are death row prisoners. We will take them down." Shouting, the two prison guards grabbed the two of them and ran down. No one stopped the process, and the two were taken away from the floor, just like that. Afterwards, Chuang felt that he was sitting in the same seat, and there was a slight tremor under the sound of the engine starting. Chuang knew that he was being sent into the car, so he didn't resist, humming a little song and waiting patiently. After an unknown amount of time, Chuang felt that the car seemed to have stopped. Then, Chuang's hood was suddenly lifted, and Ivan Wank was seen sitting opposite him, and the prison guard led them out of the car. Bumian is an extremely spacious factory building, and the most eye-catching thing is the private jet. And there's a dining table in front of the plane. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses is enjoying dessert. When he sees someone getting off the car, he opens his arms exaggeratedly and greets him. "Look who is here." Wait a minute, who is this guy? Chuang had seen this eye-eyed man on TV before. It was Justin Hammer who appeared in the Senate Armed Services Committee. Obviously, he was the black hand behind the prison robbery. At the moment, Hammer pointed at Chuang and looked at the prison guard in astonishment. He didn't remember that there was an Asian on his invitation list. The prison guard's face was very ugly. There was a little accident, we don't know, when this prisoner escaped from the cell, and he walked with Ivan Wank. The situation was more urgent. In order not to expose our actions, we had to put him bring together. Coming. Hammer couldn't understand French, but someone who seemed to be the butler behind him translated for him. After listening to the butler's translation, Hammer's expression changed drastically, and he cursed angrily. "Are you kidding? You think this is a taxi, and you can just take one more person away?" Ivan Wank was a little stunned. Chuang's jailbreak was not arranged by the other party. Perhaps out of anger, Hammer poked the prison guard's chest fiercely with his fingers. "All I want is this Russian Ross, not a useless Asian. What do I want him to do?" Could he also make steel armor? It's steel armor. What's the big deal? Lu Chuang interrupted Hammer suddenly. Hearing this, Hammer turned his head to look at Lu Chuang and scolded domineeringly. Steel armor is no big deal. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say such things? At this moment, Hammer felt that the other party looked familiar and asked uncertainly, Are you the Asian who attacked Tony Stark on the track? Hammer is a little face-blind to Asians. He didn't recognize Lu Chuang's face at first, but now he looked carefully, only to find that the other party was actually attacking Tony Tower with Ivan Vank. Grams of Asians, Lu Chuang said proudly. It was me, by the way. Xiaobian was beaten to the ground by Tony Stark, and Tony Stark was beaten to the ground by me begging for mercy. Ivan Vank, 27. Hammer was a little speechless. Did I really think I hadn't watched the live broadcast? As soon as Tony Stark puts on his steel armor, you drop to the ground and surrender. Who are you showing this? After knowing Lu Chuang's identity, Hammer's face still didn't improve. Listen, I'm really happy that you taught that B*** D Tony Stark a lesson, but it doesn't mean that I'm interested in you. Hammer said impatiently. I'm not a homeless shelter. I'm not someone everyone is eligible to stay here. Lu Chuang smiled slightly and took out a mineral water bottle from his arms that he had brought with him when he escaped from prison and said mysteriously, Do you know what this is? Looking at the half of the water in the bottle that seemed to be drunk by someone, Hammer sneered sarcastically. Isn't it just a bottle of ordinary mineral water? Don't you think I haven't even seen mineral water? Lu Chuang shook his head and explained, This is not ordinary water. This is a panacea developed by me alone. Just drink it to remove all harmful toxins in the body, and it also has the effect of curing diseases. Universal potion? Hammer looked at the bottle in Lu Chuang's hand with his cheeks twitching slightly. No matter how he looked at it, this bottle of water was obviously a bottle of mineral water that couldn't be more ordinary. Even the brand of mineral water was posted on the outside of the bottle. Lu Chuang saw Hammer's suspicion and said with contempt, As a businessman, you can't even verify this basic operation, can you? Hammer choked suddenly. He had no way to refute this sentence. After his complexion changed for a while, Hanemo said with a gloomy face, If you dare to lie to me, you will die. After finishing speaking, Hammer winked at the housekeeper and told him to leave with a bottle of mineral water. After a long time, the butler came back and whispered something in Hammer's ear. Hammer's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked in disbelief, Does it really work? After being confirmed by the housekeeper, Hammer turned his head to look at Lu Chuang. His eyes suddenly became hot, and his tone couldn't restrain his excitement. Unbelievable. That bottle of mineral water, oh no, the elixir is really effective. You can't believe it. Just now, that bottle of panacea stabilized the condition of a critically ill patient, and his health began to improve. Hearing these words, Ivan Vank, who rarely spoke, raised his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Chuang with a little surprise. This guy actually has such abilities. Lu Chuang was very calm. I've said it all. This is a panacea developed by me alone. It can cure all diseases. In fact, Lu Chuang secretly added a little mana to the water, which is the same as the holy water that the vampire drank back then. But the effect will be slightly weakened, not as significant as Lu Chuang's direct infusion of mana into the soul. But even so, it is enough to fool Hammer. Sure enough, Hammer seemed to change his face. The impatience on his face was swept away, replaced by a warm smile, and he made a gentleman's apology etiquette to Lu Chuang. Oh, my dear friend, please forgive my rudeness and attitude just now. If you have any dissatisfaction, I am very sorry about it. Hammer is a typical businessman. All he cares about is profit. As long as it can bring him enough profit, he can do anything, such as spending money to buy the prison guards of the Monaco prison and sending Ivan Vank directly from he was taken out of the prison precisely because he took a fancy to Ivan Vank's ability. And now Lu Chuang is doing the same. The astonishing effect displayed by the universal potion made Hammer see its huge potential value at once. You know, the most profitable industry in the world is medical treatment, and those seriously ill patients will definitely buy it at any cost for their own lives. Hammer can fully imagine how crazy it will be when the panacea is launched on the market. Upsearch. Although Hammer's group is not deeply involved in the medical industry, this does not prevent Hammer from spying on the panacea. Such a good thing with huge benefits must be in his hands as soon as possible. It's okay. I forgive you. It's not your fault for lack of knowledge. Chuang waved his hand generously, but Hammer's expression was a little stiff when he heard his words. But in the face of huge amounts of interest, this matter seems insignificant. Since this is the case, let's forget about the unpleasant thing just now and pretend it didn't happen. Hammer tidied up his slightly messy collar, restored his polite appearance at the beginning, and brought the two of them to the dining table. The 2 chairs in, plus a seat belonging to Chuang. After the 3 of them were seated, Hammer took the lead and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Justin Hammer, the chairman of Hammer Advanced Industries. I invite you here this time to reach some cooperation with the 2 of you." So businessmen have thick skins, and they were dissatisfied with the prison guard for bringing Chuang here just now. But now they change their words and say that it was their initial decision to bring the 2 together. Ivan Wang didn't respond, but Chuang looked familiar, eating the dishes brought by the butler, and asked vaguely, "Okay, how do you want to cooperate with us?" Seeing Chuang's reaction, Hammer suddenly felt that there was a joke and immediately said, "I know you guys really want to kill Tony Stark. I also saw your performance on the track. I have to say, you really did a great job." Chuang didn't speak because he knew that there would be an essential but next. Sure enough, Hammer paused for 2 seconds and continued, "However, I found that you are not as good as Tony Stark, and that is the problem of resources. I think you need a reliable sponsor, such as me." Chuang's eyes lit up. "Do you have more resources than Tony Stark?" Hammer was silent. His Hammer Advanced Industry is huge, but compared with Stark Industry, the resources of Hammer Advanced Industry are obviously much worse. Asking for flowers? How could his resources be comparable to Tony Stark? Hammer eased his emotions, smiled, and said, "There's a little gap between me and Tony Stark, but I can still provide you with enough resources, and I think you also need my resources. This is a win-win situation. Cooperate." Chuang thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Sounds good. We agree. Us." Ivan Wang's cheeks twitched fiercely when did he say he agreed. Seeing that Ivan Wang was still silent and pretending to be an expert, before Hammer could speak, Chuang approached Ivan Wang and whispered in his ear, "Hurry up and agree. This is a good thing. This little 4-eyed guy is not short of money." 2 idiots. Let's find a chance to steal his money together. 0. Hammer. Everyone is sitting at the same dining table. Who are you defending by talking like that? G heard it all. Ivan Vank obviously has his own arrogance. He said in rough English with a Russian Ross accent, "It's useless for me to ask for money." "Are you stupid?" Chuang said angrily. "How do you think you were defeated by Tony Stark? Look at Tony Stark's steel armor, which not only covers the whole body, but is also made of the highest quality materials. Look at you, the material not to mention ordinary. You don't even have the money to make iron pants. What do you think is the reason?" Chuang's words caused Ivan Wang to think deeply for a while. So much so that he forgot. In fact, he was not defeated by Tony Stark at all. He was cheated by the pig teammate Chuang. After being silent for half a minute, Ivan Vank said honestly, "It's because I don't have any money." Chuang said, "That's right. Think about it. You have worked so hard to scrape together a simple set of equipment, and Tony Stark has already worn several sets of equipment in rotation. Might be able to beat a heavy recurring player." Ivan Wank couldn't understand these words, but didn't prevent him from understanding. "You're right." Ivan Wank nodded. "In this case, I agree." Seeing this, Hammer laughed and raised the wine glass in his hand. "Great. We have a happy cooperation." "Chuyu, happy cooperation." Chuang raised his wine glass, and in order to match the current atmosphere, he let out a villain's signature laugh. And Ivan Vank, who is from Russia, grabbed the bottle next to him and blew it directly. Hammer drank the red wine excitedly. After this meal, you will follow me on a private plane back to America, and I will show you my munitions factory pill. The next day, Queens, the arms factory of Hammer Advanced Industries. This is my munitions factory, my happy hut. Hammer took Chuang and Ivan Vank into the munitions factory, which was much larger than the gang factories Chuang had seen before. Soon, they came to the depths of the munitions factory. It's here. Take a look at them. It's great, right? Hammer pointed forward, and Chuang saw 2 rows of steel armor neatly arranged. However, Chuang can tell that the quality of these steel armors is not very good. Even the shape reveals a strong sense of imitation, and dozens of pairs of steel armors are placed together, as if from the same counterfeit and shoddy products mass-produced by imitation factories are really a bit of a stretch. Not to mention Tony Stark's Mark Series steel armor. Even imitations like the Iron Overlord armor completely crush these steel armors in all aspects, and the technological 690 level of the two is obviously not at the same level. Ivan Wank was holding a toothpick in his mouth, with a disdainful expression on his face. Obviously, he didn't like this bunch of fake and inferior products either. Looking at these low-end steel armors, Chuang couldn't help asking curiously, "How much did you spend on these things?" On average, each set of steel armor is worth at least 120 million US dollars. What? 120 million US dollars? Chuang looked at Hammer with strange eyes. Originally, these craps of his were not worth much, but the result was completely beyond his expectation. The value was twice as high as the cost of his super battle suit, and the money was enough for him to build double the number of super battle suits. As expected of Hammer Industries, which created the ex-wife, it is surprisingly reliable in terms of unreliability. At this time, Ivan Wank walked to the steel armor console, tapped the keyboard quickly, and cracked the firewall of Hammer Industry in a few strokes. Chuang saw that Hammer's face turned blue. Ivan Wank ignored Hammer and looked down at the data of the steel armor. Very well, it seems that he has begun to familiarize himself with his job position. Hammer joked and eased the awkward atmosphere, then turned around and said to Chuang, "The next thing is your job arrangement. I also found a good place for you, Hammer Medical Technology Company. You are the person in charge of the new project, and the content of the project is a panacea." "I refuse. I want to stay here." Chuang interrupted Hammer directly. "Water." Hammer's expression froze instantly. He never expected that Chuang would refuse, and said absurdly, "Did you make a mistake? This is an arms factory, not a medical research institute. What are you doing here?" In Hammer's view, Chuang should be a genius who is proficient in pharmacy. Otherwise, Chuang would not have produced such a magical panacea, and it is troublesome for such a genius in pharmacy not to stay in a medical research institute. But in the arms factory, which kind? Chuang put on an air of a master and said indifferently, "You may not know that I, a person who studies medicine, always pays attention to doing whatever I want and never cares about the surrounding environment." Hammer, God damn it. This is scientific research. Please be more cautious. If something goes wrong, dead man will come. However, there is no relevant equipment and tools here. If you want to mass-produce the universal medicine, only the pharmaceutical factory of Hammer Medical Technology Company can do it. Hammer tried to persuade Chuang. Chuang shook his head. Making universal potions is not as simple as you imagined. It is impossible to make universal potions with mechanical equipment alone. At present, it is basically impossible for you to mass-produce universal potions. I need time to research and improve. Hearing Chuang's words, Hammer frowned. This is not the same as good. The inability to mass-produce the universal medicine means that there is no way to put it on the market directly, and he cannot make money on a large scale. After all, Hammer's plan is to promote the universal medicine to the world. Fortunately, Chuang didn't say anything to death, and Hammer could still see the hope of mass production of the panacea. Hammer also wanted to persuade Chuang to work in his medical technology company, but Chuang's attitude was extremely firm, and he wanted to stay in the munitions factory. Seeing this, Hammer had no choice but to let Lu Chuang stay in the munitions factory temporarily. Chuang can't run in his territory. Afterwards, Hammer made some arrangements for Lu Chuang and Ivan Wank respectively, and tried his best to help them complete their work as soon as possible. Now Hammer only wants to see the mass production of steel armor and universal potion, and the market value of his hammer industry will definitely double dozens of times by then. Hammer thought hotly in his heart. Unfortunately, his idea is doomed to fail. Neither Lu Chuang nor Ivan Wank could work for him obediently like this. In the afternoon, Hammer came to the arms factory again with his personal butler, wanting to check the work progress of Lu Chuang and Ivan Wank. When he walked into the depths of the munitions factory, he saw two figures sitting in front of the table, staring at the iron pot in front of them. Their serious looks seemed to be doing academic research. Hammer was a little curious and walked towards the two of them. After Hammer approached, Hammer smelled a strong smell. He frowned and looked into the iron pot, but found that the red liquid was constantly tumbling inside, and he could vaguely see a few peppers and star anise floating on top. Hammer asked, "What are you guys doing?" Holding the bowl and chopsticks, Lu Chuang said seriously, "I can't tell. I'm developing a new type of potion." The corner of Hammer's mouth twitched. "I really didn't see it if you didn't tell me." "All right." Lu Chuang suddenly picked up the chopsticks, picked out a piece of fat beef from the red soup, and put it into the bowl. Ivan Wank, next to him, didn't give in. He picked up a large piece of meat with chopsticks and put it directly into his mouth, then took a big gulp of the vodka in his hand and shouted happily, "Oola!" Seeing this scene, Wenemo said angrily, "This is not a panacea at all." Lu Chuang shook his head and said firmly, "No, this is the hot pot-flavored panacea I developed the latest." Waldfark, can a panacea still taste? Hammer's eyes widened, obviously not believing what he said. Lu Chuang sighed helplessly, took a pot and spoon, filled the pot with a mouthful of soup, put it into a glass bottle, and threw it to Hammer casually. "I don't need to say it this time." Hammer took a deep breath and asked the butler to take the glass bottle to verify 0.4. Soon, the butler came back and whispered in his ear, "Sir, it's true again, but the patient said that the taste of this medicine is too spicy, and it is suggested to put a little less chili next time." "Hammer, can it be less spicy? I've already eaten it here." Seeing the two happily eating the hot pot-flavored panacea, Hammer said with a distressed face, "To be precise, these belong to the company's property, and you are occupying the company's property resources without permission. I still have a bowl here. Do you want to come and eat with us?" Lu Chuang said enthusiastically. In fact, the effect of the panacea is not only to remove toxins and cure diseases, but also to treat baldness, kidney deficiency, frequent urination, and many other problems. I think you need this very much. Hammer's face darkened instantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't have these problems." "Then do you want to eat?" Let me try it." In the following time, Lu Chuang and Ivan Wank were arranged to live in a company adjacent to the arms factory, and both of them were assigned to their own laboratories. The success of the hot pot-flavored universal medicine made Lu Chuang see the way forward. So he decided to work hard and continue to apply to Hammer Industries for the flavor development project of the universal medicine. Hammer gave Lu Chuang very high authority, so these ingredients were quickly approved. So outside Lu Chuang's laboratory, new ingredients could be seen sent in every day. In this way, Lu Chuang started his life as a wage earner. On weekdays, he basically stays in the laboratory to study dishes, thinking about the future development of different flavors of universal medicine. Simply put, it is thinking about what to eat tomorrow, what to eat the day after tomorrow, because what to eat the day after tomorrow. When he was bored, Lu Chuang went to Ivan Wank to observe how Ivan Wank transformed the steel armor. For the sake of the hot pot, Ivan Wank didn't stop Lu Chuang and let this guy stand by and steal look. It was approaching noon on the 13th day, and Lu Chuang found Ivan Wank as usual. "Recently, I am developing a Lafite-flavored panacea, and I need a mouse to try it. Are you interested?" At the moment, Ivan Wank is adjusting the statistics of Iron Soldiers, the original pile of steel armor produced by Hammer Industries. Now, after Ivan Vank's transformation, the steel armor has all become controllable steel soldiers, and the performance has been greatly improved compared to before. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Ivan Vank's eyes lit up immediately. As a Russian, his favorite hobby is drinking. Lu Chuang's invitation really moved his heart. Definitely, I like the taste of la fight. Ivan Vank decisively agreed. Okay, come my laboratory when you're done. Half an hour later, Ivan Vank came to Lu Chuang's laboratory and saw a table in the center of the laboratory, which was filled with dishes, all of which were top-quality ingredients. And Lu Chuang sat at the table, chomping on his steak. Although his cooking skills are not very strong, high-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking method. Seeing the arrival of Ivan Vank, he held a knife and fork to say hello. Here you go. Have you eaten? Do you want some? No, I'm not hungry. Ivan Vank looked at the pile of ingredients on the table with a strange expression. I have seen employees with dirty hands and feet, but this is the first time I have seen such a ruthless employee. I just ate all the ingredients for research like this. After eating the steak, Lu Chuang wiped his mouth with a paper towel and then handed a bottle of wine to Ivan Vank. This is my newly developed Lafite-flavored panacea. It's a good thing, and it's cheap for you now. Ivan Vank happily took the wine bottle. As for the panacea and so on, he chose to ignore it. Lu Chuang clapped his hands. Since the things have been collected, it means that you agree to do me this favor. Hearing this, Ivan Vank said in amazement, What's the matter? Didn't I tell you? Lu Chuang blinked and said indifferently, Actually, it's just a small favor. I want you to help me prepare some materials, such as gold and titanium alloys. For you, Shao Sign permissions should be easy to do, right? In fact, the permissions they have are different. Lu Chuang is in charge of the research and development of the Universal Pharmacy. So as long as he applies to Hammer Industries for a project related to the Universal Pharmacy, it will be approved quickly, basically without any formalities, and no one will ask. In the same way, Ivan Vank is mainly responsible for the work of transforming the steel armor, and all the materials used in the process of transforming the steel armor can be directly approved. You must know that the price of these materials is not low. This is the special authority given to Ivan Vank by Hammer. Ivan Vank frowned. What do you want these materials to do? This can't be made into a panacea. In his opinion, Lu Chuang is an expert in pharmacy, but he is not his colleague. It is useless to ask for expensive metal materials such as gold and titanium alloys. Definitely want to sell it. These materials are very valuable. If they're sold, they will definitely make a lot of money. Lu Chuang looked at Ivan Vank with contempt, thinking that the other party was asking nonsense. Ivan Vank, sell it to make money. What a simple and unpretentious reason. Hammer Industry is really bad luck. It has such a wonderful employee who is always thinking of profiting for himself. If this guy is allowed to stay, I am afraid that the entire Hammer Industry will be sold by him. Impossible, I won't do it for you. Ivan Vank shook his head and refused. He has more important things to accomplish, and he doesn't want to involve himself in such insignificant things. No, you will agree. Lu Chuang said leisurely. As far as I know, there seems to be a big guy hiding in your laboratory. The boss doesn't know about this, right? Ivan Vank's pupil shrank suddenly and looked at Lu Jian coldly. How do you know? These days, while Ivan Vank transformed the steel armor into a steel soldier, he actually secretly created a brand new steel armor in his laboratory. After the lesson from last time, Ivan Vank paid a lot of money this time. Anyway, he didn't need to spend money. Using his authority to obtain a large amount of materials, Ivan Vank started to build a new steel armor. Ivan Vank thought that the 930 was concealed enough that even Hammer didn't know the existence of this pair of steel armor. But what Ivan Vank didn't expect was that Lu Chuang would know about it. Lu Chuang said cheerfully, I saw by accident. I didn't expect you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be more greedy than me. That pair of steel armor should be worth a lot of money. After hearing these words, Ivan Vank's face instantly became gloomy. Before he achieves his goal, if his steel armor is exposed ahead of time, it will inevitably affect all his future plans, which is a result he absolutely does not want to see. Thinking of this, Ivan Wank looked at Lu Chuang with a murderous look. Lu Chuang seemed to have noticed this and said helplessly, "Everyone is a scientist, so speak up if you have something to say. Don't hurt your friendship with your hands." Ivan Wank didn't answer and walked towards him with his fists clenched, his body covered in tattoos and muscles looked quite shocking. Lu Chuang sighed, and while saying insulting words in his mouth, he turned on the bullet time and cooperated with the super high school level spy to meet him. A few seconds later, Lu Chuang sat on Ivan Wank's body and persuaded earnestly, "Whip, don't blame me for speaking more bluntly. Listen to my advice. The water and hammer industry is very deep. You can't grasp it, but I'm not afraid. These materials let me." How can this guy be so good at fighting? Ivan Wank's forehead was bleeding, and he was pinned to the ground by Lu Chuang, unable to move. Originally, Ivan Wank thought that he was the kind of scientific research personnel who were more capable of fighting and that he would definitely have no problem dealing with a few people, but he suffered a big loss from Lu Chuang and was directly beaten to the ground by the opponent within a few seconds. Fortunately, Lu Chuang didn't know Ivan Wank's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely complain about the other party's overthinking, and even he didn't dare to say such things. You know, scientific researchers who can really fight can fight tanks with bare hands. Even his little Peter will be a fierce man with a single-handed mechanical arm in the future. Ivan Vank is ashamed to say that he can fight with his fighting strength. "You want to stop me?" Ivan Wank said coldly. Lu Chuang shook his index finger. "Definitely not. I know you made that steel armor to deal with Tony Stark. Don't forget, Tony Stark is my enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. How could I stop you from dealing with Tony Stark?" "Tony Stark, on the contrary, I very much agree with your plan." Hearing the last sentence, Ivan Wank's expression softened a lot, and he believed it. So, sometimes it is very important to set up this kind of thing. But now Lu Chuang has set a position for his own person, which is a handsome, far-sighted, talented, simple, and kind-hearted image. Lu Chuang said that there is no difficulty in acting. He just needs to restrain himself a little. In addition, he is also a villain who has been pigeonholed by Tony Stark, so he has gone to evil ways, and he is in a state of hostility with Tony Stark. Because of this, Ivan Wank didn't think that Lu Chuang would be stupid enough to help his enemy. Ivan Wank said in a low voice, "You are right. We are friends. Can you get up now?" "No. My chair was blown up by you, and there is no place to sit." Ivan Wank glanced at the debris of the wooden chair next to him, cursing crazily in Russian. "Obviously, you picked up the wooden chair and threw it on my head as soon as you came up. What does it have to do with me?" "Don't worry. You first agreed to my request and use your authority to help me prepare some materials. In return, how about I just pretend I don't know anything about you?" Lu Chuang smiled brightly. Ivan Wank gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I agree." In fact, he really didn't want to agree, but Lu Chuang had something to do with him, and he couldn't beat him, so he had no choice. Wise choice. Seeing that Ivan Wank agreed, Lu Chuang nodded in satisfaction and finally left Ivan Wank. After Ivan Wank stood up, he took out a list and handed it to Ivan Wank. "Here are the materials I want, and I will prepare the above items within a week, and then ship them to me." This list is exactly what you need to make a super battle suit, but Lu Chuang tweaked it a bit, removing common materials and leaving only those that are rare and hard to buy. Ivan Wank looked at the list, and his face turned black. He couldn't see the value of these materials. The total value is estimated to be more than 40 million. This guy is too greedy. But due to Lu Chuang's force, Ivan Wank could only nod to show that there was no problem. "Very good. Remember to finish it as soon as possible, before the boss participates in the Stark Expo." Lu Chuang emphasized emphatically. As far as he knows, Hammer will participate in the Stark Expo a week later, and the other party will bring all the Steel Soldiers to exhibit there, so as to reach a deeper cooperation with the Ministry of Defense and try to push Hammer Industry to a higher level. It's a pity that his idea is doomed to fail, because Ivan Vank has planned everything long ago. When the Iron Soldiers are exhibited at the Stark Expo, Ivan Vank will directly control all the Iron Soldiers and attack Tony Stark, and Hammer will also, so he was sent to prison. Lu Chuang wanted to collect all the materials he needed before this event came. Ivan Wang's work was very effective. One day before Hammer participated in the Stark Expo, he had prepared all the materials and sent them to Lu Chuang's laboratory, according to the agreement. Without anyone noticing, Lu Chuang took advantage of his talent as a high school-level thief to drive away a Hammer industrial truck without anyone knowing it, and then moved all the materials into the truck. However, Lu Chuang did not drive away directly, but continued to stay in Hammer industry until the day when Hammer participated in the Stark Expo. In the evening, Lu Chuang went to Ivan Wang's laboratory. As soon as he walked to the door, Lu Chuang saw Hammer coming out of Ivan Wang's laboratory, and his face seemed not very good. Lu Chuang stepped forward and said hello. "Hey, Mr. Hammer, why are you here today when you are free? Aren't you going to participate in the Stark Expo?" Seeing Lu Chuang's appearance, Hammer subconsciously suppressed the emotions on his face and squeezed out a hypocritical smile. "I have a lot of things to do recently, so I don't have time to come here." "How is the development of your panacea?" Lu Chuang said excitedly. "It was very successful, and now I have developed more than 10 different flavors." "Hammer, good potion research, so many flavors to do. I am not selling drinks." It's true that Hammer hasn't paid attention to Lu Chuang's situation for a while. He learned that Lu Chuang has been developing new flavors during this period, and his smile can't be maintained. But thinking of participating in the Stark Expo later, there is no time wasted here. "I'll talk to you after I finish my participation in the expo." Hammer left a harsh sentence before turning around and leaving. Lu Chuang opened his mouth, originally wanting to remind Hammer that he might not be able to come back after attending the expo, and the only way to meet him in the future would be in prison. But unfortunately, the other party walked too fast, and Lu Chuang didn't have time to say anything. Looking at the back of Hammer, who never returned, Lu Chuang thought to himself, "Sure enough, a man can't easily set a flag." Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang pushed open the door and walked into the laboratory. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Chuang saw Ivan Wang calling a blessing. It was 2 security guards guarding him. Although Ivan Wang's combat power is not as good as Lu Chuang's, it is more than enough to deal with the 2 security guards, and his attack is extremely cruel, grabbing 2 wires and trying to hang the 2 fainted security guards. Hearing the movement at the door, Ivan Wang's hands paused, and he looked at Lu Chuang fiercely. "Who is it? Oh, why are you here?" Ivan Wang saw that it was Lu Chuang, and his tone became calm instantly. After confirming the eyes, "It is a person who cannot be beaten. It's nothing. I'll just come and sneak through the door, so I won't bother you." Lu Chuang looked at the laboratory, but didn't find Ivan Wang's steel armor, which was probably hidden by the other party. "Do not bother." Seeing Lu Chuang touching the chair intentionally or unintentionally, Ivan Wang decided to follow his heart. Lu Chuang sat on the chair, waved his hands, and said, "Go ahead, just pretend that I don't exist." Seeing that Lu Chuang didn't intend to disturb him, Ivan Wang hesitated for a while, and finally decided to proceed according to the plan. First, he called Tony Stark to declare war, luring him to the Stark Expo, and then came to the most important part of his plan. Following a few code commands, Ivan Wang immediately manipulated all the steel soldiers to attack Tony Stark. Definitely, Colonel Ross's war machine is indispensable. Just some time ago, Hammer approached Ivan Wang with Tony Stark's same steel helmet, nose, armor, and asked him to carry out weapon transformation on this pair of steel armor. Naturally, Ivan Wang would not let go of such a good opportunity and implanted his control program into the war machine. Ivan Wang watched the changes on the screen, tapped the keyboard frantically, and turned into a keyboard warrior, outputting forcefully to Tony Stark through the screen. It's a pity that even the steel soldiers transformed by him can't get rid of the debuff produced by Hammer Industries. Dozens of steel soldiers have all become cannon fodder, and they can't hurt Tony Stark at all. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, an alarm sounded suddenly in the room, and the screen in front of Ivan Wang displayed a red warning of intrusion by outsiders. On the monitoring screen in the upper right corner, a figure full of curves appeared, and he eliminated the patrolling security personnel all the way, and it seemed that he was heading towards this position. Chuang, who was peeking from the side, directly recognized this figure. Isn't this the Natasha Romanoff he met before? Through the monitoring screen, Ivan Wank saw Natasha Romanoff's skills and felt guilty for a while. Obviously, this was another person he couldn't beat. Who is this? Ivan Wank looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was unstoppable in the surveillance, with a surprised expression. Chuang explained, "She is the top agent of Black Widow's shield." What is SHIELD? A special department that likes to meddle in their own business. This is a difficult explanation, but Chuang said it straight away, and then said casually, "If I'm not wrong, she should have come here for Tony Stark's affairs, and now our boss must have been arrested, otherwise she wouldn't even know you were here." Speaking of this, Chuang's expression suddenly became serious. "Wait, since the boss has been arrested, won't our wages come back?" At first, Ivan Vank saw Chuang's reaction and thought that the other party had discovered something important, but he almost couldn't hold back when he heard that later, thinking about that little salary. Seeing Chuang's completely unreliable appearance, Ivan Wank didn't expect him to help him, so he tapped the keyboard quickly, and a document popped up on the screen in an instant, showing the shape of a steel armor. Dazzling. Chuang leaned over curiously and asked, "What are you doing?" "Activate the steel armor, and I will take care of Tony Stark myself," Ivan Wank said calmly. Following Ivan Wank's last instruction, the wall of the laboratory suddenly opened, and a pair of steel armor full of wild shapes appeared in front of them. The huge axles of the arms were conspicuous, and an improved version of the electric current whip was hidden there, which was extremely powerful. Ivan Vank style. Ivan Wank seems to have a special obsession with whipping Tony Stark. Ivan Wank walks towards the steel armor. As long as he puts on the steel armor, all problems will be solved. However, just as he was about to enter the steel armor, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind, and he was kicked against the wall. Ivan Wank turned his head in astonishment and looked at Chuang, who attacked him. "Why, isn't Tony Stark your enemy?" "Sorry, Tony Stark can only be defeated by me." Chuang smiled slightly, raised his fist, and hit Ivan Wank directly. Damn, Ivan Wank didn't expect that he would be backstabbed by his teammates, and he fell down unwillingly. He was almost able to put on the steel armor, and then Chuang would not pose any threat to him. It's a pity that Chuang didn't give him this chance at all. In fact, according to the original plot, when Ivan Wank puts on the steel armor, he can easily beat Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes wearing the War Machine by himself, which is ridiculously strong. However, the reason for Ivan Vank's failure is also very outrageous. I don't know whether it is the protagonist's halo or Ivan Vank's love for waves. Ivan Vank ended up being killed because he didn't wear a helmet. Energy explosion. So, there's no one who does not wear a helmet in a mobile armor. Chuang doesn't know whether his own existence will cause the butterfly effect. If Ivan Vank suddenly remembers wearing a helmet, then Tony Stark will most likely be cold. But if Tony Stark dies, not to mention other impacts, Chuang's achievement task will definitely not be completed, and his efforts during this period will be in vain. Naturally, Chuang couldn't see this kind of thing happening, so he didn't do anything and directly attacked the old comrade Ivan Vank. This Tony Stark's rival ended up aggrieved like this. Passing over the unconscious Ivan Vank, Chuang came to the console, took out a prepared USB flash drive from his pocket, relied on the talent of a super high school-level spy, and quickly found the file location of the steel armor, and then put all the information all transferred to his hard drive. Done. Seeing that the words downloaded were displayed on the screen, Chuang pulled out the USB flash drive in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Chuang looked at the steel armor made by Ivan Vank, his expression a little moved. You know, Ivan Vank, BJ, is a top scientist, not weaker than Tony Stark, and the steel armor he built with his own hands definitely surpasses the Mark I that Tony Stark built from scraps in the cave in terms of technology. It has reference value. In line with the principle that thieves never leave empty space, Chuang really wanted to take this pair of steel armor away. But the problem was that it was difficult for him to remove such a huge steel armor by himself. If only someone would come and help him move out together. Boom! At this moment, the door of the laboratory was kicked open suddenly. A nimble figure broke in, holding a gun towards the interior of the laboratory, glanced at Lu Chuang and the unconscious Ivan Wank, and then pointed the gun at Lu Chuang, who was still standing there. Researcher, tell me what happened here. Since Lu Chuang is working in Hammer Industries these days, he usually wears the uniform white coat of a scientific researcher. Natasha Romanoff saw Lu Chuang's attire and mistakenly thought he was an ordinary scientific researcher of Hammer Industry. As for Ivan Vank, who was unconscious on the ground, Natasha Romanoff has already recognized the other party's identity, and it is the man behind the scenes who controlled the Steel Soldiers to attack Tony Stark and cause massive chaos at the Stark Expo. Lu Chuang inadvertently put away the USB flash drive, raised his hands obediently, and said, "This Russian fell down and passed out by himself. It has nothing to do with me." Natasha Romanoff approached and glanced down at Ivan Vank, only to find an obvious footprint on the other's back. Obviously, this footprint cannot be printed by Ivan Vank himself. Has a problem. Natasha Romanoff's pupils contracted suddenly, realizing something was wrong, and she was about to act. However, Lu Chuang in front of him suddenly rioted, raised his hand to hold the barrel of the gun, and pressed down hard. Boom! The bullet hit the ground directly. The pistol was controlled. Natasha Romanoff made a decisive decision, and the other hand grabbed Lu Chuang's arm holding the gun. In an instant, Natasha Romanoff used this arm as a support point and jumped up lightly. The two long legs clamped Lu Chuang's neck, and her waist twisted forcefully according to the inertia, trying to use Newton's law to throw Lu Chuang to the ground. As a result, Lu Chuang stood upright on the spot, and Natasha Romanoff failed to turn around in the first attempt. Natasha Romanoff didn't give up. She swung her body vertically in midair, and with greater inertia, she was bound to throw Lu Chuang over. But Lu Chuang still stood up, his legs firmly planted in place. Lu Chuang looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was clamping his neck and kept shaking from side to side like a pendulum clock. Two tight hunks of flesh were shaking in front of his eyes, and he said angrily, "Damn it, it's a beauty trap." Almost it didn't stop. Natasha Romanoff, where are you looking? You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. The poses of the two of them at the moment are quite weird, and they definitely can't be shown on TV. As a top agent, Natasha Romanoff is naturally not the kind of girl who would blush. Seeing that the lock technique failed, she instantly locked on the vital point less than 50 centimeters away and raised her hand to give Lu Chuang a deadly blow. But Lu Chuang's movement was faster. He directly opened Natasha Romanoff's two long legs, grabbed his ankle, and threw it towards the wall. Natasha Romanoff didn't even have time to make a defensive move, and the whole body hit the wall, adjusted his posture in midair, and looked at Lu Chuang with vigilance. This guy's no ordinary person. Natasha Romanoff could feel the powerful force coming from Lu Chuang's arm, and it was definitely not something she could resist. She immediately gave up the idea of close combat and raised her arms to aim at Lu Chuang in front of her. However, nothing happened. This familiar déjà vu. Natasha Romanoff watched Lu Chuang turn the high-tech bracelet with his index finger up and fell silent for a while. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's reaction, Lu Chuang knew that the other party had recognized him and said cheerfully, "Romanoff agent, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Yeah, what a coincidence. Natasha Romanoff silently put away her fighting posture, pushed her red hair behind her ears, and transformed from a warrior into a charming woman in an instant. I haven't introduced you last time. I am Natasha Romanoff from S.H.I.E.L.D. Pausing for 2 seconds, realizing that Lu Chuang didn't take a routine, Natasha Romanoff continued calmly. "I didn't expect you to take off your mask. Is this your real face?" Lu Chuang touched his plain face. "Definitely." Natasha Romanoff stared at Lu Chuang's face, suddenly remembered something. She looked at the unconscious Ivan Wank, then looked at Lu Chuang again, and said in surprise, "So you are the Asian who attacked Tony Stark that day. It seems that Justin Hammer also concealed your information." On the day of the Monaco race, Natasha Romanoff also came to the scene as Tony Stark's new assistant, and also witnessed the scene where Lu Chuang and Ivan Wank attacked Tony Stark, so she remembered Lu Chuang's disguised face. It's just that Natasha Romanoff didn't expect that another attacker turned out to be Lu Chuang in front of him. According to information learned by Natasha Romanoff, Lu Chuang has appeared twice in SHILD's report. In the most recent report, that is, the time when Natasha Romanoff met Lu Chuang had a very profound influence on Natasha Romanoff, whether it is the combat ability or the super high camouflage skills behind it. It is definitely not an ordinary organization, can be cultivated. However, Lu Chuang's whereabouts are too difficult to control, and his purpose is not very strong every time. So SHILD has no way to start investigating Lu Chuang. And until now, there is still very little information about Lu Chuang. Even if Lu Chuang is now showing his so-called true face, Natasha Romanoff still remains skeptical. Maybe this face is also a disguise of the other party, just like the program where Lu Chuang pretended to be her before. Romanoff agent, you should understand a truth. Sometimes knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Lu Chuang looked at Natasha Romanoff, to be precise, the part below her head. Natasha Romanoff was keenly aware of this. Not only didn't cover it, but straightened up, making her curves more prominent. She showed a charming smile towards Lu Chuang. Sorry, I don't have any malice. Lu Chuang nodded. Well, I believe you have no malicious intentions. Natasha Romanoff was overjoyed, and her smile became more charming. But I have. Lu Chuang looked at Natasha Romanoff with a stiff face and showed a kind smile. It's a pity that such a good-looking figure doesn't need to be used to carry bricks. Come, give me a hand, and let's transport this big guy out together. Following Lu Chuang's gaze, Natasha Romanoff found the steel armor in the laboratory and frowned. Is this Ivan Vank's new work? Although Natasha Romanoff does not know the process, it is not difficult to judge from the steel soldier that this pair of steel armor should also be made by Ivan Vank, and it is likely to be a new weapon used to deal with Tony Stark. The previous Monaco incident is enough to show that Ivan Vank has this technology level. No, it's my work, it's just that I forgot how to use it. Lu Chuang firmly denied. So you attacked Ivan Vank? No, he fell by himself. Natasha Romanoff instantly understood that this guy had attacked Ivan Vank and wanted to take away his steel armor. To be honest, Natasha Romanoff is a little confused about what Lu Chuang's standpoint is. He said that Lu Chuang is a good person, but the things he did have nothing to do with a good person. He said that Lu Chuang is a bad person, and he did not kill himself, and also defeated Ivan Vank, the culprit. Natasha Romanoff thought for a while, and said, I can help you, but I have a condition. Let me restart Colonel Rhodes' steel armor, and now he is being controlled to fight Tony Stark. Natasha Romanoff knew that she didn't stop Lu Chuang from taking away the steel armor's ability. So instead of getting entangled with Lu Chuang, it's better to cooperate with his actions and rescue Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes as soon as possible. Asking for flowers, 0. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Lu Chuang took a step back and let Natasha Romanoff walk to the console, while he stood behind and observed. Natasha Romanoff tapped the keyboard quickly, and soon found the operation panel of the steel armor, but the computers in the laboratory were all equipped with software from Hammer Industries, so the computer screen displayed the need to enter the access code. Natasha Romanoff ignored it, and with her operation, easily cracked this fragile firewall. Proudly produced by Hammer Industries. In less than half a minute, Natasha Romanoff successfully restarted Colonel Rhodes' steel armor and remotely contacted Tony Stark through the computer network, and Tony Stark's big head appeared on the screen instantly. 0. Thanks, Agent Romanoff. If you weren't an agent, I think you'd be a great assistant. Natasha Romanoff said helplessly. Mr. Stark, I think the person you thank should not be me, but another person. Oh, who is it? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Chuang, and Lu Chuang was not shy and moved his face to the screen. It's me, Morning Whip. Tony Stark had a toothache. How could it be this guy? Natasha Romanoff explained. Justin Hammer has said everything. The person who controls the Iron Soldiers is indeed Ivan Wank, but before I came, this Mr. Songbien had already defeated Ivan Wank. Natasha Romanoff did not disclose that Ivan Wank created the steel armor. After all, Lu Chuang wanted to take away the steel armor. She was not sure whether Lu Chuang would like to disclose the news. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Tony Stark was surprised. "What's the situation? Aren't they in the same group?" Lu Chuang explained this personally. "We just broke up. I like to eat sweet tofu now, but he likes to eat salty tofu now. For this kind of heresy, I directly kicked him out of our dry Tony Stark team." Tony Stark's eyes widened. "So casually? Also, which be ****D came up with the name of this damn team. Romanoff agent." Tony Stark wanted to confirm with Natasha Romanoff. What he said should be true. Natasha Romanoff glanced at the footprints behind Ivan Wank, and it was indeed kicked out, the physical one. After being confirmed by Natasha Romanoff, there was no response from Tony Stark. After a while, I heard Tony Stark read slowly. "Wade, the new project leader of Hammer Advanced Industries. The project content is mainly to develop a universal potion, a magical potion that can remove harmful toxins and cure diseases. There have been records in the past 2 successful cases, respectively controlling the condition of 2 critically ill patients." Wade is a pseudonym used by Lu Chuang, and it doesn't matter who the inspiration comes from. Apparently, Tony Stark has already investigated the relevant information about Lu Chuang and Hammer Industries, and even found out about the elixir. Lu Chuang was not surprised that Tony Stark could investigate so many things. After all, Tony Stark has the most advanced artificial intelligence, JRVS. It is not difficult to enter the database of June 13th and invade Hammer Industries. What's more, isn't the firewall of Hammer Industry, just like a public toilet, is it convenient for anyone to come in? After reading the information that was investigated, Tony Stark said with a strange expression, "Are you sure you're not joking? Someone can really develop this panacea?" Tony Stark finds it absurd, because the description of the panacea is too exaggerated. It removes all toxins that are harmful to the human body, and it will take effect immediately after drinking it. As far as he knows, no biotechnology company can develop such a drug. Lu Chuang nodded. "You didn't see that with my wisdom and hard work, I have successfully developed this universal potion that can remove all toxins." Hearing this, Tony Stark couldn't believe it even more. This guy didn't look like a professional researcher no matter what. Suddenly, Tony Stark seemed to think of something and stared at Lu Chuang through the screen. "The symptoms of palladium poisoning in my body suddenly disappeared before. Could it be related to you?" After the Monaco incident, Tony Stark checked his blood palladium content, and Tony Stark was surprised to find that all the toxicity in his blood disappeared strangely. Afterwards, Tony Stark checked his body many times, but unfortunately he still couldn't check the real reason why the symptoms of palladium poisoning disappeared. However, Tony Stark's body had completely recovered, and he didn't need to continue drinking chlorophyll to relieve the symptoms of palladium poisoning, which gave him enough time to create a new element to replace palladium as the energy supply for the steel armor. This incident can be said to have pulled Tony Stark back just before he was about to fall into the abyss. But now, the appearance of the elixir made Tony Stark wonder whether this matter had anything to do with Lu Chuang. "Yes, at that time I used a special massage method to inject the panacea directly into your body to remove the palladium element in your body," Lu Chuang readily admitted. "Are you massaging? It's obviously hitting my face with your fist." The corner of Tony Stark's mouth twitched. "Isn't this kind of thing drinkable?" Lu Chuang said solemnly. "Believe me, the effect of massage is better. I developed the panacea. No one knows panacea better than me, so I have to thank you. It's too vulgar to say thank you. Give me a kowtow." Seeing that Lu Chuang admitted, Tony Stark couldn't figure out the real purpose of this guy for a while. If he was his enemy, Lu Chuang didn't want to put him to death like Ivan Wank did, but instead save his life. So much so that Tony Stark doesn't know what position he should use to treat Lu Chuang now. However, Tony Stark was still Tony Stark after all, and he soon came to his senses. He said in a frivolous tone, "I'm very interested in your panacea. Why don't you leave Hammer Industries and work in my group? I can give you whatever conditions that annoying guy Justin Hammer offers you." I will give you double the salary directly. Even through the screen, Lu Chuang could feel Tony Stark's aura of a local tyrant blowing toward his face, and he almost had the words, "not short of money," written on his face. I refused. It is impossible to work part-time. Now that Lu Chuang has collected all the materials, Stark Industry has nothing to attract him, so he has no interest in working as a wage earner with Tony Stark. Well, you miss an opportunity. Seeing Lu Chuang's refusal, Tony Stark didn't go any further. Persuading others is not his style. If this is the case, will you sell your elixir? Selling panaceas? Lu Chuang raised his brows. To be honest, he really didn't think about it. In line with being rich and not being AB asterisk 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 D, Lu Chuang asked, "How much do you want to buy?" I want to ask, how long is your prescription potion valid for? It's really hard for Lu Chuang to say, and he doesn't have time to test this question. At present, my panacea is still in the testing stage, and the longest validity period is uncertain, but it should last for about half a month. Tony Stark originally wanted to buy 100 elixir, but when he heard Lu Chuang's unreliable words, he immediately changed his mind and said, "Then give me 10 bottles of elixir first." I read the preliminary price estimate of Hammer Industries. Each bottle costs 200,000 US dollars, right? Adding up, I will pay you 2 million US dollars directly. Lu Chuang was slightly taken aback. He really didn't know about this. After all, he is just a wage earner who goes to work to catch fish. So he doesn't care about Hammer's plan, let alone Hammer Industry has done a market research and temporarily priced the universal medicine at 200,000 US dollars. Lu Chuang has no hesitation. "Okay, you give me a contact method, and I will contact you when the time comes, and I will pay the money and deliver the goods." Soon, a number and address popped up on the screen. Tony Stark 0.1 said, "You can choose to send it directly to this place." After the two reached a deal, Tony Stark didn't say a few words and hung up in a hurry. Although Colonel Rhodes' war machine had been released from control, there were still some remaining steel soldiers on his side that needed to be dealt with. There's nothing Natasha Romanoff can do about it. The attack commands of these Iron Soldiers have been locked. Unlike War Machine, which only needs to restart the system to restore the factory settings, Tony Stark can only slowly solve it by himself. After memorizing the number and address, Lu Chuang urged Natasha Romanoff, "Don't look, hurry up and help." Natasha Romanoff touched her ears subconsciously and found that the communicator had long since disappeared and sighed helplessly. "Fine." Hammer Industrial Zone, Munitions Factory. With the help of Natasha Romanoff, Lu Chuang took the entire steel armor away, secretly transported it to the location of the truck with a cart, and then stuffed the steel armor into the compartment of the truck. Fortunately, the size of the steel armor is not as huge as the Iron Overlord armor. At most, it is only a circle larger than Tony Stark's steel armor. Otherwise, Lu Chuang would have a headache how to take it away. Natasha Romanoff noticed that the car was full of materials, but she didn't say anything. This kind of thing is not up to them shield. Compared with this, she is more concerned about another thing now. Natasha Romanoff turned to look at Lu Chuang. "Mr. Wade, may I ask, do you still have that panacea?" She heard the complete conversation between Lu Chuang and Tony Stark just now, so she naturally knew the existence of the panacea. Lu Chuang glanced at Natasha Romanoff, somewhat understanding what she meant. "You want to buy it too?" "It's not me, it's S.H.I.E.L.D." Natasha smiled and said, "If according to what you said, the panacea can remove all toxins in the body, maybe we can also try to cooperate. Working with S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Hearing this sentence, Lu Chuang lost interest in an instant, and now he doesn't want to have any contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. So he said perfunctorily, "Let's talk about this kind of thing later, definitely next time." After speaking, Lu Chuang sat in the driver's seat of the truck and waved to Natasha Romanoff through the window. "Romanoff agent Ivan Vank will leave it to you. That's all, goodbye." Looking at the shadow of the truck leaving, Natasha Romanoff shook her head slightly, turned around, and returned to Ivan Vank's laboratory. Without equipment, she needed other communication equipment to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. "Where did you bring these things?" Lorna stood in the car curry, looking at the batch of materials brought back by Lu Chuang, as well as the pair of wild steel armor, with a slightly dull expression. At the moment, Lu Chuang has returned to his original appearance and said cheerfully, I borrowed it from a kind person. It doesn't cost any money, and it just saved me a lot of money. Lorna looked in disbelief. How could a kind person borrow such a thing? On the other hand, little Peter touched the steel armor excitedly and kept saying, cool, it's so cool. Different from the broken and crude Mark I steel armor. The steel armor in front of me is the latest work created by Ivan Vank. It is a complete version of the super battle suit. Does this steel armor have a name? Little Peter asked excitedly. Definitely, it's called the whip armor. Lu Chuang claimed to be Songbien, but now this pair of steel armor belongs to him. There is nothing wrong with calling it Songbien armor. Morning whip armor, I like the name. Peter's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, Can I go in and have a seat? Not yet. Lu Chuang grabbed Peter, who was about to climb on top of the whip armor, and said to Lorna, Do me a favor. This steel armor contains a remote-controlled bomb, and you need to take it off with your ability. Why would you bring such a dangerous thing into your home? Lorna complained, but a dazzling green light appeared on both hands, and the seemingly thick morning whip armor was dismantled instantly, and countless parts were floating in midair. The scene was extremely cool. Soon, a remote control bomb emerged from the whip armor, wrapped in green light and sent to the table, and then all the parts returned to their original positions one by one, and the whip armor returned to its original appearance in less than 5 seconds. With such proficient techniques, it is obvious that Lorna did not do less similar things during the absence of Lu Chuang. As little Peter's assistant, her daily job is to disassemble or assemble steel armor. I don't know how many times it has been dismantled by her. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuang sighed secretly that he was right to keep Lorna. Where can I find such a good tool? Lu Chuang patted Lorna on the shoulder. I will give you double salary, starting tomorrow. Work hard. The company will not treat you badly. Upon hearing the salary increase, Lorna was overjoyed at first, but quickly reacted, Isn't it true that I have a salary? Isn't double zero still zero? Lorna was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Oh no, she shouldn't have such a thing. Although Lorna's body proportions are good, and she still has everything with long legs, but the only shortcoming is that she is a little brother. Lu Chuang didn't notice Lorna's expression. He was a super high school spy, and he disarmed the remote control bomb in 2 or 3 clicks, avoiding the risk of the remote control bomb's sudden explosion. The problem of the technical personnel has been solved. The problem of the super battlesuit design drawings has also been solved, and even the materials for making the super battlesuit are ready. Lu Chuang scanned the entire garage, quite satisfied in his heart, and said in high spirits, Everything is ready. I only owe Dongfeng, and now I just need to make a brand new super battlesuit. Shoot Toe Stark under your feet. Stomp Tony Stark underfoot. Little Peter cheered cooperatively. After shouting, the two looked at Lorna at the same time. Lorna, seeing Lorna's appearance of preferring death to surrender 480, Lu Chuang curled his lips in boredom, and then inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. Little Peter, this is the design drawing of the morning whip armor. Let's read it together with the Iron King armor. Hearing this, little Peter immediately ran to the computer, staring at the screen. My God, this blueprint is even more perfect than the blueprint of the Iron King's armor. Definitely, the author of this blueprint is a physics genius not weaker than Tony Stark. Lu Chuang said definitely. To put it bluntly, the Iron King armor is a low-end version of Mark I. All the technology is copied from Mark I. It is not as good as the original Mark I. The morning whip armor is made by Ivan Vank himself. The steel armor that comes out is not weaker than Tony Stark's Mark Series steel armor. How could the Iron Overlord armor, which is a plagiarized product, be comparable to Ivan Vank's whip armor? The little Peter looked at the design drawings of the morning whip armor, and then opened the design drawings of the Iron King armor. He was a little confused, but now there are 2 design drawings. Which direction should I go to make the super battlesuit? Children do multiple choice questions. Lu Chuang stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched his fist in midair. As an adult, I want it all. According to the unlocking conditions of Super High School Inventor, Lu Chuang not only needs to make a high-tech battlesuit by himself, but also needs to use the high-tech battlesuit to defeat Tony Stark's steel battlesuit. Both the Iron King armor and the Whip armor have their advantages and disadvantages, and Lu Chuang's idea is to combine the advantages of the two pairs of steel armor to create a new and more powerful super battlesuit. For Lu Chuang, the combat effectiveness of a super battlesuit is naturally as strong as possible, so that it is possible to defeat Tony Stark. Definitely, the idea still had to be realized by little Peter. Glancing at the energetic little Peter, Lu Chuang nodded in satisfaction. Now all he has to do is to wait patiently. And when little Peter successfully makes a super battlesuit, he can put it on himself directly. Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Advanced Industries, has been arrested by the New York Police Department on multiple counts related to the attack on Stark Expo and will be tried in public court 1 month later. Today, Tony Stark and Colonel Roddy were publicly honored in Washington, and Senator Stern awarded the medal. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Chuang stood in the lobby watching the news on the TV, holding 2 huge amounts of dumbbells in his hands. Because he was wearing short sleeves, Lu Chuang's arms were exposed. Although there were no exaggerated large muscle groups, the muscle lines were very smooth, and it could be seen that Lu Chuang's figure was very good. Putting the dumbbells on the ground, Lu Chuang stretched out his arms, feeling the inexhaustible strength and physical strength all over his body, and then opened the character panel of the game system. Player, Lu Chuang. S*X male. Age, 18 years old. Talent, super high school level stuntman, super high school level sharpshooter, super high school level priest, super high school level thief, super high school level spy. Before he knew it, Lu Chuang already possessed different super high school level talents. With the continuous unlocking of new super high school level talents, Lu Chuang can feel that his body is gradually changing. For example, after Lu Chuang just unlocked super high school level thief, his finger dexterity improved a lot so that he could easily steal Natasha Romanoff's equipment without being discovered by the other party. However, this is not what Lu Chuang cares more about. When Lu Chuang unlocked super high school level spy, he was surprised to find that his finger dexterity started to improve again. Among other things, Lu Chuang's typing speed has soared to tens of thousands of words an hour. If he rewrites the novel now, the speed of this code word can definitely maintain 20 shifts a day, and there is no need to worry about being sent a blade by the reader. It's just to compare with super high school level thief. Super high school level spy does not improve finger dexterity so much, and the enhancement of super high school level spy is more inclined to improve overall physical fitness. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Chuang's physical fitness is not weaker than those special soldiers who have received long-term training. And this is without Lu Chuang turning on bullet time. If the bullet time is turned on, Lu Chuang is confident that he can draw with the United States with his buttocks. That is, the Captain America whose body is at the peak of human beings. As for defeating or crushing Captain America, Lu Chuang dare not boast about it. After all, the legend of the 50-50 team leader has been spread for a long time. Even Thanos can force 50-50. This ability is not comparable to Lu Chuang now. Obviously, the changes in Lu Chuang's body today are the benefits of those super high school level talents. A super high school level talent not only possesses the top technical ability, but also has the most suitable physical ability for this talent, just like the technical flow and physical flow of basketball. If the two abilities reach the extreme at the same time, then there is no doubt that this person absolutely the pinnacle of existence in a basketball world. However, the most frightening thing is that this enhancement effect can be superimposed. This means that as long as Lu Chuang unlocks new super high school level talents, his physical fitness can continue to improve. Perhaps the increase of some super high school level talents is not obvious, but Lu Chuang believes that as long as he unlocks enough super high school level talents, his physical fitness will definitely reach an unprecedented height by then. It's a pity that triggering the achievement task still depends on the face, and it's not something he can do if he wants to. After the strength test was over, Lu Chuang lay back on the sofa, drinking the Happy Fat House water happily. At this time, the TV screen cut to the screen of the public award. Tony Stark and his good friend Rhodes were accepting the award from Senator Stern. Senator Stern, who had been ridiculed by Tony Stark, looked as if he was eating shit. Obviously, he did not volunteer to be this honoree. Looking at Tony Stark on the TV screen, Chuang suddenly remembered that there was still one thing he hadn't done. 10880 Malibu Beach, CA. In a lab, Wani Stark is transforming the War Machine. After the Stark Expo, his friend Colonel Rhodes has returned the War Machine. Due to the conflict between Tony Stark and the Ministry of Defense, Colonel Rhodes tried to coordinate the two parties. For the sake of friends, Tony Stark finally agreed to continue leasing the War Machine armor to the military. Definitely, this pair of steel armor can only be used by Colonel Rhodes. It's to stop playing Tony Stark's iron armor idea. Once the deal was struck, Tony Stark set about reworking the War Machine. The voice of Pepper Potts came from the screen in front of him. Tony, the government has approved the construction of the Stark building. When are you going to announce the cooperation plan between Stark Industries and New York City? I don't need this kind of thing. Isn't your handover work unfinished? So now you're still the CEO of Stark Industries, and this press conference is definitely done by you, said Tony Stark perfunctorily. What? It's such a happy decision. I still have things to do. Goodbye. After Tony finished speaking, he hung up the phone. As a workaholic, he never liked being interrupted at work. At this moment, JRVS electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded. Sir, there's an undisclosed number calling. Do you need to connect? Tony Stark frowned. His number is private, and not many people should know this number. Come on. As soon as the phone was connected, I heard Chuang's voice. Is this Teacher Tony? Hearing this familiar tune, Tony Stark instantly recognized Chuang's identity. Why are you this guy? Chuang said, didn't you want to buy the panacea? I brought it here, right at your door. I'm not free today. Come back another day. Tony Stark said without hesitation. He didn't want to be disturbed by anything. Okay. Now, let alone Chuang, an annoying guy. Anyway, the other party wasn't Potts, and Tony Stark didn't even bother to find an excuse, so he just opened his mouth and wanted to drive him away. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then hung up. Tony Stark ignored it, but JRVS had something to say. JRVS, I don't want anyone to disturb me today, not even if the president is here. Mute, Tony Stark shouted impatiently, and JRVS fell silent for an instant. Without the interruption of JRVS, I can finally live with Kid King. Boom! Tony Stark was about to continue transforming the War Machine when he heard a knock on the door behind him. Under Tony Stark's dull gaze, Chuang pushed open the door of the laboratory, walked into the laboratory swaggeringly, and asked Tony Stark, well, I just want to ask, when is the next day? Tony Stark, how the hell did you get in here? Seeing Chuang standing in front of him, Tony Stark couldn't help shouting. At the moment, Chuang has already used the disguise technique. He looks ordinary, with a backpack on his back. He drank the happy fat house water in his hand and said, look at your question. You definitely came in through the gate. Tony Stark frowned tightly, very puzzled in his heart. You know, his house is fully supervised by JRVS. Even if you know the password of the door, you can't get in without the access authority. Especially for a stranger like Chuang whose background is unknown, JRVS is absolutely impossible to let Chuang enter the house. Chuang directly destroyed the door and forced his way in. Tony Stark looked at the open door of the laboratory. The lock didn't show any signs of damage. Obviously, the other party didn't force their way in. JRVS. Tony Stark called JRVS. The artificial intelligence JRVS came back online and explained, Sir, this unregistered visitor has cracked the password, and I cannot use the permission modification program in the background for unknown reasons. At the moment Chuang entered the door, JRVS originally wanted to remind Tony Stark, but Tony Stark made it shut down the microphone directly, so that Tony Stark didn't even know that Chuang had entered the room. Hearing 760 words, Tony Stark's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Even JRVS can't modify in the background, so it's possible that Chuang and him are the only ones who have entered the technology. Chuang didn't know Tony Stark thought so much. Listening to the magnetic voice of JRVS, Chuang couldn't help asking curiously, JRVS, Are you male? I have no gender. This voice is my initial setting. JRVS replied. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. That's good. Give me the whole UGS voice. JRVS. Sorry, you don't have this permission. What a pity. Lu Chuang shook his head. To be honest, he really wants to see if JRVS's voice is changed to a female, and when JRVS becomes Vision in the future, will Vision change gender according to the voice, for example, become a sexy Yuja robot? It's exciting to think about it. Definitely, it is also possible to become a straight steel man full of royal sister voice. Seeing that Lu Chuang ignored him, Tony Stark said annoyedly, Hey, this is my home. You came in without my permission. This is BGC trespassing. Lu Chuang broke into his home, but Tony Stark didn't choose to do it. After so many contacts, he could feel that Lu Chuang didn't intend to hurt him. Definitely, the most important point is that he is not wearing steel armor now, and his combat effectiveness may not be as good as that of Ivan Vank, the Russian Ross. If he really does it, he will definitely suffer. Don't pay attention to this little detail. Lu Chuang took out his backpack, opened the zipper, and said, Here is the panacea you want, 10 bottles in total. Tony Stark glanced inside the backpack that Lu Chuang had brought. This is the panacea you mentioned. Tony Stark took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, which contained translucent water, and asked with some doubts, Why do I feel that this is an ordinary bottle of water? Lu Chuang affirmed, This is the panacea. Don't be fooled by its appearance. If you don't believe me, you can try it. You don't need to tell me. I will do it too. Tony Stark placed the mineral water bottle on a sophisticated instrument, and then a flash of red light quickly scanned the bottle of mineral water, only listening to the report of JRVS after testing. It is basically consistent with the mineral water on the market, and no other ingredients have been detected. Isn't this still mineral water? The corners of Tony Stark's mouth twitched. Seeing that JRVS did not detect any special ingredients, he simply picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it. It may be because he was just thirsty, and Tony Stark quickly drank the bottle of mineral water. At this moment, Tony Stark suddenly felt that his body was a lot lighter. His body, which was slightly exhausted from high-intensity work, seemed to be rejuvenated at this moment, full of energy. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. Oh, Lu Chuang proudly said, How is it? Do you feel it? After all, Tony Stark is also a well-informed person, so he quickly regained his composure. Well, I admit that this panacea does have some effect besides the ones in your backpack. How much do you have in stock? As long as there is enough mana, the inventory is definitely as much as you want. Lu Chuang pretended to think about it. There are probably a few hundred bottles left. Okay, give me another 100 bottles. Tony Stark said without hesitation. After personally experiencing the effects of the Universal Potion, he is so smart that he naturally knows the importance of this kind of Universal Potion. Among other things, the effect of eliminating fatigue alone is worth buying in large quantities. To Tony Stark, this amount of money is nothing. Lu Chuang looked at Tony Stark, who was nearly 100 million people, and said cheerfully, It's easy to say. It may take some time to prepare 100 bottles of universal medicine. By the way, I have different flavors of universal medicine here. Are you interested? Taste. Tony Stark was stunned. The elixir still has a taste. Is it so fancy? After reaching a new agreement with Tony Stark, Lu Chuang threw the remaining 9 bottles of Panacea together with the backpack to Tony Stark, and Tony Stark ordered JRVS to deposit the money into the account provided by Lu Chuang. In addition to the $2 million for this transaction, there is also a deposit of 100 bottles of elixir, a total of $7 million. After the transaction was over, Lu Chuang glanced at the war machine armor in front of him, with an eager expression on his face. No way. Since the achievement task of the super high school inventor was triggered, Lu Chuang has now developed the habit of collecting steel armor. Seeing such a pair of powerful steel armor in front of him, especially if it was built by Tony Stark himself, Lu Chuang instinctively made up his mind. However, Lu Chuang thought that this was Tony Stark's territory, so he finally dismissed the idea in his mind. Lu Chuang turned his head with some regret. Before leaving, he said to Tony Stark. "Teacher Tony, are you interested in joining my explosive Tony Stark team? It's a pity that your talent can't come to help me." Tony Stark's face is black. "You mean me to F***?" Not surprisingly, Tony Stark rejected Lu Chuang's invitation and told Lu Chuang to quickly disband this damn team. Dissolution is definitely not possible. Lu Chuang ignored Tony Stark's advice and left the luxurious villa. A few minutes later, Lu Chuang found his motorcycle on the side of the road. After walking a few steps, Lu Chuang saw a middle-aged man standing beside his motorcycle. Seeing Lu Chuang's arrival, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Mr. Wade, this should be the third time we have met." When Lu Chuang saw that the other party turned out to be Phil Coulson, he was immediately delighted. "It's you, Agent Phil Coulson. Long time no see. Your hairline seems to be getting higher." Speaking of this, Phil Coulson can't help feeling a little resentful. Lu Chuang is to blame for his rising hairline. Every time Lu Chuang knocks him out, there are a lot of things to deal with when he wakes up. Phil Coulson's workload has increased several times, so that recently his hair has started to fall out again. Every day Phil Coulson gets up to watch when it comes to the pillow, there's a burst of sorrow. "So, you have something to do with me?" Lu Chuang asked. He knew that Phil Coulson couldn't be here by chance. It is estimated that SHIELD had been secretly monitoring this area, and he was exposed to their sight. Phil Coulson coughed lightly. The agent's good qualities made him put a gentle smile on his face again. "Mr. Wade, this time I bring our gratitude and sincerity. Some time ago, you stopped Ivan Vank's conspiracy, saved the lives and property of many people, and arrested Ivan Vank, so that criminals will be punished according to the law. Thank you very much for your help." Ivan Vank returned to the Monaco prison. Lu Chuang asked curiously, "You don't have to worry about this. We have already sent the criminal to where he should go." Phil Coulson didn't elaborate, but Lu Chuang also guessed it. SHIELD will definitely not let a high-tech talent like Ivan Vank leave America. There are only two endings waiting for Ivan Vank, either to be incorporated into SHIELD or to be imprisoned in a special prison. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Lu Chuang. "What do you mean, sincerity?" Phil Coulson smiled. "I heard there's a deal between you and Tony Stark, right?" Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Lu Chuang showed vigilance. "USHIELD should not be responsible for tax collection. You misunderstood. I am interested in what you traded, the universal potion that can remove all toxins," explains Phil Coulson. Lu Chuang understood that Phil Coulson obviously knew about the elixir from Natasha Romanoff and came here for the elixir. Before Lu Chuang could speak, Phil Coulson suddenly said, "Our SHIELD intends to purchase a batch of panacea, about 200 bottles. 200 bottles of universal medicine. That is 40 million USD. Such a huge amount made Lu Chuang swallow the words that were on the verge of refusing. "You sure?" "Yes." Phil Coulson nodded. "As long as our test is correct, we can conduct transactions immediately. If possible, we can also try long-term cooperation. Definitely, the transaction amount does not need to be reviewed by the Tax Bureau." Phil Coulson added at the end, "No matter how strong the Tax Bureau is, can they still check their SHIELD accounts?" It has to be said that Lu Chuang was really moved when he heard these words. Although Tony Stark directly bought 100 bottles of Universal Potion, no matter what, Tony Stark was alone, and it would take at least 3 months to consume one bottle every day. But SHIELD is different. With so many agents up and down, the demand must far exceed Tony Stark. It is definitely a good choice as a partner. However, there are downsides to working with S.H.I.E.L.D. As we all know, the full name of SHIELD is Guokai Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency and Hydra. As early as I don't know how many years ago, SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra's spies into a sieve, down SHIELD's sweeping ant, up to the former director of SHIELD and a member of the World Security Council. All of them are Hydra people. In the end, it was unclear whether the Hydra spies were infiltrated in SHIELD, or the SHIELD spies were infiltrated in the Snake and Shield Bureau. Asking for flowers. Lu Chuang's cooperation with SHIELD is basically equivalent to cooperation with HYDRA. But rich don't earn bastards. It doesn't matter if he's SHIELD or Snake and Shield. The boss is the one who pays. After a few seconds of thinking, Chuang said decisively, "Cooperation is fine, but you want a little too much, and my inventory may not be enough, so I need a little time to prepare. And, Tony Stark is more than you earlier. As a businessman with integrity, I had to complete his order before I could make your order." "No problem." Phil Coulson asked, "May I ask how much Tony Stark ordered?" Chuang didn't think it was an important issue and said honestly, "Not much, just 100 bottles." Hearing this, Phil Coulson's eyes changed imperceptibly. Some time ago, they actually found out that Tony Stark's blood contained an unprecedented palladium radioactive isotope, which reacted with some compounds and formed chemical bonds. His circulatory system completely collapsed. Simply put, it is an incurable disease, at least until Tony Stark develops new elements. There is no way to cure Tony Stark's palladium poisoning. However, Tony Stark recovered, and all the palladium in his body suddenly disappeared. They were also puzzled by this question, but after Natasha Romanoff came back to report a few days ago, they learned that the reason for Tony Stark's recovery turned out to be the 10 universal potions. And now Tony Stark's order can basically prove the authenticity of this panacea. After all, with Tony Stark's intelligence, it's basically impossible to deceive him. At this time, Chuang took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from a motorcycle, skillfully injected mana into it, and handed it to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson looked at the mineral water bottle in his hand. "Mr. Wade, I'm not thirsty." "I didn't say you were thirsty. This is the panacea." Tony Stark said it was good after drinking it. Phil Coulson. Tony Stark must have been scammed. SHIELD headquarters, Tri-Curve Wing Building. Phil Coulson walked into the director's office with a document and found Nick Fury sitting at his desk, staring at the map on the wall silently, as if thinking about some important issue. In this regard, Phil Coulson said that he has long been used to it, and he can often see such pictures. If you want to say that SHIELD and Nick Fury have been in contact with the agent for the longest time, he can definitely be at the top. Before Nick Fury became S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Phil Coulson knew Nick Fury, and then Nick Fury became S.H.I.E.L.D. director. He promoted him to become a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was also from the moment Nick Fury became director, Phil Coulson often saw Nick Fury looking at this map posted on the wall of the office. Phil Coulson came to the desk of 957 in the office when Nick Fury also noticed Phil Coulson's arrival and turned his gaze from the map to Phil Coulson. "Sir, here are the relevant data and test results of the panacea." Nick Fury took the file from Phil Coulson and looked down at it. While Nick Fury was viewing the report, Phil Coulson continued. "According to the observation records of patient number 1, after taking a certain amount of panacea, the toxins in the patient's body were significantly reduced, but this process was relatively slow. However, after the patient took the remaining panacea, all the toxins in the body quickly disappeared, and the damage in the body began to slowly repair. So far, no adverse reactions have been found, and further observation is needed." Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Is there any possibility of duplicating this panacea?" In fact, it was Nick Fury who arranged the trade between Phil Coulson and Chuang. After learning that Chuang possessed a miraculous elixir, Nick Fury began to pay attention to this matter and immediately ordered his right-hand man Phil Coulson to try to contact Chuang, and it would be best to get a sample of that elixir. Phil Coulson shook his head. "About this question, it may sound a bit unbelievable, but according to the test results, the composition of that bottle of elixir is basically the same as that of a bottle of mineral water." Hearing these words, Nick Fury couldn't help raising his head. "Are you sure?" "This is the final result of our researchers after many tests, and the possibility of error is very low." Phil Coulson said, "Even if we replicated the ingredients, it is very likely that we will only get a bottle of ordinary mineral water in the end, but it may be difficult to replicate the same effect." If he hadn't seen the effect of the panacea with his own eyes, Phil Coulson would have suspected that Chuang had fooled himself and sold himself a bottle of ordinary mineral water as the panacea. Nick Fury narrowed his one eye slightly. His years of working as an agent made him keenly aware of the weirdness. And then he asked, "Phil Coulson, have you come into contact with that Asian man? Did you find anything?" Phil Coulson said, "This person is very mysterious and very skilled. Even a Romanov agent is not an opponent. Although the other party has exposed a lot of information about himself, we have also verified this information later, and it is all unverifiable. False information, including that face. According to our system matching, the place where the Asian face first appeared was Monaco. Considering the other party's previous record of pretending to be a Romanov agent, I think the other party's face is probably also a disguise." Nick Fury stretched out his fingers and tapped the table. This was his habitual thinking action. After a long time, he said, "Do you think this person poses a threat?" Phil Coulson frowned and thought. At present, his main goal seems to be for the steel armor. The reason is unknown, but from the analysis of his behavior, I don't think he has, well, it should be said that he doesn't have much malice. Phil Coulson thought of Lu Chuang's bad taste, but he really couldn't say that the other party was completely harmless. After pondering for a moment, Nick Fury suddenly stopped his finger movements and said, "Since this is the case, you will be in charge of contacting him in the future and tell him that SHIELD is willing to trade with him and order 200 bottles of elixir, but fees need to be renegotiated. It is no exaggeration to say that the panacea can save a person's life at a critical moment, especially for agents who complete dangerous tasks. This panacea is undoubtedly their life. For this panacea, Nick Fury will not let go." Nick Fury said, "Tell that person that the price of a bottle of $200,000 is too expensive, and we can't afford such a large amount of money. If he wants to cooperate for a long time, he must show a little sincerity. You are still in charge of this aspect. Negotiate, try to lower the price to a suitable range. Remember, this is a secret mission and cannot be disclosed to anyone. Clear?" Phil Coulson sighed inwardly. He knew he was busy again. The two chatted a few more words, and Phil Coulson, who took over the new task, quickly left the office. Nick Fury did not relax, but immediately drew up a budget allocation agreement for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, SHIELD is not a self-produced department. All the funds of SHIELD are actually allocated through the World Security Council. The World Security Council has the right to supervise SHIELD and must also abide by the corresponding obligations. Every time there is a new project, Nick Fury has to draft an agreement and submit it to the World Security Council. Therefore, Nick Fury is very proficient in this work, and he drew up the budget appropriation agreement in a few clicks. As for the amount, naturally, the more you write, the better. It is not easy to allocate funds every time. Nick Fury will not let go of such a good opportunity. 5.0. Definitely, Nick Fury didn't want these funds into his own pocket. Just recently, he was short of funds to build a new safe house. As the director of SHIELD, he is always facing various dangers. Nick Fury's persecution paranoia can be said to be terminally ill. He always feels that someone is going to hurt him, and he hardly trusts anyone. Almost even doubt yourself. So Nick Fury built himself some safe houses, just in case. Nick Fury looked at the map on the wall again, his expression lost in thought. Where should the safe house be built this time? The area of this America map seems to be almost full. Do you want to start developing to the whole world? The breeze was blowing over the Queen's block, and the light that was not too harsh shone into the house through the glass windows. Lu Chuang, Guyu, was sitting on the sofa like paralyzed, feeling the warm sunshine, and said lazily to the phone, "Discount? Shall I break your leg?" "Mr. Wade, I hope that both of us can reach a long-term cooperation. If we follow the original price, we really can't afford so much money, and our cooperation may not be able to continue." On the other end of the line was Phil Coulson's voice. "Don't be ridiculous. Your majestic SHIELD is still short of money? Could it be that your SHIELD's funds have been corrupted by your director?" "Mr. Wade, our chief is not your wife's." Phil Coulson defended his director, then continued, "It's just that the price of the panacea is too expensive. Our current liquidity is not enough to buy in large quantities. If the price can be lowered a little, I think we will be your most stable customers. Well, what you said seems to make a little sense. Hearing that Lu Chuang seemed to be shaking, Phil Coulson immediately tried harder to persuade Lu Chuang. To put it simply, it's crying about being poor to Lu Chuang in the 13th film. For example, their SHIELD is so poor that the agents can't afford to eat, and even the boss Nick Fury has to go out to shoot naked loans to pay back the money. Although Phil Coulson's original words are not so, that's roughly what it means anyway. That is a tear-jerker, touching heart. Even Lu Chuang was a little touched when he heard it, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. In this world, there are people more shameless than Wade. For Phil Coulson's words, Lu Chuang didn't believe even a punctuation mark, but he didn't open his mouth to expose it, just listening to Phil Coulson's long speech like this. When Phil Coulson was talking dry, Lu Chuang sighed and said, "Well, you have successfully convinced me. Since everyone is so familiar, I will call you 999 10% off 0.17. Phil Coulson. I've said so much, and the result is worth such a small discount? What's even more exaggerated is that there are so many decimal places in the back, which makes me feel lonely." Thinking of Nick Fury's order, Phil Coulson felt ruthless in his heart, resisting the dryness of his throat, and was about to blurt out a million-word article. "Mr. Wade, okay, I'm afraid of you." Lu Chuang interrupted him, pretending to be helpless, and said, "Then I'll give you a 10% discount." Phil Coulson was a little speechless. "It's not much cheaper, Mr. Wade. You have to know that our plan is a long-term cooperation, and we may have more cooperation opportunities in the future. The price is still too high. How about a 50% discount? You want to fart? The lowest discount is 8.999%. Mr. Wade, if there is no price reduction like you, why don't you and I take a step back and get 30% off? 20% off, this is already the lowest price. If it is lower, I will lose money." Phil Coulson seems not satisfied. "Actually, I think we can discuss it again." Lu Chuang sneered. "Okay, I'll discuss it with you in person, but remember to make an appointment with your orthopedic doctor in advance." There was silence on the other end of the phone, and it was unclear whether Phil Coulson was thinking or was asking his immediate superior. After a while, Phil Coulson finally said, "We agreed. Let's use the price you said, which is converted into $160,000 per bottle of Universal Potion. According to our previous agreement, we plan to order 200 bottles of Universal Potion Pharmacy, a total of $32 million. You guys really made a lot of money this time. I lost money at this price, and it made me want to cry." Lu Chuang's tone was slightly regretful. Saved $8 million for SHIELD at once. Phil Coulson was also very satisfied, and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation, Mr. Wade. If you still have something similar to that kind of panacea, you can contact me at any time. Trust us to give you the price. We'll definitely not let you down. If there is, I will contact you." After saying a few words, Lu Chuang hung up the phone and finally grinned uncontrollably. Although SHIELD offered a 20% discount, for Lu Chuang, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. You must know that the total cost of the panacea is at most the price of a bottle of mineral water, but after Lu Chuang's mana injection, the benefits directly doubled by hundreds of thousands of times. In a word, you may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. No need to spend any cost in exchange for a stable source of customers. No matter how you think about this deal, it is all your own blood. Definitely, he still has to act on the surface, or Phil Coulson realizes that the cost of the elixir is very low, and he will definitely have to ask for a price reduction. Although he can't lower the price and engage in monopoly marketing, he still has to consider Nick Fury's behavior. If the price is raised rashly, to be more realistic, Nick Fury may feel that some agents are not worth consuming expensive elixir, or that they can be treated with other methods, so he will give up buying a large amount of elixir and buy a small amount instead. This is the same as the medicine in the game. For the same price, you can buy hundreds of bottles of ordinary red medicine at will, but the red medicine that can instantly recover at the same price is not willing to use it even when fighting the boss. Waiting for myself to recover. In the same way, SHIELD keeps all the panacea in its hands and saves it for critical moments. At that time, SHILD will not buy it like it is now. At most by dozens of bottles, and it's over. If SHILD didn't use up all the elixir in their hands, how could Chuang continue to sell them the elixir? It's better to give them a little bit of cheap, let them mistakenly think that they have made a profit, and continue to buy panacea without any scruples. Chuang learned this method from a certain big company. Back then, Chuang was considered one of the persecuted people, and he burst into tears when he said it. At this time, Lorna came out from the kitchen with 2 breakfasts. During the period of living in Chuang's house, Lorna basically finished breakfast. This was proposed by Lorna. She is not the kind of person who can accept help from others with peace of mind. In addition to assisting little Peter to complete the work on weekdays, Lorna will also repay Chuang's help and acceptance through some things, such as doing breakfast like this. Definitely, this breakfast is simple bread and milk. Even the more difficult Lorna can't make it. Putting the breakfast on the table, seeing Chuang smile, Lorna asked curiously, "I just heard what you said about the panacea. What is that?" Chuang's voice on the phone was not covered up, and Lorna could hear it clearly without deliberately eavesdropping. "No, this is it." Chuang didn't hide anything either. He pointed to a few boxes of mineral water in the corner. He bought them from a convenience store. He only needed to inject a certain amount of mana into them, and the price would instantly increase by hundreds of thousands of times. Coins are not so profitable. Lorna is a little confused. Is there a brand of panacea for mineral water? You want to sell mineral water? Lorna asked in surprise. Chuang was not happy when he heard it. What mineral water? This is the panacea, which is the holy water you have seen before. Holy water? Lorna recalled that there was such a thing. She remembered that Chuang used holy water to deal with vampires, and the effect was excellent. After the vampire drank it, the ashes were scattered on the spot. But your previous holy water doesn't seem to be like this. Underscore plus equals I equals hashtag. Chuang shook his index finger. You don't understand, right? The competition in the industry is fierce now, and the holy water of the church can't be sold even if there is something new. By the way, I also have hot pot flavored holy water here. Do you want to try it? Try it. Listening to Chuang's words, Lorna rolled her eyes. After being with Chuang for so many days, she didn't know that Chuang was not a priest at all, and the holy water was probably a lie made up by this guy. Chuang picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, and started to make a new panacea. There are 3 steps to making a panacea. Grab your mineral water, peel off the label, and infuse it with mana. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Before Lorna took a few sips of milk over there, Chuang had already converted half a box of mineral water into a panacea. Each bottle of panacea contained a certain amount of mana. After Chuang's research, this mana is basically enough to make a whole body SBA for a person's soul. Although this point of mana is not a lot. After Chuang converted the whole box of mineral water into a panacea, he still drained all the mana in Chuang's body. Lorna had just finished drinking the milk, and when she looked up, she saw Chuang lying on the sofa with empty eyes, and she was startled. "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay. It's just a little overdrawn." Chuang waved his hand weakly, and now he feels that he is lacking in energy, as if his body is being hollowed out. Seeing that Chuang's condition is not very good, Lorna said worriedly, "Should I send you to the hospital?" "No, I'll take it easy." Chuang didn't expect that the consequences of overdrawing his mana would be so uncomfortable. At first, Chuang thought he had a lot of mana, but now it seems that his mana is still not enough. Now Chuang has to wait for his mana to recover automatically. It will take at least half a day to recover all his mana. In this way, Tony Stark's order will also take several days to complete. It would be nice if there was more mana. Thinking of this, Chuang couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If he had known that his actions in the vampire bar should have been kept secret, so that he could continue to hunt those vampires to increase his mana, it would not be the case now. The vampire bar has become a holy place for online celebrities, and those vampires dare not show up. Chuang thought about it, and decided to find a chance to go and see. Maybe he could catch 1 or 2 vampires who are not afraid of death. After resting for a while, Lu Chuang finally calmed down a lot, but he didn't continue to make the panacea for fear that his body would be hollowed out again. While eating breakfast, Lu Chuang suddenly received a call from Weasel, saying that the batch of materials he ordered had arrived. It was only then that Lu Chuang remembered that before going to Monaco, he had indeed ordered a batch of materials from Weasel, which were also needed to make super battle suits. But they were not as rare as gold titanium alloys. They were just ordinary materials. In this way, all the materials for making a super battle suit are gathered together. Lu Chuang looked at his house and said distressedly, "Weasel, put those materials at your place first, and I'll come back to get them in a few days." "Are you kidding me? Do you think my place is a storage factory? Do you know how much it costs to find someone to take care of these materials? I'll give you double the custody fee." "Okay, you can leave it for a few days if you want." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chuang scratched his hair. Now another batch of materials has been delivered, and he doesn't even know where to put them. The garage space has long been covered with 2 pairs of steel armors. In order to make space, Lu Chuang transferred the firearms and ammunition originally stored in the garage to the empty room on the 2nd floor, while the garage materials were moved to the basement by Lu Chuang. Now the basement space is also filled with various materials and collectibles. Lu Chuang rubbed his chin and said to Lorna, "A batch of new materials will be delivered in a few days, and our house is running out of space, so I plan to use the extra space to put materials." Lorna knew what these materials were used for and said, "But the house only has the hall and the kitchen, and there is still space, so you don't want those materials to be placed here?" "Definitely not. If materials are placed in these places, I will not live comfortably. Where else in the house can I put materials?" Lorna wondered. Lu Chuang thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Why don't you free up your room? How about you sleep on the sofa in the future?" Lorna didn't speak, just looked at Lu Chuang expressionlessly. The meaning was very obvious. "Haha, I'm just kidding. How could I let you sleep on the sofa?" Lu Chuang smiled awkwardly and instantly dispelled the thought in his mind. If Lorna really wanted to sleep on the sofa, Lu Chuang was afraid that Luna would pack up and leave on the spot. "No way. I can only think of other ways. Moving to a house with a larger space is a solution. Anyway, Lu Chuang is not short of money now, so buying a bigger house is not a problem at all. But the problem is that there seems to be no suitable house to buy nearby, and Lu Chuang cannot move too far. After all, he had to consider the situation of little Peter. If they move too far away, little Peter will come to Lu Chuang's house again in the future, but it will not be as convenient as a neighbor like now. It is impossible for Aunt May to let little Peter run too far away. Forget it. If it doesn't work, I can only buy the surrounding houses so that there will be space for materials, which is really troublesome." Lu Chuang seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice was not small. That of Versailles, the tone, made Lorna feel a little uncomfortable. Buzz! Just then, a mobile phone vibrated. Lu Chuang thought that his cell phone was ringing again. He looked down and found that it was not his cell phone, and then saw Lorna take out the cell phone from his pocket and said in amazement, "Why did someone call me?" Due to the pursuit of Sentry Secret Service, Lorna dare not use the previous mobile phone. This new mobile phone was given to Lorna by Lu Chuang himself. In Lu Chuang's words, sometimes he is not at home, and if there is any problem at home, Lorna can still use the mobile phone to contact himself. Then, Li Qianzhao. Once to refuse, Lorna had no choice but to accept it. Definitely. Usually Lorna would only contact Lu Chuang with this mobile phone, and even her only relative, aunt, did not try to contact him. Although Lorna has a lot to say to her aunt, on the one hand, she is worried that the Sentry Secret Service will monitor her aunt's mobile phone, thereby revealing her location. On the other hand, she does not want her affairs to affect her aunt's life. Therefore, Lorna was very puzzled. Why a strange call came from her mobile phone that she hadn't used a few times. Lu Chuang also understood this point and said indifferently, "Listen and see. It might be a scam call." Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Lorna nodded and picked up the phone, but she was very smart and didn't take the initiative to speak, but waited for the other party to speak. However, a few seconds later, Lu Chuang saw that Lorna's face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and dazzling green light spots erupt. Buzz! Inside the house, The lights flickered wildly, and the surrounding metal objects began to tremble violently. Seeing that the green light of Lorna's hands became more and more dazzling, almost catching up with the light bulb, Chuang stood up and patted Lorna's shoulder. "Calm down. Don't tear down the house." Chuang's words carried a hint of a priest's charm, and his gentle and calm tone made Lorna calm down a little. Realizing that her emotions were a little out of control, Lorna took a deep breath. The green light on her hands dissipated immediately, and looked at Chuang with apology in her eyes, and then said to the phone in a cold tone, "Tell me, what's wrong with my aunt?" The reason why Lorna lost control suddenly was because she heard something said on the other side. "Lorna Dan, your aunt is in trouble." The person Lorna cares about most is her aunt, and she exploded on the spot when she heard this sentence. Facing Lorna's questioning, a steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm John, from the Mutant Underground Organization. We met before. You should still remember." Mutant Underground Organization? Chuang didn't bother Lorna, and stood silently by the side, but actually eavesdropped on their conversation with 210 ears pricked up. Chuang, who has a super high school-level thief, has also been strengthened in terms of hearing. As long as he listens carefully, he can still hear it. The voice on the other end of the phone. Overhearing John's words, Chuang suddenly realized. Although he has never heard of this Mutant Underground Organization, he can tell the nature of this organization from the name. It is nothing more than a secret organization formed by a group of mutants. Mutants have various abilities. It is not surprising that they can find Lorna's phone number. As for your aunt, we found out she was taken by Sentry's Secret Service. Before John finished speaking, Lorna burst into anger. She is innocent. Why did the Sentry's Secret Service take her away? John paused and said, "According to the information we obtained, just a few days ago, the Sentry's Secret Service took away your aunt on the grounds of investigation. This is obviously my business. My aunt doesn't know anything. Why did those bastards take her away?" Lorna's eyes were full of anger. Her hands were faintly flashing with green light, and she could hardly restrain her emotions. "Give it to me. Let me tell him." Chuang really can't stand it anymore. Now Lorna's condition is very bad, and she may lose control at any time. Chuang was not worried that the other party could hurt him, but he was mainly afraid that Lorna's ability would suddenly lose control and directly squeeze Curry's two steel armors into small flats. When the time comes, Chuang will have nowhere to cry. Regardless of Lorna's resistance, Chuang snatched the phone and said, "John, right? I can't explain it on the phone. How about we make an appointment to talk face-to-face?" Hearing an unfamiliar voice, John asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "I'm Lorna's landlord, and I take care of all her food and drinks." If Lorna was not in the mood now, she would definitely refute Chuang's ambiguous words. No matter how you put it, it was as if she was being taken care of by someone. Obviously, she was working without pay, and these were all her labor income. John over there was silent for a long time, and finally said, "Yes, but I need to decide the agreed time and place, and you can't bring other people over." "No problem." Then John said the time and place. Chuang wrote it down and hung up the phone. "Wait, I still have questions to ask him." Lorna was anxious to grab the phone. Chuang let Lorna snatch the phone back and said, "Don't worry, your aunt will be fine. If you have any questions, we can ask them face-to-face later. They can find this phone. Maybe the Sentry's Secret Service can also monitor this phone." Hearing this, Lorna hesitated for a while, but gave up the idea of calling back. "Let's go, we BDC. Go to meet that Mutant Underground Organization together." "No. How did you know this name? Did you overhear just now?" Lorna suddenly realized. Otherwise, why would Chuang know so much about her conversation with John? How was it possible? "I've never been interested in other people's gossip," Chuang said righteously. "You just listened." The place John agreed on was in an abandoned building. In the evening, Chuang and Lorna arrived at the agreed place by car. Because her hair color was too conspicuous, before going out, Lorna deliberately dyed her dark green hair black with a disposable hair dye. Not to mention, Lorna, who changed her hair color, is indeed a bit different, and her overall temperament looks much quieter. If you replace the pile of metal bracelets with books, it It will be a proper character set for a schoolmaster girl. Lu Chuang didn't make a disguise, and the two walked into the abandoned building just like that. The interior of the abandoned building was empty, and there was no sign of John. Lorna looked around, frowned, and said, "Where is he? He is not lying to us, is he?" Lu Chuang raised the corners of his mouth and showed a veteran smile. "You don't need to guess. The other party must be hiding somewhere to observe us, to see if we have an ambush or other conspiracy. This is a normal operation. Just get used to it. Then we'll just wait here. It's okay. We just didn't have dinner. So let's eat something during this time." Lu Chuang was holding a bag in his hand, which he bought at a passing restaurant, and he took out a meal with gravy from it. Calmly eat up. Lorna was stunned. It turned out that Lu Chuang bought these for this. But what time is this? How can she still be in the mood to pay attention to food? "Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Chuang asked curiously. Lorna wanted to refuse, but smelling the delicious rice, she couldn't help swallowing, took out another gravy rice from the bag and ate it. Anyway, John didn't know when he would arrive, so he couldn't wait hungry all the time. In fact, John has already arrived. As Lu Chuang expected, John is hiding somewhere and observing the two of them. He has a hearing that surpasses ordinary people and can easily hear the movement from a long distance. So he is not afraid of being caught at this distance. The two found out. It's not that John doesn't trust Lu Chuang and Lorna. It's just that he has a more cautious and stable personality. Facing people he doesn't know very well, especially Lu Chuang, who appeared unexpectedly, John keeps a vigilant heart. It's just that they didn't expect Lu Chuang to be so experienced and well-prepared that he would bring all the dinner here. Listening to the two of them eating rice with gravy, John, who also didn't have dinner, couldn't help but feel hungry. If I had known earlier. Finally, Lu Chuang and Lorna finished their dinner. At the moment, John also confirmed that there was no problem, walked out from the dark, and then walked to where the two were. When John came to the abandoned building, he happened to see Lu Chuang take out two exquisite and small cakes from the bag, handed one to Lorna, and then ate it again by himself. "John, there are also desserts after meals. The taste is too much." "Ahem, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." John coughed lightly and drew the eyes of the two of them. "My identity may not be convenient, so I need to be cautious. I hope you can understand. Well, although this is not the first time Dan and I have met, I'm still my own. Let me introduce him, John. You can also call me Thunderbird." Seeing that John finally appeared, Lu Chuang quickly swallowed the cake in his mouth and nodded solemnly. "Hello, I am Lu Chuang, and this is Lorna. You can also call her Wu. My name is Polaris." Lorna interrupted Lu Chuang directly. Lu Chuang was stunned. "Ah, why did you suddenly change your code name? Isn't the witch pretty good? How domineering. What is a code name change?" "I never said I wanted to be called a witch." Lorna grinned. In order to get rid of the ugly code name of witch as soon as possible, she checked the search engine overnight and finally gave herself a code name that sounded good, at least much better than witch. After a brief acquaintance, John said to Lorna, "I've heard about you. I think you did the right thing. You saved that child, but now you should understand that human beings have great influence on our mutant group. There's a big misunderstanding, and it's going to expose us to some injustice." Hearing John's words, Lorna was silent for a while. "Anyway, I did nothing wrong. Tell me, what happened to my aunt now?" John said, "Because of your matter, the agents of the Sentry Secret Service took your aunt away for investigation. Now she may be interrogated by the Sentry Secret Service, but don't worry, your aunt will not be in any danger. The Sentry Secret Service is not going to take action on an ordinary legal citizen. At most, it can only be taken back for interrogation according to the procedure." Lorna clenched her fists and said angrily, "My aunt is not in good health and cannot run around. Those bastards must have done it on purpose. No, I have to go back and have a look." "Dan, calm down," John said seriously. "This is a trap. They're trying to lure you back. Now your aunt's house is surrounded by Sentry Secret Service's eyeliners. As long as you go back, they will find you immediately. I'm not afraid of them. Let them come anyway." Lorna has the ability to manipulate metal, and any firearm is a toy in her eyes. If Lorna didn't want to hurt anyone, the Sentry Secret Service agents who hunted her down would have been terribly cold. "I heard about your ability from Ivan. I know that your ability is really powerful, but what you don't know is that there's a special weapon in the Sentry Secret Service. They named it Sentinel. Speaking of this, a trace of apprehension flashed in John's eyes. That is a weapon developed by a special department to deal with mutants. It is all made of non-metal. Your ability has no effect at all. Sentinel? Chuang frowned when he heard this familiar word. The Sentinel you were talking about, shouldn't it be the kind of silver robot that can copy the mutant's ability and then switch ability at will? He has watched the X-Men series of movies before, so he naturally knows that this Sentinel is like a nightmare for mutants. Even a mutant as powerful as Magneto can't do anything to a Sentinel that is changeable and not made of metal. Definitely, for the real Magneto, whether it can deal with Sentinel is still unknown. But for the vast majority of mutants, Sentinel is definitely a crushing level existence. Even Lorna's ability is purely food delivery. Hearing this, Lorna couldn't help but widen her eyes. This Sentinel is so scary. John froze for a moment, shook his head, and said, "No, I have seen Sentinel once. It is similar to the shape of a spider. Its strength and speed are very strong. Once it is locked by them, it is difficult to escape. As for the one you mentioned, I think it is impossible to exist." John felt that Chuang had heard some exaggerated rumors. The Sentinel that can copy the mutant ability, this ability is too perverted. John only needs to imagine a little bit, and he feels a chill on his back. If this kind of Sentinel really exists, it is undoubtedly similar to a nuclear bomb attack on mutant. At that time, will their mutants still have a way to survive? Chuang nodded. If it's not that kind of Sentinel, then there is no problem, but the kind of Sentinel I mentioned really exists, but I don't know if anyone has made it now. Seeking Flowers 0. John, don't scare me. You must be a liar, right? So you support me to go back? Lorna looked at Chuang. Chuang shook his head. Although that kind of Sentinel is not a perverted version, but this big guy is right. The Sentry Secret Service has used so many tricks to lure you back. Now you go back and give away your head. Lorna said anxiously. Then what about my aunt? I can't just watch her suffer. It's okay. I have a way to ensure that your aunt will come back safe and sound. Chuang showed a reassuring expression. John looked at Chuang in surprise, but he still doesn't know whether it is a human or a mutant. Just seeing that Lorna seems to trust the other party, John temporarily believes that Chuang is on their side. Even if it is not mutant, at least he is a human being willing to help mutant. Therefore, he couldn't help but said, "Lou, I want to remind you that the Sentry Secret Service is not so talkative, and they will never give up easily before they achieve their goals." Chuang smiled slightly. "You have super abilities, and so do I, but mine is money abilities." Money ability? Chuang didn't explain, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. "Hey, is it Fudge?" "Yes, it's me. This time I have a big case for you and Lawyer Ma. Do you know about the Sentry Secret Service?" "Yes, it's the department responsible for the mutant case. It's nothing. I just want you to sue them. If you ask me what to prosecute, I think it's okay for Agent Turner's bald head to be unhappy." "Okay, that's it. By the way, ask Lawyer Ma. Did you find his concubine last time?" After discussing with Fudge for a while, Chuang hung up the phone, looked at Lorna and John, and said, "Fine, my lawyer said that your aunt will be released soon, and if the Sentry Secret Service is unwilling to release her, they can directly sue the Sentry Secret Service, and then I will hire more than a dozen media to hype it up. Maybe I can make a whole story about mutants' life is also life." 11. As the saying goes, money is easy to do. Especially in this capitalist country, USD can often solve many problems, including the Sentry Secret Service, which cause headaches for both mutants, Lorna and John, and Chuang can easily solve it with a single phone call. Looking at Chuang's capitalist face, John hesitated to speak. "I have to admit that this method is indeed much more effective, but it's a pity that these mutants can't learn it at all. After all, they only have super abilities and not money abilities." Thank you. Now, I owe you twice." Seeing Chuang ask a lawyer to help his aunt, Lorna's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she became that cold girl again, but she still looked at Chuang gratefully. "It's just a small matter." Chuang waved his hand indifferently. In order for Lorna to be a tool worker in his family with peace of mind, He will naturally not sit idly by on such 520 things. At this time, Lu Chuang looked at John with great interest. But I'm curious, why did you know that the Sentry Secret Service took her aunt away? When Lorna heard this, she suddenly felt something was wrong. That's right. Even she didn't know that something happened to her aunt. As an outsider, John knew better than her. Thinking of this, Lorna looked at John with unkind eyes. This situation made it hard for her not to think of some conspiracy theories. John didn't expect the topic to be brought to him suddenly, but John quickly reacted and explained, "Don't get me wrong, I heard about Dan, and I originally wanted to find her through the residence and provide her with help, so I decided till I accidentally found out about her aunt." "Then how did you find me?" Lorna asked. "Some members of our organization are relatively proficient in this area," John said very vaguely, "and these information related to their internal affairs cannot be disclosed casually. Micro-expression analysis is the basic operation of a spy, and Lu Chuang can see that John really has no trace of lying. Definitely, John must have concealed some things. Lu Chuang doesn't think that John helped Lorna for no reason." Without Lu Chuang thinking about the reason, John took the initiative to say, "Dane, now that we know what happened to you, we are very willing to provide you with help and protection." John looked at Lorna sincerely. "As I said, the ultimate goal of our Mutant Underground organization is to protect all compatriots who are being persecuted. Similarly, we need more compatriots to join, especially powerful mutants like you, Dan. We need you. The Mutant Underground organization needs you." Hearing his words, Lu Chuang was not happy at that time. What does that mean? Someone who snatched him in his face. Just when Lu Chuang was about to pull out his pistol to reason with John, Lorna shook her head. "Sorry, I also said that I have no plans to join your organization. And now I have a new place to go." If it was when she was first wanted by the Sentry Secret Service, Lorna might have considered John's invitation. But during this time, she has almost adapted to her current life, and she has no reason to live in a new environment. Recalling the conversation on the phone, John knew what Lorna was referring to and said in a deep voice, "I can understand your thoughts, but there is one thing I need to confess to you. You might change your mind after listening to it." As he spoke, John glanced at Lu Chuang. Obviously, the conversation that followed was one that Lu Chuang couldn't listen to. Lu Chuang shrugged wisely. "You guys talk, I'm not interested in gossip." "Why does this sound so familiar?" Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang walked a certain distance. Seeing Lu Chuang standing in the distance with his back to them, John couldn't help but relax his guard. In his mind, it was impossible for ordinary people to eavesdrop at this distance, unless the other party had the same super hearing as him. Without thinking about it, John said to Lorna, "Dan, remember what I said? It was Ivan who asked me to come to you?" "Yes, but what does it have to do with her?" John said with a serious expression. "Actually, it's not Ivan who is looking for you, but X-Men. F***K. With his amazing hearing, John caught Lu Chuang, who was standing in the distance, and suddenly exclaimed. John was dumbfounded for a moment, and looked at Lu Chuang in surprise, when he heard Lu Chuang look at the old books of the enemy. F***K. Forgot to buy a drink. John breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Lu Chuang had overheard their conversation. Lorna didn't have John's good hearing. She looked at John weirdly. "Are you kidding me? X-Men, isn't that a fairy tale?" For their mutants, X-Men is a mutant organization that only exists in the story, because no one has ever seen this organization. Some mutants even believe that X-Men is the product of some mutant Hawaiis, just like humans imagined aliens, and made some fake pictures and news to say that aliens invaded the Earth is real. Lorna also doesn't think the X-Men story is true. If that kind of organization really existed, how could they have fallen to the present state? John said very seriously, "This is not a fairy tale. The X-Men are real." "What evidence do you have?" Lorna looked disbelieving. John said in a deep voice, "Ivan told me this personally. She found me and chose me to be the leader of the Mutant Underground organization. In fact, it was X-Men's intention. Ivan asked me to invite you to join the Mutant Underground organization. Men mean, in fact, that Ivan didn't choose us, but the X-Men chose us." X-Men choose me? Lorna was silent. John thought she was shocked by this incident, but then heard Lorna whisper, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl?" She doesn't know much about the X-Men story, but based on the information she has seen before, she only knows that it is a mutant organization dedicated to the harmonious existence between humans and mutants. It is said that most of the members are mutants with a strong ability of 4.2, and its leader even established a mutant academy on the territory of America, which specializes in recruiting mutant students, teaching them knowledge, and enabling them to use their abilities reasonably. And this is one of the important reasons why Lorna doesn't believe in the existence of X-Men. This is like a group of heavily armed blacks who set up a black school in New York to teach them to use guns and even nuclear weapons. How can the American government tolerate this alone? If it is true, then how terrifying is this organization? Lorna couldn't imagine it. And now, John actually said that this legendary mutant organization chose him. In Lorna's opinion, this sentence is even more nonsense than Lu Chuang's usual fooling little Peter, saying that Ultraman chose him to become the light. Altman is fake. X-Men is also fake. Knowing that Lorna wouldn't believe it easily, John tried to explain, "I know it sounds unbelievable, but the X-Men are real." Lorna crossed her arms and asked, "If according to what you said, the X-Men are real, why haven't they appeared all the time? And Ivan is needed to send a message for them. And with their ability, they want to help us aren't our countrymen easier to accomplish than us?" These questions were so sharp that John didn't know how to answer them for a while. After all, the reality is right in front of our eyes. For so many years, mutants have been the lowest level characters in society and have suffered various unfair treatments, especially the Mutant Act. The above laws and regulations are simply aimed at the mutant group. During this period, mutants tried to organize and protest, but the results were unsatisfactory every time. The American government didn't care about their mutants' opinions at all. They didn't see the X-Men show up once in this mutant's toughest time. John could only helplessly say, "Maybe they have their own reasons." Lorna pouted, "So you don't know either, right?" "Yes." Faced with Lorna's doubts, John sighed. "To be honest, I don't know the authenticity of this matter, but Ivan once revealed some information to me. The emergence of the mutant underground organization is actually the X-Men's plan, in order to save more compatriots who are persecuted. I go." Lu Chuang's exclamation came again, and John immediately turned his head to look at Lu Chuang's position, but heard Lu Chuang clap his palms and muttered to himself, "What a big mosquito." The corners of John's mouth twitched slightly. This startle was meant to scare Deadman. "If that's the case, why didn't Ivan come to me in person?" Lorna asked. "She has more important things to do." John smiled bitterly. "You should be very aware of how bad our situation is now. In places we don't know, there are still many innocent mutants who have become victims of the latest Mutant Act. Some mutants are not as lucky as you to escape capture by Sentry Secret Service." Lorna frowned. "What happened to them?" "Very bad." John shook his head. His face was a little ugly. The Sentry Secret Service put flea collars around their necks, preventing them from using their mutant ability, and then put them in ordinary prisons, staying with the real criminals. You may not know that mutants suffer from more discrimination inside the prison than outside, both from the prisoners and from the guards. Just listening to John's narration, Luna could feel the despair of those mutants. In America's prisons, discrimination is a very normal phenomenon, discrimination against blood, skin color, homosexuality. However, mutant is different, because the criminals in ordinary prisons have one thing in common. That is, they are all human beings. In prison, those mutants who are imprisoned innocently will be left alone. Even if they unite, what they have to face is the criminals in the entire prison. Mutants who cannot use mutant abilities are basically similar to ordinary people. How could they be opponents of a group of vicious criminals? How depressing and hopeless it would be in such an environment. Thinking of how he was almost arrested by the Sentry Secret Service, Lorna felt chills all over his body. At that time, if Lu Chuang hadn't saved herself, I'm afraid she would have stayed in prison, right? It is for this reason that Ivan is forming branches of the mutant underground organization in various cities. We want to save more compatriots who are persecuted by the Mutant Act and provide them with safe housing so that they can live in this land. John still didn't give up the idea of persuading Lorna. He said with a serious expression, "I have served in the army, and I know some things better than you. Now the situation is different, and Mutant situation will only become more and more difficult. Maybe someday in the future, the government will take certain measures against us, and then we will have no way to resist. So we must prepare in advance, and the Mutant Underground organization will be our last bastion of survival. But we are not enough, Dan. We need you." Lorna was silent for a few seconds and asked, "Why do you have to find me? Can't you find someone else?" John confessed, "Because your ability is stronger than ours in 867. The Sentry Secret Service will never allow us to exist. We need more mutants with strong abilities to join in to fight against the Sentry Secret Service, and you are the best candidate." And speaking of this, John suddenly paused, and it seems that Ping's next words are a bit difficult to say. Cut GG out of context. Chuang muttered in a low voice. The corner of John's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help asking Lorna, "I have a question. Can your companion hear us?" "I didn't, so don't talk nonsense." Before Lorna could reply, John heard Chuang muttering to himself. "John." Hearing that John suddenly stopped talking, Chuang simply didn't bother to continue pretending. He turned around and walked back, explaining to John, "Beforehand, I didn't eavesdrop. It's just that you guys were talking too loudly just now, so I accidentally overheard something. Really, Lorna can testify for me. She is to understand me." "Lorna?" "Yes, I know him. This guy must have eavesdropped." "Are you a mutant?" John said in a deep voice. Judging from Chuang's performance, he didn't look like an ordinary person. John naturally thought that Chuang was the same kind of person as them. No, Chuang categorically denied that although he was injected with the same serum as Wade, his genes have not been mutated, so he is 100% human, which is beyond doubt. Seeing this, John shook his head. Due to social reasons, many mutants are unwilling to admit their identities. They try to pretend to be normal humans and blend into the mainstream society. In John's view, Chuang should also be a person who is unwilling to accept himself mutant. "It's okay, I understand you." John patted Chuang's shoulder reassuringly. Chuang looked puzzled. He felt like he had imagined something weird. However, Chuang didn't care about it and put his arms around John's shoulders, looking like two brothers. "Brother John, I seem to have heard you guys discussing X-Men just now. What a coincidence. I am very fond of X-Men interested. Why don't we talk about it?" Interest is quite interesting, but it is not enough for Chuang to ask specifically like he is now. What really made Chuang make this decision was actually his game system. Title trigger. Big news can be completed. Unlocking conditions. Do X-Men really exist? And if so, why did they suddenly disappear? Is the moral degeneration or the distortion of human nature behind all this? Please investigate the truth behind the X-Men. Title obtained. Super high school level reporter. Chuang triggered this new achievement task when he eavesdropped. Oh no, accidentally overheard the conversation between Lorna and John. At that time, Chuang was stunned. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a long unlocking condition. After seeing the last sentence, Chuang realized that this was to let him investigate the X-Men. However, Chuang still feels weird. How could a good sci-fi painting style suddenly turn into a suspenseful painting style? Should it be said that it is really worthy of the Danganronpa system? This wave does not forget the original intention. Now that the achievement task is triggered, Chuang will definitely not let it go. As for X-Men, Chuang knows a lot. He has watched every movie, even the worst ending, Dark Phoenix. The plot of the movie is still in his mind. But the thing is, the X-Men franchise has a downside. That is, the timeline is very fragmented. After reversing the future, the entire universe has undergone a restart. Both the story and the characters have undergone earth-shaking changes. It can be said that the story development of the two timelines is completely different. There is no way to make a judgment based on the known plot. Moreover, whether it is the plot of the movie version is still unknown. You know, there were two X-Men in the original Deadpool plot, but in reality, only Chuang and Wade fought against Francis and Sandstorm Angel Gina, and as the supporting roles of Colossus and Warhead, Chuang connected them from beginning to end. I've never seen a shadow of him, let alone any other X-Men. Realizing that there was a big discrepancy between the reality and the plot in his memory, Chuang immediately decided to start the investigation from John, the insider, to see if he could get some information. Eavesdropping is not good. John had a headache, and it seems a little late to say it now. Who knows how much this guy has been eavesdropping secretly? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't eavesdrop. I just overheard something. Chuang corrected John's words, and then asked, "By the way, who is that Ivan you were talking about? Did you hear a little bit?" This clearly means you heard everything. John's expression was stiff, and he could still trust Lorna, but he didn't know anything about Chuang, a stranger before, and he didn't know what would happen if he revealed such an important secret to the other party. Lorna next to her didn't have so many scruples. She explained calmly, "Ivan is a lawyer, but she's also a mutant, and she often helps Mutant with lawsuits. When I was not yet proficient in my ability, I accidentally destroyed a street lamp. It was Ivan who came forward to help me deal with it." "Is she an X-Men?" Chuang asked. Seeing that Lorna gave out all the information, John sighed, gave up struggling, and replied, "Ivan is not X-Men. She is just connected with X-Men." Chuang was thoughtful. It seemed that this woman named Ivan was the key. The other party might be an important clue to know the truth about the X-Men. Then he had to find an opportunity to get in touch with her. While Chuang was thinking, Lorna looked at John and said, "Tell Ivan, I am very grateful for her help to me, but your organization, sorry, I still have no idea to join now." Even though John said a big deal, Lorna's attitude is still very firm. John feels helpless about this. After hearing about Lorna's misfortune, he wanted to take this opportunity to invite Lorna to join them. Otherwise, they would not have worked hard to find her. Contact details to Lorna. Unfortunately, they were cut off by Chuang. John sighed secretly. He even moved out of X-Men. Lorna still didn't agree. What else could he do about it? "Since you don't want to join us, then I won't say more, but I want you to help this is a personal request, very important to me." John finally said what he hadn't finished just now, with a serious expression on his face. Originally, he expected that after Lorna joined their mutant underground organization, he would take advantage of the opportunity to tell the matter. But now that no one has been invited, John can't make sure whether Lorna is willing to help him. Lorna asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" John looked serious. "One of our companions was captured by the Sentry Secret Service and imprisoned. Her name is Clarice, and I need your ability to rescue her." Title trigger: Prison Break. Achievable. Unlock condition: rescue Clarice Ferguson, a member of the Mutant Underground Organization. 0 out of 1. Title: Super High School Architect. Chuang, who was still thinking, was suddenly stunned. In a short period of time, 2 achievement tasks were triggered consecutively. This is something Chuang has never encountered. After such a long period of exploration, Chuang has summed up some experience in the trigger mechanism of the game system. When he encounters certain important events or characters, the game system will more easily trigger new achievement tasks, and the unlocking conditions are necessarily related to related events or characters, which is very consistent with the settings in the original game. Now it seems that the X-Men and John should trigger the new achievement task respectively. After being surprised, Chuang felt ecstasy in his heart. For him, the more missions to accomplish, the better. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to unlock more super high school level talents. However, Chuang remained calm on the surface, and he was not in a hurry to agree to John's request for Lorna. Hearing John's request, Lorna frowned and said, "You want me to help you break the prison? Not to mention the crime of robbing a prison, the difficulty of robbing a prison is definitely not low." Even if Lorna has never seen it, she knows that the prison must be heavily guarded, especially those prisons where mutants are held. There's a high probability that they will encounter agents from the Sentry Secret Service. By doing so, they will undoubtedly put themselves in huge amounts of danger among. John saw what Lorna was thinking and explained, "Don't worry, we didn't plan to break into the prison directly. According to our intelligence, our companion was locked in a cell in the headquarters of the Sentry Secret Service area, but she quickly will be transferred to a prison by Sentry Secret Service, so our plan is to rescue our companions during the transfer." Lorna has some hesitation. In any case, this is an attack on Sentry Secret Service, and the risks are no less. Forced by the danger that his companion was about to face, John ignored Chuang, who was present, and said sincerely to Lorna, "I know this is dangerous, but we have no other way. We need your strength." Facing John's request, Lorna got into a tangle. As a mutant, Lorna is willing to help John and the others in her heart. If Lorna could stand on the sidelines, she would not have rescued the mutant child. But it was also that incident that made Lorna have some scruples. If she chooses to help John, she will inevitably provoke the Sentry Secret Service again, which may bring some unnecessary troubles. Although Lorna wanted to help, she didn't want to see her life being affected again, and she didn't want to implicate Chuang around her because of this incident, just like her aunt. Sensing Lorna's strangeness, Chuang knew it was time to play, and cleared his throat. "Brother John, have you forgotten me?" "What?" Chuang stared into John's eyes and said seriously, "Is it just the huge power hidden in the body?" John won. "Sorry, I really don't feel it. You found the wrong person. I'm better at robbing prisons than she is," Chuang said confidently. John looked at Chuang, and because he had been paying attention to Lorna, he almost ignored Chuang. Now John has determined that Chuang is a mutant, but he still can't confirm what Chuang's variant ability is. Although Chuang has shown that his hearing is beyond ordinary people, John feels that Chuang's variant ability is not necessarily this. Just like him, not only has superhuman hearing ability, but also has super perception and a steel-like body. Considering that he was in urgent need of help, John asked, "May I ask, what is your ability?" "Camouflage." Chuang smiled mysteriously. After the words fell, his body suddenly changed. Under the astonished eyes of John and Lorna, Chuang transformed into a tall man wearing military boots, which was exactly the same as John. Lorna opened her mouth slightly. She looked at Chuang and then at John, but she couldn't find the difference between the two. Even the distribution of beards was exactly the same. Even twins couldn't be so similar. This guy actually has this kind of ability? Chuang has never shown his camouflage in front of others, so it is the first time for Lorna to see such a magical camouflage of Chuang. Even John was taken aback. Standing in front of Chuang, he felt as if he was looking in a mirror. This feeling was very weird. "How about it? Isn't it great?" Chuang said. His voice was exactly the same as John's. John nodded subconsciously and had to admit that Chuang's ability was indeed very powerful. Even he himself couldn't see anything wrong with Chuang's disguise, let alone other people. John couldn't help thinking that if Chuang returned to the mutant underground organization with this image, even his closest girlfriend would probably not find out that John in front of him was fake. Thinking of this, John suddenly felt his head was a little green and quickly asked, "Can you change into other images?" "Definitely." Chuang was thinking about what image he wanted to become, and the light naturally fell on Lorna. "Change into someone else. Don't become me." Lorna felt a chill. Seeing Chuang become someone else is okay, but changing into her is definitely unacceptable. Anyone who sees a person who looks exactly the same standing in front of myself, I will inevitably feel uncomfortable in my heart. Chuang curled his lips bored, and then changed into the image of Phil Coulson. Even the hairline is imitated vividly. But after a few seconds, Chuang changed back to his own appearance. He was afraid that if he disguised himself as Phil Coulson for a long time, his hairline would become so outstanding. Who knows if the hairline can be repaired through self-healing? This kind of thing is better to be on the safe side. However, John had already seen Chuang's ability, and his heart was filled with excitement. John, who used to be a soldier, knows how terrifying this ability is. He can perfectly disguise himself as anyone, which means that Lu Chuang can easily lurk beside anyone without being discovered. With such ability, Lu Chuang does have a chance to rescue his companion. John quickly realized that he suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Lu Chuang with fiery eyes. "Are you willing to help us?" "I don't want to." Lu Chuang shook his head decisively. "John." Lu Chuang looked serious. "Rescue your companion. I have to face the Sentry Secret Service. You know how dangerous they are. If the Sentry Secret Service finds out, even I may be arrested and thrown into prison." John knew it was not so easy and sighed. "I know this matter has nothing to do with you, but Clarice is my companion. I can't give up on her. If you are willing to help me, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me." "I think you've misunderstood." Lu Chuang solemnly raised his index finger and thumb, making a gesture that all human beings understand. "I mean money." John, looking at Lu Chuang's gesture of rubbing his two fingers nonstop, John was stunned. He thought Lu Chuang was worried about the troubles of Sentry's Secret Service, but he was really caught off guard by such a sudden reversal. However, Lu Chuang's words made John see hope, as long as he didn't directly refuse. John asked, "How much do you want?" "For the sake of reminding Lorna, let me give you a friendly price, 1 million USD. Lu Chuang shook his head and raised a finger with an expression of "your blood, making me a blood loss." "Many? How many?" John suspected that he had heard it wrong. It was not until Lu Chuang repeated it patiently that he was sure that it was not his auditory hallucinations, but Lu Chuang's vision problems. He said bitterly, "You see, I seem to have, does it look like 1 million USD? Seeing that John was wearing a vest on his upper body, his two solid arms were exposed, and his lower body was wearing a pair of worn-out cheap trousers, Lu Chuang shook his head. "It really doesn't look like it. It looks like it's only 100 USD. John, although you are telling the truth, can't you be more tactful?" John showed a look of embarrassment and said with some lack of confidence, "Can you have a little less? I don't have so much money." "Then how much can you take out?" "About 10,000 US. Lu Chuang raised his eyebrows slightly and questioned, "You are the leader of the Mutant underground organization. Why are you so poor, and what is the activity fund of your organization?" John explained with a frowning face, "Our organization doesn't have much money available because we don't have a sustainable source of income. Usually we rely on some rich people who are friendly to Mutant for relief. In return, we help them do some legal work. Things with this kind of money, we can barely maintain the operation of the organization." After Ivan informed the Mutant underground organization, he threw the stall directly to John and did not provide much material help if John hadn't passed his comrades. Found the relief of some rich people, their organization has long since collapsed. Even so, their Mutant underground organization still doesn't have much team money. Not to mention 1 million USD, even the 10,000 US. John had to spend some time getting together. Lu Chuang could tell that John wasn't lying and shook his head. "Since you have no money, then I won't make it difficult for you. Let 10,000 US be 10,000 US. Thank you very much. For the rest of the money, you give me an IOU, and it will be calculated according to the bank's interest." 11. John swallowed the words of thanks in an instant. He didn't expect that there would be such an operation as an IOU. John couldn't help looking at Lorna. He wanted to change back to Lorna. There was no other meaning. He thought Lorna was more reliable. Definitely not, because he had no money. It's just that Lorna was a little moved by Lu Chuang's words just now. For the sake of reminding Lorna, she lowered her head and counted the ants, pretending not to see John's gaze. Girls are just so fickle sometimes. Seeing that Lorna couldn't go this way, John gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, no problem. Fresh enough. Worthy of being a leader." After seeing John agreeing, Lu Chuang said cheerfully, "I've accepted your commission, but I didn't bring a pen and paper with me when I went out. We'll make up for the IOU later. First, tell me about your companions, and you, what's your plan?" "Anyway, Lu Chuang is finally willing to help himself," John said seriously. "We have already obtained some information. Clarice will be transferred 2 days later, and there will be a team from the Sentry Secret Service as an escort team to transfer by truck Clarice. So, Our plan is to intercept the convoy and the truck during Clarice's transfer and get Clarice before Sentry's Secret Service responds. I see. So how are you going to intercept that truck? Lu Chuang asked with a serious expression, as if he was a professional. The money was not wasted. Anyway, John has already been fooled by Lu Chuang's acting skills, and he can't help but feel that Lu Chuang doesn't seem to be unreliable on the outside. Actually, we haven't thought of a solution to this problem yet. Our plan is to intercept the truck without causing the Sentry Secret Service to find out and try to avoid a head-on conflict with the Sentry Secret Service. But my companions, none of the abilities can do that. Having said that, John glanced at Lorna. Lu Chuang suddenly realized. No wonder John kept saying that he needed Lorna's help. This task is indeed very suitable for Lorna. For Lorna, who has the ability to control metal, it is not difficult to stop a truck. Lorna also understood this point. Instead of counting ants with her head down, she raised her head and said indifferently, "Leave the task of intercepting the truck to me." Now that Lu Chuang agrees to help John, she has nothing to worry about. Then I'll trouble you. John's eyes lit up, and it's great that Lorna is willing to help. And the most important thing is that the other party doesn't need to spend money. With the participation of Lu Chuang and Lorna, John was more confident about the next rescue operation and took the initiative to briefly describe his arrangement. After hearing that, Lu Chuang felt that there was no problem, so he made an appointment with John to start the operation 2 days later. Before leaving, Lu Chuang did not forget about the IOU. Since it was difficult to buy pens and paper around this time, Lu Chuang led John with a dazed face to the corner and prevented Lorna from following. Grief and indignation left. Ignoring Lorna's strange eyes, Lu Chuang looked at the photos on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. As for the X-Men intel, Lu Chuang was not in a hurry to investigate. He had to eat slowly and wait for him to complete another achievement task. Anyway, with these photos in his mobile phone, Lu Chuang is not afraid of John running away. 2 days later, Lu Chuang and Lorna came to an abandoned factory according to the agreed time. John has been waiting here for a long time. However, this time John was not alone. There were 3 figures standing beside him. Seeing the arrival of Lu Chuang and Lorna, John immediately came over to greet them. "You are finally here. Let me introduce you. These 3 are my companions and members of the Mutant Underground organization. They will assist us this time action." The wine-red long-haired woman standing on John's right smiled at Lorna and said, "I met Miss Dan before. Do you still remember me?" "Remember, your name is Sophia," Lorna said calmly. In front of unfamiliar people, Lorna maintains her usual high-cold image. Her gestures are full of force, and she doesn't know who she learned this pretending skill from. In order to facilitate the next action, John briefly introduced his companion. The Mexican with the beard is named Marcos, and his code name is Eclipse. Ability can absorb, store, and release solar energy. Simply put, it is a mobile light source, which sounds useless. It was the other 2 mutants that aroused Lu Chuang's interest, especially the red-haired woman named Sophia. Her code name is Sweet Dreamer. She possesses the ability to modify other people's memory. It is a very terrifying ability. In a sense, this ability is even better than Lorna's ability Be Strong. Modifying other people's memories. Isn't this equivalent to the magical skill Byatenjin in Naruto? Imagine if the ability user modifies someone's memory to be his 097 slave, but the victim himself doesn't notice it at all, but thinks that his memory should be like this, and he is the ability user's slave. How can ability not make everyone feel intimidated? Who can guarantee whether your current memory is true? However, Lu Chuang guessed that Sophia's ability should have some limitations. If Sophia can really modify other people's memories at will, John directly asked Sophia to modify the memories of the Sentry Secret Service agents, release their companions, and it's over, and there is no need for the help of himself and Lorna. As for the remaining strong black man, his ability is also quite special. He can blend into the surrounding environment to achieve an effect similar to invisibility, which is the ability that many people dream of. "Is this all you have?" Lu Chuang asked in surprise. He found that the abilities of these mutants were all auxiliary abilities, and the only one with combat abilities was John, a big guy with steel and iron bones. You must know that the target of their attack later is the Sentry Secret Service. Regardless of the nature of this institution, the Sentry Secret Service is also a government department with armed forces, and all staff must be equipped with firearms. Even for mutants with special abilities, except for mutants with strengthening bodies like John, the bodies of other mutants are mostly similar to normal people. Even Lorna is no exception. People get shot and get hurt. If a confrontation suddenly broke out between the two sides, John and his companions would basically not be able to provide much help. John nodded helplessly. Yes, our mutant underground organization has been established for a relatively short period of time, and we haven't recruited many people yet, and we still need some members to stay behind. This is all the power we can use. I see. While Chuang was looking at John and others, the members of the mutant underground organization were also looking at Chuang. John didn't mention the 1 million USD to them, so they only knew that Chuang was John's temporary helper. Also learned the basic information of Chuang. Marcus asked curiously, I heard that your ability is shape-shifting. Can you show us? Can. Chuang shrugged indifferently. While speaking, his image suddenly changed, and he became John's appearance worth 100 USD again. My God, this is too similar. Marcus was a little shocked. Sophia and the black burly man also had surprised expressions on their faces. Chuang's disguise was so flawless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid they would have thought that Chuang was really John. Even though John had already seen Chuang's camouflage technique, he couldn't help sighing at this moment. With Lu's cooperation, I believe we can definitely rescue Clarice. Chuang didn't change back and asked John like this. By the way, does the Clarice you mentioned have a title? John didn't know why he asked this question, but he still replied. Her name is Blink, and ability opens a special channel for long-distance teleportation. As long as we save her, we can use her ability to leave here immediately. It turned out to be flickering. Chuang said that the name sounded familiar. It turned out to be one of the characters that appeared in the X-Men movie, and the actor of that movie was a well-known domestic actress at that time. So Chuang still had a deep impression of Blink of. No wonder John dared to attack the Sentry Secret Service alone with 3 assistants. As long as they save Blink, with Blink's teleportation ability, it's really not difficult for them to escape safely from the encirclement of the Sentry Secret Service. Judging from a performance of film and television works, Blink's escape ability is absolutely top-notch. She can open the space door at will to teleport anywhere. Being one of the few X-Men who survived to the end is enough to explain the problem. It's also not known how the Sentry Secret Service people caught Blink. This road is the necessary route for Clarice's escort truck, and the escort convoy will arrive here soon. Then it will be up to you, Lorna, to use your ability to intercept the escort convoy. Located on the roof of the factory, John pointed to the road outside and said in a deep voice to Lorna, I see. Lorna nodded. At this moment, the door on the roof of the factory opened suddenly, and Sophia came up and saw John and Lorna arranging actions. Sophia leaned over to John. John, Marcus and the others are already in place, waiting for your instructions. Sophia is John's girlfriend, so her behavior is relatively intimate. When she talks, she almost sticks to John's body. It is a normal behavior for couples, but John in front of her said seriously, Sophia is small 3.3 sister. Please respect yourself. I'm a decent person, and your boyfriend is still watching. It is not good. Before Sophia figured out what was going on, she saw Lorna looking at herself coldly. If you're looking for John, he's over there. Sophia was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look in the direction Luo pointed. I saw another John standing on the edge of the roof. His face seemed a little green. Originally, John was on the top of the building through his hearing, eavesdropping on the surrounding situation all the time. But when he turned his head, he saw his girlfriend pounced on another person. Sophia. She really didn't mean it, and she didn't know that Chuang hadn't changed back. Lu, can you change back first? John said gloomily, and Sophia, who was beside him, nodded repeatedly. and now she dared not blink her eyes for fear of being distracted and mistaking her boyfriend again. What are you thinking? We are going to attack the Sentry's Secret Service later on. What if they see my appearance and reveal my true identity? Chuang said with reason and evidence, and he did it out of prudence. After hearing Chuang's explanation, John felt even more uncomfortable. You are right, but the problem is that you're using my image. You're not exposed, but if something goes wrong, I will take the blame for you. At this moment, John suddenly frowned, listening attentively. After a while, John said hurriedly, "They are coming, get ready." Accompanied by John's voice, a special convoy appeared at the end of everyone's line of sight, escorted by a black armored vehicle at the front, followed by several vehicles with the logo of the Sentry Secret Service, and in the center of the convoy was a fully enclosed truck. That's the truck that escorted Clarice. I can hear Clarice in it. John pointed to the truck and said to Lorna, "Dan 13, I'll see you next." "No," Lorna replied lightly. Waiting for the convoy to arrive at the designated location they had arranged in advance, green smoke burst out of Lorna's hands instantly. Following her control, the fixing screws of the truck tires suddenly fell off, and the entire tire wheel was detached from the vehicle body. The moving truck suddenly sparked, and the convoy stopped immediately when they noticed the movement. Immediately afterwards, I saw heavily armed Sentry Secret Service agents coming out of the car. Among them, Chuang also saw Agent Turner, who had met once before. His bald head was extremely dazzling under the sun. "What's going on?" Agent Turner walked towards his colleague who was inspecting the car. "It should be a screw that fell off. I don't know the reason for now. We need some time to repair it." Agent Turner frowned. "Damn it, Mutant did it." This detective is a bit confused. How did you come to this conclusion? However, what he doesn't know is that Agent Turner is a human being who hates Mutant extremely, and even has a tendency to persecution paranoia. In the eyes of Agent Turner, any bad thing has something to do with Mutant anyway. Agent Turner, I think it might just be a mechanical problem. It must be Mutant. Immediately block the scene and search the surrounding area. Clear. They started to make arrangements. Could it be that we were discovered so quickly? FIA wondered. Even Lorna felt strange. She thought she had done enough concealment. How did the Sentry Secret Service find out? There was a little accident. John felt a little headache when he heard the conversation below. He didn't expect that there was Agent Turner in the escort convoy. The development of this strange thing was a bit beyond his expectation. "John, they're searching the area. We have to act quickly." Marcus' voice came from the communicator in John's hand. Knowing the urgency of the situation, John didn't have time to think too much and immediately said, "Okay, follow our plan. Let Jason go over to check the situation and then leave it to Lou." At this time, there was a sudden electric current sound from the communicator, terminating their communication. No signal. Just when Chuang was surprised, he saw something wrong with the expressions of John and others. Saw Fa raise his hands and said in shock, "My ability has failed." John made a listening posture, and after trying it out, he frowned and said, "Me too. I can't hear the sound from the truck anymore." Lorna didn't speak and continued to pretend to be a master. But Chuang caught a flash of green light in her hand, and it was obvious that her ability was also affected. Chuang wondered if he had to pretend, otherwise he would look a bit out of place. John seemed to think of something and said in disbelief, "Wait, this is the ability of Pulse. How was it possible? Didn't Pulse die a long time ago?" FIA asked in surprise. Chuang asked curiously, "Who is the Pulse you were talking about?" John quickly explained. "Pulse is our former companion. His ability can interfere with the system, shut down electronic equipment, and also interfere with the Mutant's ability. The range is at least 2 blocks, but I thought Pulse was dead in the Sentry Secret Service Placement Center during an attack." After listening to John's words, Chuang somewhat guessed how Clarice was caught. This ability is simply a natural enemy for most mutants. "You think that's why you didn't see him die, did you?" "Yes. That's simple. Your companion didn't die and became a helper of Sentry Secret Service." Chuang quickly made a judgment based on his own experience. "Impossible. Impulse is our companion. He can't betray us. John denied it without any hesitation. He didn't think Impulse would betray them. It's not necessarily a betrayal. Your companions may have been brainwashed by the Sentry Secret Service. Chuang said that it is not surprising. Brainwashing is not a rare thing in the Marvel world. Anyone who is not cheating may be brainwashed. You're right, Bucky. John could barely accept Chuang's statement and said eagerly, if this is the case, we are in big trouble. As long as Pulse's ability is always on, our ability cannot be used. The only way now is to find Pulse and let him turn off his ability. Their original plan was to let Lorna intercept the convoy. Taking advantage of the time gap, Chuang and the black man who could be invisible sneaked into the truck where Clarice was being held and then secretly rescued Clarice. But now, the emergence of Pulse completely disrupted their 610 plan. With pulsed ability suppression, their mutant abilities cannot be used at all, except for John, a veteran who still has a little combat power. The others are almost no different from ordinary people. Including Lorna with a powerful ability, Lorna without the ability to manipulate metal is just an ordinary girl. This team against the heavily armed Sentry Secret Service is no different from my death. Chuang shook his head resolutely and said seriously, it will take time to find the Pulse you mentioned. At that time, the people from the Sentry Secret Service had already changed the tires and left. We must rescue Clarice before they leave. It seems that the stealth plan needs to be revised. Plan B, let me sneak in alone. Chuang took out his 2 guns. Having experienced several battles, a palpitating and powerful aura erupted from his body. John's hair stood on end. Others may not feel it, but as a veteran, he can. He clearly felt that Chuang was exuding a terrifying evil spirit, which could not be condensed without killing anyone. John swallowed. He felt that Chuang seemed to have misunderstood and reminded, our plan is to stealth, not to fight. Don't worry, I'm proficient at sneaking. Chuang took out a few grenades to ensure sufficient firepower. John, Sophia, under the ghost-like eyes of several people, Chuang checked the equipment on his body, and after confirming that there was no problem, he turned around and was about to leave the roof. As a result, after walking a few steps, Chuang found a hand holding his arm. Following along, it turned out to be Lorna. There are people from Sentry Secret Service outside. It's dangerous to go out now. After knowing Chuang's plan, Lorna wanted to prevent Chuang from leaving. Although she has seen Chuang make a move and knows that Chuang's strength is not easy, but facing so many Sentry Secret Service agents, and Chuang is only one person, the difference in numbers between the two sides is really too big. Lorna does not want to see Chuang death in vain. It's okay if I encounter any danger. I can pretend to be someone else and run away directly. Chuang calmly said. After hearing his words, several people realized that Chuang's disguise had not disappeared, and the image of John was still on the surface. Obviously, Chuang was not disturbed by the pulse ability. John, who had already identified Chuang as a mutant, couldn't help being surprised, and then he was overjoyed. It was a good thing for them that Chuang's ability was not affected. John said decisively, I am with you. I still have the fighting ability. I can assist you. Okay, keep up. Chuang didn't talk nonsense and quickly left the roof after speaking. Lorna didn't stop after seeing this. So, FIA, inform Marcos and Jason of the plan change, and you go to location B to gather together. John handed the communicator to FIA and followed Chuang to leave the roof under FIA's worried eyes. Half a minute later, Chuang and John hid in a corner outside the factory. They're scouting the area, and this is our chance. Chuang observed the convoy in the distance and said in a low voice, let's first kill the enemies on the periphery secretly, replenish enough firepower, and then use grenades to penetrate into the enemy's interior. When the enemy can't see us, let's fight together. How about sneaking into the truck and getting Clarice out? John's expression was a little uncomfortable, and he was making a surprise firepower attack, which was the same as sneaking. John didn't want to follow Lu Chuang into Tianya. He put forward his own suggestion. I think it's better for us to keep a low profile. Later, I will find a way to sneak attack the Sentry Secret Service agents on the periphery and let you pretend to be the other party and sneak into them, and then you take a chance to rescue Clarice. You're right, so let's do what you say. Lu Chuang nodded. He thought he was low-key and agreed to John's plan. Soon, they found a suitable target. John approached the back of the Sentry Secret Service agent very skillfully, stepped forward and directly stunned him with a grab lock, and then quickly dragged him to the back to avoid being noticed by others. John fumbled on the stunned agent, took off the other's credentials and equipment, and handed them to Lu Chuang. The rest will be left to you. I will meet you on the outskirts. Be careful. If it doesn't work, come back quickly. We can think of other ways. Don't worry about my work. Lu Chuang took the documents and equipment, used camouflage to transform into the agent's appearance, and then walked to the convoy openly. After walking a few steps, Lu Chuang was suddenly stopped by an agent. How's it going? Lu Chuang realized in an instant that the tone of this inquiry was probably from his own superior. With a judgment in mind, Lu Chuang replied seriously, No problem, sir. The detective was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, What's wrong with your voice? It sounds different from before. Lu Chuang was not good at secretly, and John strangled his disguised agent directly, so he never heard the voice of a disguised identity. So naturally, there was no way to imitate the voice of the disguised identity. Lu Chuang thought for a while. I'm in the voice-changing period, sir. Agent, what a voice-changing period. You are too late to grow up. Seeing the detective's expression of disbelief, Lu Chuang directly punched the detective's chin with his dragon fist without saying a word, and the detective was hit in the nose by Lu Chuang without any defense. John hid in the dark and witnessed the whole process. He came out and asked in a low voice, What is going on? Lu Chuang said helplessly, My voice has been exposed, so I can only knock him unconscious. John nodded. After all, there was no other way. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang took off the agent's credentials and equipment and transformed into the agent's appearance. Greeting John's questioning gaze, Lu Chuang explained, This guy should be at the level of a small captain. I will upgrade my identity to facilitate the next action. John felt that what Lu Chuang said made sense, so he dragged the detective's body to the dark place. He did not forget that his task was to assist Lu Chuang in disguising, and he needed to cover Lu Chuang's identity for being exposed. Lu Chuang, who was promoted to team leader, adjusted his attire, raised his head and chest, and continued to approach the team's position. Promised. When Lu Chuang walked a distance, he saw an agent dressed as a Sentry Secret Service passing by. The eyes of the two met for an instant. Lu Chuang took his time and put on the gesture that a small team leader should have, pulled the agent over, and asked in a disguised voice, How is the situation? Unexpectedly, the other party's complexion suddenly became gloomy. I am your superior. Please pay attention to your attitude. Lu Chuang. Sighing, Lu Chuang hit the opponent's chin with a rising dragon fist. Taking advantage of the fact that the other agents didn't notice the situation here, Lu Chuang immediately dragged the other agent back and found John Young, who was hiding in the corner with a dazed expression on his face. I'm exposed, understand? Lu Chuang said concisely. Lu Chuang skillfully removed the documents and equipment, used camouflage to replace with a new image, and then threw the unconscious agent to John for disposal. Although his disguise was exposed twice, Lu Chuang felt that the stealth was still very successful. At least he has been promoted to 2 ranks in such a short period of time. If this trend continues, maybe he could be promoted all the way to become a member of the Sentry Secret Service boss. Regardless of John's melancholy expression, Lu Chuang walked towards the escort convoy with a gun in his hand. This time there was no accident at all. Lu Chuang sneaked into the convoy smoothly. Even if the agents of Sentry Secret Service noticed Lu Chuang, they couldn't see through Lu Chuang's disguise, so Lu Chuang went to the escort without hindrance to the front of the truck. At the moment a Sentry Secret Service agent was repairing the truck, Lu Chuang leaned over and asked, How's the repair going? The detective looked up and saw Lu Chuang, and he didn't have any doubts and reported honestly. Report, sir. The damage to the truck is relatively light, and it will take about 5 minutes to repair it. Very well. When the maintenance is over, please notify me immediately. Clear. At this moment, Chuang saw the bald-headed Agent Turner approaching. Bob, what's the search result on your side? Chuang had seen the disguised identity documents, and 000 knew that Agent Turner was calling him. With the idea of making too many mistakes, Chuang said briefly, "There is nothing unusual." Agent Turner looked serious. "Don't let your guard down. The target of those mutants must be the mutant criminal. It should be her companion." "You're right." Chuang nodded and echoed Agent Turner, speaking no more than 5 words. "Besides, we still have hound weapons. Those mutants have no way to use their abilities. We can take this opportunity to arrest them all." Agent Turner did not hide anything and revealed his thoughts to Chuang. Hound weapons? Intuition told Chuang that the hound weapon mentioned by Agent Turner was likely to be related to John's companion Pulse, but because of his disguised identity, Chuang couldn't ask directly, so he continued to nod in agreement. "You're right." Then Agent Turner said a few words, and Chuang echoed them briefly. Suddenly, Agent Turner received a message from a communicator. "Sir, 4 suspicious people have been found here. They are fleeing. Do you want to take necessary measures?" Agent Turner grabbed the communicator and hurriedly said, "Not for now. Make sure not to let them escape. Wait for me to pass." After hearing a location reported by the communicator, Agent Turner immediately looked at Chuang. "There is a situation. A team has discovered the whereabouts of those mutants. Now, I will go over and have a look, Bob. You stay here to watch. Be careful of that mutant criminals have other companions. 4 suspicious people. It should be Lorna. They were found." Thinking of this in his heart, Chuang nodded earnestly without showing any emotion. "Leave it to me. You can go at ease." Agent Turner. "Capture mutant." Chuang continued the following words, still speaking within 5 words. "This panting is to scare dead man." Due to the urgency of time, Agent Turner didn't pay attention to this detail, recruited several agents to form a temporary team, and then left impatiently. After Agent Turner left, Chuang pushed open the car door and walked in without hesitation. He also knew that time was running out, and if time wasted, Lorna and the others might be in danger. Inside the carriage, Chuang saw 2 Sentry Secret Service agents guarding it. Behind them, Day, is an Asian girl in a prison uniform with green pupils, pointed ears, and tattoo-like marks on her face. Her appearance is obviously different from ordinary people, but fortunately her good-looking looks a bit like an elf in film and television works, thus avoiding the possibility of being arrested because of being too ugly. What attracts attention is the collar with blue light on her neck and the shackles on her hands and feet. Those who don't know it think they are playing some kind of prison play here. Target meets the conditions. Needless to say, the Asian girl in front of her is none other than Clarice, also known as Blink. They also noticed Chuang's arrival. After seeing Chuang's disguised image, a Sentry Secret Service agent asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" "Something's wrong. My contact lens is missing and I dropped it here. Please help me find it." Hearing Chuang's words, the 2 Sentry Secret Service agents subconsciously looked down and then heard the tearing air sounds of fists coming, and the 2 fell directly to the ground. Clarice watched this scene in surprise. "You?" Chuang didn't answer and sat directly in the driver's seat. At the same time, an agent's voice came from outside the car. "Sir, the car has been repaired. Since the escort truck is closed, the inside of the compartment cannot be seen from the outside." Following Chuang's orders, the agent notified Chuang immediately after repairing the car. "Good job." Hearing this, Chuang reached out and touched the keyhole in front. Without the need for a car key, Chuang started the truck easily, and then stepped on the accelerator suddenly. There was a sound of tires rubbing against the ground. Before the detectives who had just repaired the truck could react, they were sprayed with exhaust fumes from the truck that started. Before the car door was closed, the detective heard a faint sentence from inside the car. "It is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life." The dark-faced detective froze for a while before he could react. "Looks like their escort truck was stolen." The next second, the agent shouted, No, Chief Bob ran away with a mutant criminal, and Clarice in the car thought, no, I was kidnapped by the chief of the Sentry Secret Service. Chuang drove the truck and rammed it all the way. Relying on the huge tonnage of the truck, he slammed away the car in front of him. Definitely, he didn't have the head iron to touch the front armored vehicle and directly bypassed and rushed towards the direction of the factory. Feeling the movement of the truck, Clarice couldn't help asking, "Who are you? And where are you taking me?" Seeing Chuang, a man suspected to be the chief of the Sentry Secret Service, suddenly shot down 2 Sentry Secret Service agents, Clarice couldn't help feeling a little flustered. She felt as if she was involved in a Sentry Secret Service during the Civil War. Thinking about it this way, maybe Chuang is planning to kidnap her as a witness to silence her? Clarice really wanted to escape, but she couldn't do anything now. Her hands and feet were shackled tightly, and her body was fixed on the seat of the car by belts. Even if she wanted to stand up, she couldn't do it. You'll find out soon enough. Chuang didn't explain, stepped on the accelerator to increase the speed of the truck. As the speed got faster and faster, Clarice said a little timidly, "Can you drive slowly? You are too fast." "Hey, you can say I'm stable, but you can't say I'm fast." Chuang turned his head to look at Clarice, a little dissatisfied, completely ignoring the road ahead. Clarice's eyes widened. "Front, look ahead. Turn your back. Don't get excited. I'm an old driver, very stable." Chuang slammed the steering wheel, and the truck, which had just picked up speed, drifted into the corner and turned into the corner with an incredible arc. With strong inertia, 2 Sentry Secret Service agents who were comatose flew straight up from the ground. Heavily, it hit the wall of the carriage, but they still didn't wake up. Clarice was protected by a belt and was not affected by inertia, but she was also taken aback. "Who can help me? I want to get off." Before Clarice could speak, Chuang stopped the truck and opened the door, only to see John standing outside, dumbfounded. Originally, John was hiding well in the dark, but unexpectedly a truck suddenly appeared around the corner and rushed towards him with ease. John just wanted to avoid it when he saw the truck stop in front of him. Chuang shouted to John, "It's too late to explain, get in the car." Dressed in the Sentry Secret Service, John almost didn't realize that the other party was Chuang. Hearing Chuang's words, John got into the car with almost no hesitation. "John!" Clarice couldn't believe it. Seeing Clarice, John knew that Chuang's rescue had succeeded and said to Clarice in a deep voice, "We are here to rescue you." Clarice was slightly taken aback, looking at Chuang's back. "Is he also one of us?" "Yes." John nodded and walked towards Clarice. "Don't move. I'll untie you." Seeing Chuang's hands touching the steering wheel again, Clarice swallowed her saliva and shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm fine like this." John was stunned. "Is this an addiction, or what do you think?" It's just that Chuang didn't give them time to talk and interrupted. "Please fasten your seatbelts. I'm going to speed up next. I have a request. Can I get out of the car first?" Clarice begged. She really didn't want to ride in Chuang's car. It was too exciting, and her heart couldn't stand it. "Cannot." Chuang resolutely refused and directly stepped on the accelerator. On the other side, in an abandoned building not far from the factory. What to do? We're surrounded by Sentry Secret Service. Through some gaps in the building, Marcos observed that the perimeter of the building was full of agents from the Sentry Secret Service, with cold sweat on his forehead, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "If it is really impossible, we break out directly." "No, our ability can't be used now. Going out will only be a sacrifice in vain." Sophia stopped Max's act of death. Mutants without abilities are equivalent to ordinary people, and they don't even have weapons. So why should they fight against the heavily armed Sentry Secret Service agents? However, we are also waiting to die here. Marcus heard the sound and looked around, but found that he didn't see the person who spoke, and said in surprise, "Jason, has your invisibility ability recovered?" "No." Asking for flowers. A row of white teeth emerged in the darkness. The invisible black Jason looked at Max resentfully. To avoid being chased by the Sentry Secret Service, they chose to hide in this dark building. The black Jason's blood is very pure, and it blends in perfectly with its surroundings. Seeing that Jason's ability has not recovered, Marcos is very disappointed. The situation in front of them is not good for them. Maybe they will all be wiped out here. Lorna remained silent in the corner, with a green light flashing from both hands, but it didn't last for a second. Lorna is trying to control the metal, and the pulse ability can indeed interfere with the abilities of other mutants. But Lorna finds that her ability is not completely disturbed like others, and she can still sense the existence of her own ability. However, Lorna's repeated attempts all failed. If Lorna is given a little more time, maybe she can gradually adapt to the interference of the pulse ability. However, the Sentry Secret Service outside would not give Lorna time at all. Agent Turner, who had just arrived, took a loudspeaker and shouted towards the abandoned building where they were. "You are already surrounded. Don't make unnecessary struggles. Give up resistance and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures." Detective Turner's proclamation added another layer of calendar to everyone in the Invisible. You should be aware of the consequences of being caught by them. I would rather die here. I'm going to die anyway. It's better to fight them directly, Marcos said in a low voice. Others also knew that after being arrested by the Sentry Secret Service, what result will be ushered in. There is no rebuttal to Max's words. Only Lorna has been trying to adapt to the interference of pulse ability. She thought anxiously in her heart, "Hurry up, hurry up." After waiting for a while, but still not hearing any response from those mutants, Agent Turner's eyes flashed a cold light, and he gestured towards other Sentry Secret Service agents, and several agents slowly approached the abandoned building with guns in hand. The few people hiding in the abandoned building could hear footsteps coming from outside. Just when they were feeling desperate, they heard a screeching sound of tire friction resounding throughout the street. Not only the mutant in the abandoned building heard it, but also the agents of the Sentry Secret Service. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a truck rushing towards them like a mad cow, without any intention of slowing down at all. They couldn't help them to think too much, so they quickly dodged to the side to avoid the collision of the truck. When Agent Turner saw the truck, he suddenly felt bad. That's the truck that transports mutant criminals. Why is it here? When the truck passed the detectives, the door suddenly opened, and several smoke bombs were thrown from inside, and the rising smoke obscured their view. However, the few people inside the abandoned building could see that the truck suddenly flicked to a stop in front of the abandoned building. The door was opening facing them, and John was actually inside the car. John staggered down from the car door and shouted to Lorna and the others, "Come up. 437, it's John." "So FIA," said pleasantly. Seeing John's appearance, the people who were in despair were instantly excited. Marcos shouted, "John is here to save us. Let's go." Lorna gave up trying decisively when she heard that and followed the crowd out of the abandoned building. Under the cover of smoke, several people quickly ran into the truck. John held the door to greet the crowd. Suifai noticed that John was in a bad state and said worriedly, "John, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." John didn't have time to explain, so he led them into the car, and then others saw Chuang sitting in the driver's seat and Clarice tied up in the car seat. The two service agents had already been caught by Chuang dropped. Clarice, members of the Mutant Underground, are beaming. When Clarice saw her companions, her pale face also showed a gleam of joy. Knowing that they were all here to save her, Clarice was quite touched and said weakly, "Sorry, it's me. Let you take such a risk." Seeing Clarice's appearance, Sophia obviously misunderstood and said distressedly, "The Sentry Secret Service must have treated you very badly. It's all right. We are all here to save you. Come. I will untie you." "No, don't. I think it's fine." Clarice shook her head quickly. As long as Chuang didn't leave the driver's seat, she would not let go of the belt no matter what. Lorna felt that she was a bit out of place with that side, and approached Chuang subconsciously. Chuang didn't remove the disguise, but Lorna knew that the other party was Chuang. When Lorna found that Chuang didn't start the truck immediately, Lorna couldn't help but reminded, "Get out of here. There are people outside. It's someone from the Sentry Secret Service." "Not in a hurry." Chuang looked down for the radio button, but couldn't find it. So he took out his mobile phone, turned on the music player, and clicked on a piece of explosive music. Under the dynamic rhythm, Lu Chuang's blood boiled. He turned his head and said to everyone in the car, "I will break through next, so the speed will be a little faster. Remember to hurry up." Hearing this, the expressions of Clarice and John became stiff instantly. John couldn't help but make his own suggestion. "Actually, you can drive slower." But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Marcus. "Say something stupid. Definitely the sooner the better. If we are blocked by those bastards from the Sentry Secret Service, we will be in trouble." "The sooner the better. I understand." Lu Chuang showed unprecedented seriousness on his face and exuded a palpitating sense of oppression all over his body. Even Marcus felt something was wrong. He seemed to release a monster. The moment Lu Chuang held the steering wheel, everyone in the car could feel a terrifying aura that belonged to the strongest in the field, which originated from the survival instinct of creatures, driving them to grab the supports around them. With a sad face, Clarice opened her mouth to request to get out of the car, but the door was closed tightly by Lu Chuang in the next second. "Mom, I want to get out of the car." At the moment when the smoke was about to dissipate, Lu Chuang's eyes burst out. He stepped on the gas pedal suddenly, and the truck rushed out of the smoke and snow. Seeing this, Agent Turner yelled, "Get in the car and chase after him." Obeying the order, all the agents of the Sentry Secret Service got into the car respectively, stepped on the accelerator, and chased towards the truck. Lu Chuang glanced at the rearview mirror and found several Sentry Secret Service cars hanging behind him. His face remained calm. "They're coming after you. Sit still and hold on. I'm going to speed up." Marcus looked at the buildings passing by the car quickly, a little dry-mouthed. "Dude, I suddenly feel that what John said is right. You can drive more slowly. How did you become so fast? Didn't you say that the sooner the better?" "But this is too fast." Marcus wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt that the car was about to float. "Don't worry, I've never had an accident while driving." While driving, Lu Chuang freed up one hand and gave a thumbs up, posing a good pose to Marcos. "Marcus, at this speed, if there's an accident, he will die on the spot, so there is no chance for the next time." At this moment, Max widened his eyes, pointed to the front, and said, "Look ahead. Look ahead. Chet, it's time to turn." Oh, seeing the building less than 10 meters away, everyone was frightened crazy. Screams and howls sounded one after another. Even Agent Turner, who was sitting in the passenger seat of a car behind, was surprised. At such a short distance, it is impossible for a truck at this speed to turn. Is the driver looking for death? Seeing that it was a tragedy of a car crash, he saw the truck in front of him suddenly flicking its tail strangely. Under the action of centrifugal force, the whole body drifted laterally and flung into the corner without even touching the side of the car. Fast and Furious? Agent Turner's eyes widened. He had seen the scene before. It was in the movie. Seeing this, Agent Turner yelled, "Drift and overtake. Stop them in front." Agent in the driver's seat. "Police officer, maybe you are embarrassing for money." Although the truck turned successfully, the speed still did not slow down. Lu Chuang has a super high school stuntman, but he can easily make all kinds of difficult 2.3-degree movements in any means of transportation, even if he's given a baby carriage. So on the road, as the speed got faster and faster, the faces of everyone in the truck became paler. Even Lorna, who maintained a cold attitude, couldn't stand it any longer. She hugged the driver's seat tightly, and the last trace of stubbornness in her heart prevented her from shouting. At the moment, they finally understood why John and Clarice were in that half-dead state at the beginning, especially Clarice, who had experienced it twice, and now it was the third time, feeling that her soul had been taken away. Only the instinctive scream of the body remained. But they have no chance to regret it. The door has been closed tightly, and it is difficult for them to get out of the car. Although they don't know where Lu Chuang's limit is, they already know where their own limit is. "No, I want to throw up. Who can help me?" "Catch shrimp." "Atong dies of illness." "Talk about Beverly." Accompanied by the explosive music, a truck sprang out from the left side of the expressway like a ghost, with the front of the truck as the center of the circle. Under the action of inertia, it drew a perfect arc and drifted to the expressway, close to the isolation zone of the curve superior. Amidst a burst of panic honking, the truck narrowly passed the speeding vehicles. At the moment, everyone in the car was in disarray. Lorna, ignoring her aggressiveness, hugged Lu Chuang's driver's seat like an octopus. Sophia and Clarice hugged each other tightly. Mouth there were screams from time to time. As for the other three men, they grabbed the supports around them and refused to let go. As the truck was driving on the highway, Marcos felt that the car had finally stabilized and shouted in shock, "God, I didn't die. It's finally over." Who knows what they went through just now? Marcos felt that the truck underneath was about to fly up, and if he was not careful, the car would crash and people would die. During the process, he seemed to see his long-dead grandma waving at him from the other side. No, it's not over yet. Lu Chuang operated the steering wheel with one hand, glanced at the rearview mirror, and found that the car of the Sentry Secret Service was still hanging at the rear, and raised his eyebrows. He was sure that he had just thrown off these pursuers. Logically speaking, they should not might catch up so quickly. Soon, Lu Chuang thought of the reason. There are trackers in the car. It looks like we're being targeted by Sentry Secret Service. Hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd, 13, changed dramatically. John is more experienced in this regard. We must abandon this car. Otherwise, the Sentry Secret Service will be able to track and locate us all the time, and the reinforcements behind are likely to block every fork. Surround us completely. Lu Chuang thought for a while and asked, "Has your ability recovered?" "No, the impulse ability effect is still there." John shook his head, and at the same time was very puzzled. "It's very strange. The impulse ability range is only 2 blocks. Why can he always affect us?" At this time, Clarice suddenly said, "I have seen Pulse. It is he who uses ability to affect me, so that I cannot escape with ability. His ability seems to be enhanced, and it has an effect within a range of at least 1 kilometer, so I will be captured by Sentry Secret Service." A kilometer? Lu Chuang looked at the rear view mirror again. Obviously, the Pulse is hidden in a certain car, so that it can constantly affect Lorna and their mutant ability. Once you find your target, you'll be fine. Under the horrified eyes of everyone in the car, Lu Chuang exposed half of his body from the driver's window, and a pistol suddenly appeared in Tianzhong. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets were thrown out of the chamber, and in slow motion, the bullets arced and shuttled between the vehicles, and finally landed precisely on the tires of 2 Sentry Secret Service vehicles. The tire burst directly, and the car crashed into the isolation belt uncontrollably. Looking at the blurred figure in the distance, Agent Turner was startled. "The other party has a gun. Be careful to dodge." Hearing this, Tianjun's agents were full of confidence. Although he can't drift, can you avoid him? So he controlled the car to move sideways and drive in an S shape, which he learned from movies. However, he was too confident in his driving skills. The car suddenly skidded and crashed into a car beside him. The car lost its balance and hit the isolation belt on the left. The airbag popped up instantly to prevent the people in the car from being affected by inertia harm. Lu Chuang. What is this operation? Lu Chuang shook his head and retreated into the car, grasping the steering wheel with both hands. The tragic example made him deeply aware that the driving was irregular, and his relatives cried. Agent Turner covered his dizzy head and quickly turned his head to look behind him. He saw a man sitting in the rear compartment with his eyes bulging. This person is Pulse, the secret weapon of the Sentry Secret Service, which specifically restrains mutants' ability. But they stay here as long as they leave enough range. Those mutants can regain their abilities. Damn it! Seeing the truck getting farther and farther away from them, Agent Turner cursed angrily. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard another bad news from the communicator. "Sir, we found Officer Bob and 2 agents. They have come to life. According to them, there's a person pretending to be assaulted them as someone else. Ability in disguise?" Agent Turner's expression became gloomy. That Bob was indeed a fake. But he can't figure it out. There is a Pulse. Why can that guy use ability to infiltrate their ministers? My ability is restored. When the truck traveled a certain distance, Lorna immediately sensed that her ability could be used. Immediately afterwards, Other mutants also recovered their abilities one after another. Only Clarice's ability still hasn't recovered. She pointed helplessly at the collar around her neck. This is the latest flea collar developed by the Sentry Secret Service. Only they know how to open it. If you open it in the wrong way, this collar will send out strong electric current. Let me try. Regaining his strength, John stepped forward, grabbed the flea collar, and tried to force it off. However, John, who can tear apart steel with his bare hands, can't hurt the flea collar at all, and he doesn't know what material it is made of. It's simply too hard. This thing is not made of metal. Lorna felt it and shook her head to express that she had no choice. At the same time, Lorna finally experienced for herself how many ways the Sentry Secret Service has to deal with their mutants. Even the Sentinel has not seen it. She has tried twice and failed, and she even almost fell into the hands of the Sentry Secret Service. Inside, just when everyone felt helpless, the truck stopped at some point. Get out of the way, let me try. Chuang came over from the driver's seat, pushed away Marcus, who was in the way, walked up to Clarice, and reached out to touch the flea collar. The flea collar opened with a click and then fell to the ground. How did you do that? Lorna was amazed. It's easy, just touch it. Chuang replied casually. He glanced at the game system and found that the task had not been completed yet. Then Chuang tore off the belt with brute force, looked at the stunned Clarice, and urged, "Try your ability. Take us out of here." Clarice reacted and nodded quickly. Oh. Clarice stood up, stretched out her hands, and condensed a purple light curtain with concentration. Everyone could see another place behind the purple light curtain. As Clarice stretched out her hands, the purple light curtain became bigger and bigger, and finally formed a passage that could accommodate an adult file size. Go in, I won't last long, Clarice said with difficulty. Let's go. John was the first to bend down and walk into the purple light curtain. He had no choice but to bend down to get in because he was too tall. His companions followed close behind. Lorna didn't act immediately, but 893 looked at Chuang. Chuang nodded. Let's go in too. Hearing that, Lorna jumped in without hesitation, and just as Chuang was about to go in, the voice of Agent Turner suddenly came from the communicator in his hand. Why do you know how to open it? Agent Turner apparently knew that Clarice's flea collar had been opened. Chuang turned on the communication function and said in Bob's voice, I'm sorry, I'm an undercover agent. Agent Turner, I remember you. Sooner or later, I will catch you with my own hands. There was anger in Agent Turner's words. He knew what it meant when Clarice's flea collar was opened, and their roundup operation was declared a failure. And this is all the damn guy Chuang. Remember me? Chuang asked in surprise. Then do you know who I am? Agent Turner choked suddenly. He really didn't know this. Not to mention Chuang's real appearance and name. Even his voice is fake. How could he know? After a few seconds of silence, Agent Na finally choked out one sentence. I will investigate. Chuang ignored the other party, threw away the communicator, and bent over to step into the purple light curtain. Although he was tall enough to pass through, bending over was necessary so that he could appear tall enough. When everyone went in, Clarice quickly jumped into the purple light curtain. Without Clarice's maintenance, the purple light curtain quickly disappeared in place, as if it had never appeared before. Boom! A few seconds later, the bomb hidden under the driver's seat suddenly exploded. The entire truck was reduced to a heap of scrap metal, which was removed along with all traces. Chuang didn't care about Agent Turner's harsh words at all. After all, he is not a real mutant. The Sentry Secret Service has almost no threat to him. Besides, he even dared to provoke SHIELD, a global terrorist organization. So why would he care? You a little special department? SHIELD is equal to Snake and SHIELD, so there is nothing wrong with saying that SHIELD is a global terrorist organization. Stepping through the purple light curtain, Chuang found himself in a dilapidated, abandoned building. Jailbreak completed. Unlock condition. Rescue Clarice Ferguson, a member of the Mutant Underground Organization, January 1st. Title: Super High School Architect. Whether to unlock the title. The moment Clarice followed, The game system popped up a prompt as if pinpointing the timing. Seeing the prompt of the game system, Chuang knew that they had successfully escaped the pursuit and surveillance of Sentry's Secret Service. Unlock. Unlock successfully. Title: Super High School Level Architect. Explanation: someone is an architect on the surface, but actually has a prison design drawing tattooed on his back. Characteristics: rapid construction. It's really a jailbreak. When Chuang saw the description of the title, he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Then, he clicked on the properties of the title. Quick construction. Significantly shorten the time required for construction. Nice one. Chuang's eyes lit up, and the blood of an infrastructure madman flowed in his body, and he liked this feature very much. After getting a super university-level architect, Chuang's vision became completely different. According to the Treasury Gate not far away, he can tell that this is a long-abandoned bank. There are 3 floors in the building, 2 floors on the top and 2 floors on the top, and an underground layer at the bottom. However, this place seems to have suffered some kind of large-scale damage. The second floor and the center of the first floor were opened by a huge amount of hole, and the structure of the entire building was damaged to some extent. Fortunately, this building is not a tofu project, and there will be no safety issues such as collapse for the time being. Chuang could see many figures walking around on the 2 floors, both men, women, and children. Most of them were no different from humans. Only a few had obvious non-human features. Apparently, they're all mutants. Jason, tell 2 we're back. John said something to the invisible black man, and then introduced to Chuang and Lorna. This is our headquarters. Are they, and those children, all members of your organization? Lorna looked at the mutants outside. She hadn't seen so many mutants gathered in one place since the Mutant Act was enacted. John shook his head. No, there are only a small number of our members. They're mainly responsible for the management and security here. As for the others, they are actually some poor people who have been persecuted by the Mutant Act and have nowhere to go. We temporarily took them in. Avoid them being found by the Sentry Secret Service. Temporarily? What does that mean? Lorna frowned. John explained helplessly. As you have seen in our place, we have no extra space to accommodate other people. Except for those who are willing to join our organization, we can only let them live here for a period of time, and then we will arrange for them to go to other places. Branch. Lorna glanced at her surroundings. As John said, the only space left here is the passing road, and the rest of the space has been cleaned up and many beds are placed. It can be seen that this is to accommodate as many people as possible. Therefore, everyone is crowded in the same space, and daily life is obviously inconvenient. Seeing their current situation, Lorna suddenly felt much happier. At least she has food and drink in Chuang's house, and she has her own private space, except that she has to be Peter's assistant and can't leave the house casually for fear of being discovered by the Sentry Secret Service. Basically, it is not much different from the previous life. Marcos, who is Mexican, added, if someone wants to live elsewhere, we can also help them smuggle to my hometown of Mexico, which is one of the few countries that allows mutant to exist. At least there is no oppression of the Mutant Act. Hearing this, Chuang called him a good guy. In the past, he heard that many Mexicans tried various methods to smuggle into America, and even a certain president did not hesitate to spend tens of billions to build a border wall to prevent Mexicans from smuggling into America. God is a good reincarnation, and now it is the turn of the Americans to try to smuggle into Mexico. However, these are not what Chuang should care about. Chuang narrowed his eyes slightly and said to John, since your companion has been rescued, is our reward. Ahem. John suddenly coughed a few times. Facing Sophia and the others' puzzled gazes, he ordered in a commanding manner, Sophia, show Ms. Dan a tour of our headquarters and take Clarice to check her physical condition. As for Marcus, you go check the toilet to see if it's smooth. Lin, horse. None of the people present were fools. It could be seen that John was obviously trying to find a way to get them. However, out of trust in John, the companions left without asking any further questions. As one of the insiders, Lorna knew what Chuang said about the reward, and she was not very interested in it. In addition, She was indeed somewhat curious about this place, so she followed Suwa FIA to visit the Mutant Underground organization. After everyone left, John looked at Lu Chuang. Lu, can you change back? This image is not very convenient to appear here. At the moment, Lu Chuang still maintains the disguise of the Sentry Secret Service. If the mutants outside see the Sentry Secret Service agents, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble, just like black people seeing white police officers. Lu Chuang nodded to express his understanding and immediately canceled his camouflage technique. Putting aside other things, you first make up an IOU for me. What should come will come eventually. John nodded with difficulty. I'll get the paper and pen. No, I have it here. Lu Chuang took out a document and pen from himself. Seeing the dense English on the paper, there's a professional atmosphere between each line and each page. Obviously, it was written by a professional lawyer. The corner of John's mouth couldn't help twitching. You are really well prepared. Now that Lu Chuang has helped them rescue Clarice, John naturally has no reason to refuse. He simply looked at the content of the document and signed his name at the end. His gestures seemed to be full of trust in Lu Chuang. Definitely not, because his culture does not understand the above content. After receiving the documents, Lu Chuang nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the leader of the Mutant Underground organization, the X-Men did not misunderstand you and silently repaid the debt. So, when do you plan to pay back the money? Now I don't have so much money, John said bitterly, a whole 1 million USD. Jianli Hao, how could he have so much money? Oh, no money. Lu Chuang nodded thoughtfully and snapped his fingers. Since this is the case, I have a suggestion. As long as you do something for me, how about getting rid of this debt slowly? John was taken aback. What's the matter? It's nothing. Help me contact that Ivan. I have something to ask her. John frowned immediately. I'm sorry. I promised Ivan not to disclose her information to others. Lu Chuang looked skeptical. Don't lie to me. Your mouth was not as dense as this, and I heard you mention Ivan with my own ears. That's because you overheard. Lu Chuang ignored John's rebuttal and looked at John with bad eyes. You really disagree with Jia? John shook his head. I can't reveal. Seeing John's firmness, Lu Chuang smiled like a villain and said viciously, in this case, I will arrange for you to go to the Elephant Country, and you can make my debut as an idol to pay off my debts. Under Lu Chuang's coercion and lure, finally John could only bite the bullet and said, I can contact Ivan for you, but let me make it clear first that if Ivan is unwilling to meet you, there is nothing I can do. Seeing that John agreed, Lu Chuang changed his face instantly and said cheerfully, That's right, you have to learn to be flexible, and you can't be too honest. Back then, I was bullied for being too honest. A boss deducted my salary. If it wasn't for I cleverly grabbed his assistant and asked him to give me money, and my hard-earned money was gone long ago. John, this is really kidnapping. Lu Chuang shook his head with emotion. How young and honest he was at that time. Anyway, you just need to help me contact that woman named Ivan. Then you have to tell me, what is your business with Ivan, so that I can ask Ivan. For some reason, John feels that Lu Chuang seems to have deliberately dug a hole for him to jump into. The most uncomfortable thing is that he jumped into the hole on his own initiative, and it is too late to jump out now. Lu Chuang felt that there was no need to hide this kind of matter, and said bluntly, It's nothing. I just have some questions I want to ask her about X-Men. John looked surprised. You also believe that the X-Men are real? Since the Huxiao people exist, the X-Men may also exist. There may be a bald man in a wheelchair staring at you from a corner of the world. He can see clearly even if you are not taking a shower. Lu Chuang, he was joking, but suddenly felt a little apprehensive in his heart. If the X-Men existed, the mutant known as the strongest telepathy ability on Earth, Professor X, the leader of the X-Men, might really exist. Thinking of Professor X's terrifying telepathy ability, Lu Chuang swallowed involuntarily. That old Ian. Cough, cough. That boss is not really watching them, is he? Seems like it might be possible. After all, John said the Mutant Underground was part of the X-Men project. Maybe that old cutie is somewhere in the world watching what's going on here. Lu, you're joking again. John couldn't understand Lu Chuang's words, but he didn't know much, let alone who Lu Chuang was talking about with the bald head. Lu Chuang smiled awkwardly and skipped the topic decisively. That's the deal. Help me contact Ivan as soon as possible. After the matter is completed, your debt will be offset by 100,000 DAB USD, and I will give you another 50,000 in private USD is treated as a donation to your Mutant Underground organization. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, John's heart trembled. He struggled for a few seconds, and finally his eyes were full of firmness. Okay, leave this matter to me at ease. John decided that he had to persuade Ivan well. As more and more mutants are taken in by the organization, now John can't wait to split a steel shop into two. 50,000 USD is a huge sum of money for him, and it can also offset part of the debt. There's no reason to refuse. After talking about things, John proposed to show Lu Chuang a tour of their Mutant Underground organization. Anyway, having nothing to do, Lu Chuang followed John around the dangerous building, but he made some disguises, changing the image of a passerby, so as to avoid exposing his true appearance to too many people's eyes. During the tour, John introduced some members of their organization to Lu Chuang. After this rescue operation, John already trusts Lu Chuang and Lorna and agrees with their ability even more. John very much hopes that they can join their Mutant Underground organization. Taking this opportunity, John wants to pull into the relationship with each other. Lu Chuang could see that John had completely regarded himself as a mutant, but he didn't explain it either. After all, the identity of a mutant is more convenient for him to get in touch with the truth of the X-Men. So let's just misunderstand. I have to say that mutants' abilities are really diverse. Throughout the Mutant Underground organization, several mutant abilities aroused Lu Chuang's interest. Among them, the most eye-catching is the mutant codenamed Sage, who has the ability of unlimited storage capacity, similar to a computer, and can record and analyze a large amount of data to judge the probability of an event. She is a computer analyst of the Mutant Underground organization, responsible for monitoring network communications. The reason why they can clearly know the movements of Sentry Secret Service is that Sage is always monitoring the network communication of Sentry Secret Service behind the scenes. And John got Lorna's contact information because of Sage's assistance. Proper Intelligence Master. Sage's intelligence ability is much stronger than that of Weasel. At least the source of information is reliable enough, and he doesn't need to find a gangster boy to run all over New York. Through the explanation of the invisible black man, Sage already knew about Lu Chuang, and he was very friendly to Lu Chuang. Thank you for rescuing our companion. Lu Chuang responded equally friendly. It's just a small matter, by the way. Are you interested in coming to work with me? I'll give you a monthly salary of 4,000 US dollars. How about a weekly weekend and working hours of no more than 8 hours? Shinja raised his eyebrows. How can there be such a good treatment? I have to admit, she was really moved. Ahem, Lu, Shinja is a member of our organization. John couldn't help reminding. The person who robbed him in front of him, is this a human thing? Seeing John's protective appearance, Lu Chuang shrugged his shoulders and did not continue. Anyway, John still owes him a sum of money. Although it is John's personal debt, John, as the leader of the Mutant Underground organization, is in the will the rest of the Mutant Underground be able to escape? Besides Sage, there are two mutants that Lu Chuang is interested in. It was none other than Sophia and Clarice, whom Lu Chuang already knew, and Lu Chuang was also very interested in their abilities. One can modify the memory of others, and the other can open the portal from a long distance. Although both are auxiliary abilities, they are very useful to Lu Chuang. Ignoring John's black face, Lu Chuang found Sophia, and Clarice also sent an invitation. Clarice looked at Lu Chuang in surprise. Your ability is actually shape-shifting. If John and the others hadn't told her personally, Clarice thought Lu Chuang's ability was a racing car. Otherwise, how could he explain how this guy drove the truck like that? How do you think about it? You come to work here with a daily salary of 4,000 US dollars. It's a rare opportunity. Lu Chuang bewitched. Lorna, next to me. Why can they earn 4,000 US dollars a day, but I don't have a single USD? In the end, Sophia and Clarice still did not accept Lu Chuang's invitation. The reason is that the Mutant Underground Organization needs them. After all, the Mutant Underground Organization is currently in a state of serious shortage of manpower, and it is impossible for them to abandon their tasks and go to work with Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang wanted to say a few more words, but was forcibly taken away by the dark-faced John. If this continues, Lu Chuang and Lorna did not join their Mutant Underground Organization, but the members of the Mutant Underground Organization were poached by Lu Chuang. In fact, John is completely overthinking here. Except for the three of Clarice, Lu Chuang basically doesn't like the other members of the Mutant Underground Organization. Although some abilities are not bad, the users are so bad that they can't play much role at all. In the final analysis, the Mutant Underground Organization is only a non-governmental organization after all, and it is normal for members of the organization to vary in strength. After all, most mutants have not received professional training, and the control over their abilities is definitely far inferior to what Lu Chuang imagined. X-Men. Next, John took Lu Chuang around the perimeter of their base camp. As Lu Chuang imagined, it was originally an abandoned bank building. According to John, a long time ago, a mutant's ability got out of control and destroyed the entire area, causing the surrounding area to become barren, and the big hole in the building was left at that time. Therefore, not many people will go to this area. Even if passers-by pass by unintentionally, they still have mutants that can create fear to scare away intruders. What do you think of our place? John asked. Lu Chuang thought for a while. Do you want to hear the truth or lies? Definitely the truth. If the Sentry Secret Service finds you here, you probably won't last for 2 minutes. The defense measures of the building are too poor, and there are various safety hazards inside the building, especially the hole. Can't you use materials to repair it? Lu Chuang made a comment from his own professional point of view. It was not enough to say these few things, and then he began to point out all kinds of problems in the base camp, and even the toilet was not spared. John was stunned when he heard it. The point is that John really has no way to refute. Lu Chuang's words are well-founded, and there is an extremely professional feeling in his words. John said without knowing it. Do you still know architecture? Just a little understanding, a little understanding. Lu Chuang was low-key and waved his hands modestly. In this regard, John shook his head and explained, It's not that we don't want to repair. You know our situation, we can't hire those outside architects, so we can only do it ourselves. But the problem is that we haven't met any professional in this area until now personnel. Lu Chuang smiled slightly. Didn't you just meet one now? Don't you mean? That's right, it's next. Lu Chuang stared straight at John and whispered in his ear as if a demon tempted humans. I have $1 million renovation plan here. Are you interested in learning about it? Not long after, Lu Chuang looked at the new photos on his phone, nodded in satisfaction, and followed John, who looked numb, back to the base camp. Only they know that in a short period of time, John's net worth doubled directly. However, John, who is a millionaire, kept a low profile. He did not tell his friends the good news. He just announced to everyone that the base camp will undergo a large-scale renovation in the next few days, and Lu Chuang will be fully responsible for organizing it. Members must cooperate with his work. Everyone was amazed at once. Lu Chuang actually has such a profession? Lu Chuang, who was promoted to be a contractor, was very responsible and decided to go back immediately to draw up a design plan and ask Clarice to send him and Lorna home, and they would not stay here for dinner. Lorna, seeking flowers 0. So you mean, originally your plan was to wait here and finish your meal before leaving? Hearing that Lu Chuang was leaving, John was very reluctant to keep Lu Chuang, and at the same time told Clarice to send Lu Chuang home as soon as possible. It had no other meaning. He just felt that Lu Chuang was very tired today, and hoped that Lu Chuang going home early to rest is definitely not trying to drive away the other party. With the appearance of the purple light curtain, Lu Chuang and Lorna left the headquarters of the Mutant Underground Organization. This ability is really convenient. Seeing the purple light curtain disappearing behind him, Lu Chuang couldn't help sighing. If he had this ability, wandering around the world would be nothing at all. Clarice did not send them directly to the door, but near Queens, Lu Chuang was just about to go home when Lorna suddenly said, "I asked for a raise." Originally, Lorna didn't feel much, but after hearing how Clarice and the others were treated, Lorna felt a little unbalanced. Not long after we met, she had such good benefits. She had been working for a while, but she didn't even have weekend benefits. Little Peter had to work overtime when he was on vacation. Isn't this bullying? No one else was present, and Lorna's aloof appearance collapsed in an instant. And now she almost raised a wooden sign to protest against the unscrupulous boss for oppressing the employees and asked the boss for a salary increase. Lu Chuang wondered, "It's late at night. What are you daydreaming about?" However, Lorna's attitude is very firm. "If you don't get a raise, I'd rather go to the toilet." Lu Chuang was startled immediately. Is he so wolfish? "Speak up if you have something to say." Lu Chuang hurriedly comforted him. How could he let Lorna run to wash the toilet? And he had to rely on Lorna's ability to make a super battle suit. Since this is the case, you can see that we both have to take a step back. How to return? Lu Chuang pondered for a few seconds. "I won't give you a raise, so don't wash the toilet." Lorna, 9. In the following time, Lu Chuang, an idler, was finally completely busy. In the morning, he used his mana to make the elixir, stopped just before the mana was exhausted, and then waited for the mana to recover on its own. During the period, Lu Chuang was not idle and started to draw up a modification plan for the Mutant underground organization and contacted Weasel to prepare all the materials needed and put them in the rented temporary warehouse curry. A few days later, the disguised Lu Chuang came to Tony Stark's luxury villa with several boxes of elixir and said to the door, "JRVS, tell Mr. Tony that the goods he ordered have been delivered. Come out and sign for it." Soon, the voice of JRVS sounded. "Dear guest, sir is inside. You can come in." The door opened automatically. Lu Chuang walked into the luxury villa and saw Tony Stark sitting in the hall. From 027 to Lu Chuang's appearance, Tony Stark said in a pleasant surprise, "You came just in time. I've already finished those panacea potions, and the effect is really good. Now I'm waiting for your new products to come my door." During this period of time, Tony Stark was immersed in developing the latest model of steel armor, and he basically didn't have much time to rest. Both his body and his spirit were always under load. However, when he drank the elixir, his body and spirit would instantly return to their peak state without any feeling of fatigue, which was extremely refreshing for the workaholic Tony Stark. In order to maintain high-intensity work, whenever Tony Stark feels tired, he will choose to drink the elixir directly to restore his strength. Anyway, the price of a bottle of elixir is only $200,000, which is not money at all in Tony Stark's opinion. It is unimaginable that with the help of the panacea, Tony Stark's total sleep time these days is only a mere few hours, and the rest of the time is used to develop steel armor. He can be called a master of time management. It's just that the panacea in Tony Stark's hands is too little, and he can't afford to consume it like him. Now Tony Stark feels uncomfortable if he doesn't drink the panacea for a day. Lu Chuang was also shocked. Tony Stark really drank the elixir like water. Hearing this, Lu Chuang sent several boxes of elixir to Tony Stark. "Here are your 100 bottles of elixir. Please count them." Tony Stark couldn't wait to pick up a bottle of elixir and drank it. As all the mineral water was poured into his mouth, the tiredness on Tony Stark's face instantly disappeared. "That's right, that's the taste." Lu Chuang? Question mark. What does it smell like, mineral water? After getting the 100 bottles of elixir, Tony Stark readily transferred the final payment to Lu Chuang on the spot. Probably because he was in a good mood, Tony Stark invited Lu Chuang to taste the fine wine in his collection. Faced with Tony Stark's kind invitation, Lu Chuang was very embarrassed and quickly waved his hands and said that he had something to do. Under Tony Stark's speechless gaze, Lu Chuang left with a few bottles of valuable wine, saying that he would go home and taste it slowly. Mutant Underground Organization Base. On this day, most members of the Mutant Underground Organization were busy with activity. I saw a purple light curtain open, and people were constantly carrying various building materials and coming out of it, placing them in the prescribed positions, and then returning to continue carrying materials. Lu Chuang, on the other hand, was sitting outside the abandoned bank with a sun umbrella next to him, a yellow helmet on his head, and a glass of fine wine in his hand. If you don't move bricks hard, your position will be unstable tomorrow. Everyone gritted their teeth. It was so uncomfortable. They are working hard here to move bricks, and it's fine if this guy doesn't help, but he is still attracting hatred crazily. Is this a human thing? Chuang suddenly widened his eyes, pointed to the distance, and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't stop. Yes, you are invisible. Don't think I can't see you being lazy. I tell you, it is broad daylight now. Your invisibility is of no use to me." Black Jason. Due to the attack on the Sentry Secret Service some time ago, Clarice was rescued in full view. So much so that now the entire Sentry Secret Service is boiling, frantically searching for traces of Mutant's underground organization, and all this is heard by the Sage, who is in charge of monitoring network communications. Therefore, the actions of the Mutant underground organization have become more cautious recently, for fear of retaliation from the Sentry Secret Service. In order to avoid being discovered by the Sentry Secret Service, the building materials purchased by Chuang cannot be directly transported to the Mutant Underground Organization base. Clarice can only open the portal to the temporary warehouse and then slowly transport the building materials. Ever since, except for the female members, all the male members of the Mutant Underground Organization were captured by Chuang. Even John, the leader of the Mutant Underground Organization, is no exception. With a steel body, John is simply a natural talent for moving bricks. Only one person dragged a truck full of building materials and ran out, but after carrying it repeatedly for more than a dozen times, John was exhausted in the end. Originally, Lorna was also a good candidate to move bricks, but she had to stay at home as Little Peter's assistant. For Chuang, this matter was the most important, and other things could be put aside. It's almost finished moving. Work harder and move faster. Chuang commanded leisurely, and everyone was hardened, and their fists were hardened. This guy really doesn't hurt his back when he stands and talks. If you have the guts, come and move it. Chuang turned a blind eye to everyone's gaze. He was only in charge of renovating the base, and the rough work of moving bricks was definitely handed over to other people. Seeing the movements of these men slowed down, Chuang took a sip of his fine wine and said to Sophia, who was standing under the sun umbrella and watched all the time, "Ask your sisters to bring them drinks, and ask them if they need a rest." Sophia nodded, found a few tall and slender sisters, walked to the men who were carrying materials in 1.9, delivered drinks, and handed them towels to wipe their sweat. When Sophia and other women asked if they needed a break, the men looked disdainful. "Ha! Were you kidding? Do you still need a rest for this little work?" "That's right, it's not me who blows. I can move all the remaining materials by myself." "Woman, please get out of the way. You are blocking me from moving bricks." This group of men did not know where the sudden physical strength came from, and the appearance that was about to be exhausted disappeared instantly. The legs that seemed to have had a stroke just now stepped forward again, and they shuttled back and forth across the purple light curtain. John was even more conspicuous. Under FIA's gaze, he directly pulled 2 carts of building materials. Looking at this group of men desperate to save face, Chuang curled his lips. "Hey man." As the saying goes, men and women can work together without getting tired. Soon, all construction materials were moved to the Mutant Underground Organization base. Ignoring the tired men lying on the ground, Chuang drank the wine in his hand, straightened the yellow helmet on his head, took out a prepared blueprint from his arms, and began to arrange the next transformation plan. First, there is the issue of containment at the base of the Mutant Underground Organization. The abandoned bank has limited space, and the maximum number of people it can accommodate is less than 100 people. Moreover, on the premise that everyone is crowded together, whether it is daily life or nightlife, it will bring various inconveniences, so it is very important to expand the space necessary. Considering the situation of Mutant's underground organization, it is obviously impossible to expand the territory outward. Ever since, Chuang had a bold idea. Since you can't expand outward 13, let's dig underground. You must know that in many film and television works, the bases of those mysterious organizations are built underground. Anyway, the Mutant Underground Organization is a group of outlaw lunatics, and they're not afraid of trouble from the Land Management Department of the American government. Knowing Lu Chuang's plan, John hesitated. Is this possible? Don't worry. Give me a little time. It's not a problem to empty the area. Lu Chuang said confidently. Okay, just do as you said. At this point, John can only choose to trust Lu Chuang. I will arrange some people to assist you in your work later, and you can ask for anything else. Lu Chuang waved his hand. It doesn't take much, just give me Blink and Eclipse. In the following time, John and the others rarely saw Lu Chuang, and Clarice and Marcus often disappeared. But no one asked about Lu Chuang's whereabouts, for fear of hindering Lu Chuang's work. Anyway, they still have Clarice and Marcus involved, so there is no need to worry about the situation. On the fourth day, Lu Chuang, who was holding a hammer, suddenly found John and said with a straight face, I tell you some good news. After several days of unremitting efforts, I have completed the construction of the new base. John's first reaction was that Lu Chuang was teasing himself. How long has it been? Even if the most professional construction team is invited, it is impossible to complete the construction so quickly. Lu Chuang didn't explain much and directly took John to a place not far outside the base. Immediately afterwards, John saw a never-before-seen toilet appearing in front of his eyes and repeated confirmation several times. After John made sure that he was not hallucinating, he said with a strange face, Is this the result of your construction in a few days? That's right. John hesitated to speak and finally couldn't help asking, Didn't you mean to build a new base? Why is there only one toilet? Lu Chuang looked contemptuous. Brother John, as the leader of the organization, you should improve your knowledge. Haven't you seen the movie? Usually the toilet is just a superficial disguise. The real secret actually lies elsewhere. While speaking, Lu Chuang pressed John on the toilet and then pressed the flush button of the toilet. Ka-ka-ka. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical operation, the interior of the toilet suddenly fell, falling like an elevator. After a few seconds, John's eyes widened. This is... At the moment, John was shocked to find that there was a huge amount of space hidden under the toilet, and the total area of the entire space was even larger than the abandoned bank. Welcome to the new base, Lu Chuang said beside him. After the toilet elevator stopped, Lu Chuang patted the dull John and led him into the new base. There are gray textured tiles under the feet, and the four walls are composed of white and light blue. The indoor light is very bright. Although it is an underground floor, I don't feel any abnormal breathing. Generally speaking, it gives people a very comfortable feeling. When the two walked into the new base, John saw Clarice and Marcus. At this moment, John finally came back to his senses and spit. You guys built this? If Lu Chuang hadn't brought him here himself, he might have wondered if there was such a space hidden here in the first place, but he hadn't discovered it before. Clarice shook her head. No, I'm just responsible for opening the portal, and the construction aspect has nothing to do with me. Marcus also shook his head and said that it had nothing to do with him. I'm in charge of the lighting, and toilet. Having said that, Marcos has some resentment. What is it that makes you have the illusion that my 220 is good at flushing toilets? In other words, Lu did it all by himself? John looked at Lu Chuang in disbelief. Such a large project in front of me was actually completed by one person, and it was still in such a short period of time. What a big deal. The speed of construction in my hometown is normal. If it wasn't for the lack of materials, I could continue to expand. Lu Chuang said with some unfinished thoughts. He had been having a good time these days, as if kind of like playing Minecraft. He found that the characteristic effects of super high school architects covered an extremely wide range, not only including basic construction, but also skills such as moving bricks and digging holes. In fact, it took Lu Chuang less than half an hour to dig out such a large space. At that time, Clarice and Marcus were both stunned, wondering if this guy was reincarnated from a mole. With the blessing of a super high school architect, Lu Chuang easily built a new base with only one person. If Lu Chuang and Mr. Pei are thrown on a deserted island now, it is estimated that he can directly transform that deserted island into a holiday base. Unbelievable. John never imagined that Lu Chuang built a brand new base by himself, and it looked decent. It should not be the kind of bean curd project. He thought it was true. The new base in front of us was built by Lu Chuang himself, and there is absolutely no problem in terms of building safety. After being shocked, John looked at the new base and became more and more excited. The environment here is much better than the abandoned bank. Although it is more troublesome to get in and out, it is better because the location is hidden enough. Who would have guessed that there is an underground base hidden in the toilet? You know, in order to achieve the effect of deceiving people, Lu Chuang deliberately made the toilet like a normal toilet. The toilet is real, and the shit is real, and there are basically no flaws on the surface. All in all, John is very satisfied with this new base, which is beyond his expectation. Lu, you've done a great job. John didn't hide his admiration at all. Lu Chuang remained humble. It's all thanks to the help of Clarice and Marcus. Actually, we didn't help much. Clarice said shyly. The task Lu Chuang gave her was very simple. That is to use the portal to transport away the soil that Lu Chuang kept digging up, and Marcus's task was even simpler, standing directly on the ground as a humanoid light bulb to shine for the new base, until the new base is connected to the cable. Looking at the empty new base, John said, "With the new base you built, we can accommodate more homeless mutants, but it would be better if the space is bigger. If Lu Chuang continues to expand, perhaps their place will become the largest base of the mutant underground organization." Lu Chuang said happily, "As long as the money is in place, you can build the entire underground into a base without any problem. When it comes to money, John, who is a millionaire, loses his mind in an instant." But he didn't give up his thoughts, looked at Clarice and Marcus, gritted his teeth, and said, "Can we sign a few more IOUs? You can take photos as you like, and I can pose in any pose you want." Fortunately, Lu Chuang is not drinking now, otherwise he would definitely spit it out. Lu Chuang rolled his eyes. "Beforehand, those photos are all wearing clothes. Please don't be so weird. And do you think I'm a fool? You have the ability to afford so much money?" There was an embarrassing expression on John's face. Now, he still has 2 huge sums of money on his body, and he has not even made up the odds. I can't really follow what Lu Chuang said. Go to the elephant country and debut as an idol. That's the end of the topic. John dismissed the thoughts in his mind and refocused on this new base. After pondering for a moment, John immediately decided to move the base camp of the mutant underground organization here. Definitely, John wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone about it. After all, there are some mutants in the organization who are destined to leave, and they just use this place as a temporary residence. If one day they are accidentally captured by the Sentry Secret Service, it is difficult to guarantee whether they will disclose the information here to the Sentry Secret Service. John had no choice before, but now his idea is to treat this new base as a secret base, where only members of the mutant underground organization, or mutants who choose to stay here for a long time, live. The abandoned bank is used as a temporary base to accommodate those mutants who stay for a short time. After arranging the transfer of the base camp, John found Lu Chuang again. "Lu, I have already contacted Ivan. She agreed to meet with you. The time is tomorrow. This is the location." After receiving the note from John, Lu Chuang was overjoyed. "Well done. According to our agreement, your debt will be offset by $100,000, and I will give you $50,000 as a personal donation." Hearing that he got $50,000, John fell into deep thought for a moment. People will change after all. In the past, John would keep $50,000 as an emergency fund. But right now, John has only one thought on his mind. How many meters can $50,000 expand their new base? The next day, Lu Chuang came to Broadway according to the appointment location. John, as the contact person of both sides, did not follow. Due to the transfer of the base camp, now he has a lot of things to deal with, and there is no free time at all. Walking into an apartment, Lu Chuang found the house number on the note and knocked on the door. "Who are you?" Soon, a woman's voice came from inside the house. "I'm Lu Chuang. John should have told you." Lu Chuang said in a deep voice, quite a feeling of spy underground connection. Hold on. A few seconds later, the door opened slowly, and a long-haired woman in a formal suit appeared in front of Lu Chuang. After seeing Lu Chuang, the woman's expression seemed calm. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go into the room and chat. After speaking, the woman returned to the house on her own. Lu Chuang looked as usual and followed the woman into Qianhaohao. The light in the room was very dim, and the curtains covered most of the windows. Through the weak light, it could be seen that there was no trace of life in the house. Obviously, this house was just a temporary point. The woman sat down and said calmly, I'm Ivan. I heard from John. You seem to have some questions to ask me, right? Yes. Lu Chuang nodded and said bluntly, I want to ask you about the X-Men because I heard from others that you were suffering from contact with the X-Men. Ivan narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, who did you listen to? Anyway, John could be regarded as his acquaintance. Lu Chuang felt that he couldn't betray him. It's just gossip. Ivan stared at Lu Chuang for a while, then slowly said, Yes, I have been in contact with the X-Men. Regarding Lu Chuang's inquiry, Ivan directly admitted it. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up, and he asked, So you've seen the X-Men, right? Ivan didn't answer. She looked at Lu Chuang and said, Looking at you, you don't seem to be surprised or suspicious of the existence of X-Men. I'm curious. Why do you want to know about X-Men? To most mutants, the X-Men are a made-up story. However, Lu Chuang reacted as if he was convinced that the X-Men really existed, which surprised Ivan. Lu Chuang pondered for a few seconds. Do you believe in light? Ivan. Lu Chuang didn't blush. Zhanko came. You don't know, my childhood dream is to become an excellent X-Men. I believe that X-Men is absolutely true. So I searched everywhere for information and clues in order to be able to find the X-Men. Ivan pondered upon hearing the words. What Lu Chuang said was reasonable. It was hard to judge whether what he said was true or not. However, before that, Ivan had learned about Lu Chuang's ability and some of the things he had done through the information disclosed by John. Will not agree to meet with Lu Chuang. After a few seconds of silence, Ivan suddenly said, I can answer your question, but in exchange, I'll be busy. Talk about the conditions first. Lu Chuang said calmly. Although he wanted to find out the truth behind the X-Men, he would not be foolish enough to show this eagerness on his face. Ivan leaned forward slightly, and the light shone on her face. I know you helped John build a new base. I saw the photos, and you did a great job. So I want you to help me build the same in other cities, the base. Definitely, I'll pay for in hindsight. Lu Chuang realized in an instant, no wonder the other party agreed to meet. It turned out that was the idea. John once said that Ivan is setting up branches of the Mutant underground organization in various cities to provide safe houses for the homeless mutants. Naturally, there are many bases like John's, and Ivan's purpose is to let him work for these branches, all build an underground base. Good guy, it's really the Mutant underground organization, and all the mutants have gone to live underground. Lu Chuang shook his head. I refuse. I am very busy and don't have time to build so many bases. At most, I can only help you build 2 bases. Ivan frowned. This condition did not meet her initial expectations at all. Too few build at least 5 bases. There are only 2 seats, no bargaining. It takes about 4 days to build a base, and he has to run around across the city. Lu Chuang is not willing to waste so much time on this kind of thing. With this time, he might as well accept a few more commission tasks. Ivan still wants a bargain, but Lu Chuang's attitude is very firm. Let him don't even think about being a coolie for a long time. At most build 2 bases, whatever he likes. No way. Ivan finally had to agree to Lu Chuang's conditions. Okay, then build 2 bases, and I will send you the location when the time comes. Day. After the 2 parties reached an agreement, Lu Chuang asked unceremoniously, Since I have agreed to your terms, should you answer my question now? Ivan knew what Lu Chuang was referring to. This time she did not hide anything. She nodded and said, You are right. I have met the X-Men. To be precise, I have met the leader of the X-Men. You're talking about Professor X, aren't you? You actually know that one. Ivan was very surprised. Although the story of X-Men has been handed down to this day, The story has never revealed what kind of X-Men is, nor has it revealed who the founder and leader of X-Men is. But when Lu Chuang said this name suddenly, Ivan was deeply surprised, and she took a deep look at Lu Chuang. It seems that you know more than I thought. Yes, I have seen Professor X. Please speak slowly, I can't write. At some point, Lu Chuang took out a small notebook and a pen from his arms, and recorded carefully to avoid missing any key information. Ivan's expression was a little stiff, and his emotions were incoherent. Thinking of the terms reached by the two parties, Ivan took a deep breath and pretended not to see it. She slowed down her speech and said, I was a lawyer at the beginning, and because my mutant identity was exposed, I lost my job and my life was almost destroyed. At that time, a person suddenly found me. He is X teaches. Wait, I want to confirm the version. The Professor X you mentioned, is he young or old, bald or hairy? Lu Chuang suddenly interrupted Ivan's memory. This matter is very important. He must confirm. Ivan, is it possible to make people talk better? He's an old man with no hair. That's the Professor X of Patrick's version. Lu Chuang definitely thought that combining the two features, he could basically lock in the Professor X of Patrick's template, that is, the Professor X of the old man. Thinking along this line of thought, this can rule out all the time periods between the first battle and Dark Phoenix, because those time periods are Professor X in his youth, not only young but also with thick hair. Unlike his age when I was a child, my head was so bright that even Hair Restore couldn't save it. Anyway, Professor X found me. That's when I knew that X-Men really existed. After being interrupted twice in a row by Lu Chuang, Ivan finally got his memory back and said all the words in one breath without giving Lu chance, interrupted by Chuang. What did he ask you for? Before Ivan could answer, Lu Chuang asked very quickly, Are you looking for you to establish the Mutant Underground Organization and invite Lorna and John to join the Mutant Underground Organization? Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Ivan's face turned black. Why do you know this? Gossip. However, I only mentioned this to John. Lu Chuang didn't change his face. I warn you, you can eat indiscriminately, and you can't talk indiscriminately. I never said that. John told me dash. Ivan, Stonehammer, the traitor among us is John. Ivan has a bit of headache. John told her that he accidentally revealed some information. Now Ivan just wants to grab John and ask, Are you sure this is some information? And he almost told her the color of his underwear. Ivan was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Yes. If that's the case, why doesn't Professor X do it himself? Doesn't he have X-Men? Lu Chuang asked without hesitation, as if to break the casserole and ask the end. Afraid that Ivan would not want to say it, Lu Chuang patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry, my mouth has always been tight, and I promise that no one else will know. The corner of Ivan's mouth twitched. You might not believe it. John promised her the same way back then. It turns out that a man's mouth is a deceiving ghost, but for some unknown reason, Ivan subconsciously felt that Lu Chuang was trustworthy, and she shook her head. At that time, the X-Men seemed to be in some kind of trouble, and Professor X said that they had more important things to do, so they could only give me this task. Unknowingly, Ivan has been influenced by Lu Chuang's super high school priest and revealed many secrets to Lu Chuang. Did Professor X say what it is? No. Speaking of this, Ivan looked at Lu Chuang and said, If you want to ask me about the whereabouts of the X-Men, then I can tell you clearly that I don't know where the X-Men are. Ivan didn't know the whereabouts of the X-Men, which surprised Lu Chuang. Didn't Professor X mention it to you? Ivan shook his head. No. After Professor X gave me the task, he left. I haven't contacted him since then, and I haven't seen the X-Men, so I don't know their situation now. Hearing this, Lu Chuang secretly thought something was wrong. This is the rhythm of the clues to be broken. Lu Chuang could see that Ivan had no trace of lying, and began to think in his heart. As far as he knows, there are two endings for the X-Men in the old Professor X story that still exists. One is before reversing the future, and the other is after reversing the future. The former almost all died in the hands of the full version of Sentinel, and the latter almost all died in the hands of Professor X. In the end, only an old wolf, and with Professor X, it can be said that it is miserable. Regardless of the ending, the X-Men basically ended up being wiped out, and it is reasonable for them to disappear suddenly. But the question is, why did Professor X find Ivan? At present, Chuang is not sure whether the direction of the story is the same as he thought. After all, the character of Ivan has never appeared in X-Men, and he has never heard of the Mutant Underground Organization. Of all the mutants that Chuang has encountered now, only Clarice is a character he is more familiar with, having appeared before reversing the future. Some time ago, Chuang specifically asked Clarice if she had been in contact with X-Men. As a result, Clarice, like other mutants, thought that X-Men was a story. Obviously, Clarice had never been in contact with X-Men until now. At this moment, Chuang suddenly thought of something. Why did Professor X ask you to invite Lorna and John? What's so special about them? Ivan frowned suddenly. I can't answer this question. I promised Professor X to keep it secret. A base. Chuang decisively raised a finger. Ivan showed a tangled expression. Even if you say that, I also... 2 bases. Chuang raised 2 fingers and said at the same time, you have to understand that Professor X hopes that you can help more mutant compatriots. It should be a good deal to exchange an unimportant piece of information for the safety of more mutant compatriots. As soon as these words came out, Ivan was really moved. It's just that she said that John was a traitor just now, and it always felt like a slap in the face when she revealed the intelligence information. Seeing that Ivan was shaken, Chuang continued. Besides, Lorna is my friend, and her affairs are my affairs. It is reasonable for me to help her figure out the reason. Professor X will definitely not mind if you tell Lorna herself. Well, now even the reason has been found for her. Professor X, don't blame me. I'm all for the Mutant Underground Organization. Ivan sighed helplessly. The reason for inviting John is very simple. Because he is a relative of X-Men, we know him well, and he has this ability. As for Lorna Dan. Having said that, Ivan suddenly paused, asking for flowers. I saw Ivan's expression became serious. Her identity is not simple. Seeing Ivan's reaction, Chuang said with interest, why is it not simple? Have you ever heard of Brotherhood? Ivan said softly. Brotherhood? Hearing this name, Chuang first thought of Assassin's Creed, then thought of Fascia who starred in Assassin's Creed, and then another Brotherhood of Fascia. You mean the mutant organization that is hostile to X-Men? You know all about this? How fresh. I also know that the boss of Brotherhood is Magneto. He is a good friend of Professor X. Ivan was surprised that Chuang knew more than she did. At least she didn't know that Professor and Magneto, the leaders of 2 hostile organizations, had such an intimate relationship. Chuang's brain was spinning very fast, and he squinted his eyes and said, you don't mean to say that Lorna is the blood of Magneto, right? 0. How do you know? Other things are fine. Ivan finally couldn't sit still after hearing this, stood up and looked at Chuang in shock. Their abilities are exactly the same, so it's not hard to guess. Chuang calmly looked like a wise man, pushed his non-existent glasses, and said with certainty, if my deduction is correct, Luna should be Magneto, the granddaughter, right? Ivan, just kidding. Lorna is Magneto's daughter, right? Chuang said cheerfully. In fact, since Chuang saw Lorna's ability, he can basically be sure that Lorna has a necessary connection with a certain famous mutant, that is Professor X's good friend Magneto. The abilities of the 2 are almost exactly the same. Both have the ability of controlling magnetic field. Although most of the time they can only control metal, which is a bit of a stretch, but it is undeniable that their abilities are very powerful. Definitely, the possibility of duplication of ability is not ruled out. But Chuang has a very strong evidence that can point out that Lorna and Magneto are the biological father and daughter. That is, Lorna's pretend instinct that seems to be engraved in the genes has already deeply betrayed her. In terms of pretend, who in Mutant can compare to Magneto? Therefore, Chuang can be 100% sure that Lorna and Magneto are definitely related by blood, and Chuang knows that Magneto has several daughters, and one of them is codenamed Polaris. To add here, Scarlet, which of the future Avengers, is actually the daughter of Magneto. It has to be said that the Magneto family are all people of the scene, and the instinct of pretending has been engraved in the genes. Seeing Lu Chuang revealing Lorna's identity all of a sudden, Ivan had no choice but to admit, "You are right, Lorna Dan is indeed Magneto's daughter. TSK, Professor X really knows how to play," Lu Chuang said with emotion. "Inviting the daughter of my old rival to my camp, this kind of coquettish operation can be imagined. If Lorna really joins the Mutant underground organization, when she meets Magneto, she might stage a fatherly love scene on the spot. The drama of female filial piety. Professor X is such a bad old man. No wonder Magneto often falls in his hands." Lu Chuang asked curiously, "Does Lorna know about this?" Ivan pretended not to hear Lu Chuang's slanderous words against Professor X and shook his head. Lorna Dan didn't know about it. She thought she was an orphan after her adoptive parents died. She has been living with her aunt since 563, and no one has ever told Lorna Dan about her life experience. "I see." Lu Chuang wondered if he should tell Lorna when he went back. In fact, she has a very awesome father, and he is also a good friend of the X-Men leader. Maybe she can recognize a particularly awesome mother by the way, although this mother's head is a bit bald. Putting away the thoughts that started to diverge, Lu Chuang was a little puzzled. Since Professor X and his X-Men have disappeared, why hasn't Magneto appeared? Isn't now the best time for him to do something? "Who knows?" Ivan replied. "Magneto disappeared long ago, earlier than Professor X, and his Brotherhood organization also disbanded, just like X-Men disappeared completely. No one knows why. Magneto and Brotherhood gone too?" Lu Chuang frowned. He felt that this incident should have something to do with the disappearance of the X-Men. But there are too few clues now. Lu Chuang can't think of any useful information for the time being. However, Lu Chuang did not give up the investigation. Under his constant questioning, Ivan was very cooperative. As long as it did not involve important information, she was willing to reveal the information she knew. Half an hour later, Lu Chuang left the apartment with his notebook. Lu Chuang looked at his game system. Big news can be completed. In the end, Lu Chuang still failed to investigate the truth behind the X-Men. The information Ivan knows is limited, although it is not like John and the others who don't know everything. But the information she knows obviously lacks some of the most important content, such as what kind of trouble Professor X and the others encountered back then, which caused them to suddenly disappear. Lu Chuang felt that the trouble that Professor X mentioned was definitely the key point. As long as we figure this out, maybe we can know the truth behind the X-Men. But Lu Chuang is not without gains, and finally Ivan told him a place where it is possible to find the X-Men's former base, and the address is located in Westchester. However, it was getting late now, and Lu Chuang was not in a hurry to leave for Westchester immediately. He decided to take a suitable helper to take a look at it another day. This type of investigation task is too brain-intensive, and he needs tool people. Oh no, the assistance of a helper. As for who to ask for help, Lu Chuang already had an idea in mind. Lu Chuang was walking on the road, flipping through the notes in his hand, trying to sort out the recorded information. While passing through Harlem, Lu Chuang suddenly heard a loud noise. Looking up, he saw several military vehicles parked on the side of the road, and a large number of soldiers with live ammunition came out of the vehicles. What's more exaggerated is that Lu Chuang noticed several helicopters circling overhead. This huge amounts of formation instantly attracted passers-by to watch and take pictures. Some people in the crowd have already recognized that this is America's military force, and everyone is only curious as to why America's army gathered here at this time. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang saw a captain with a hooked nose and stern eyes coming out. As for how Lu Chuang could tell that he was the captain, the reason was very simple. Among so many soldiers, he was the only one who did not wear a tactical helmet. If the lens is not at the level of the captain, it cannot be justified. The captain ran directly to a building not far away with his gun in his hand, followed by other soldiers pouring into the building like a tide. Only a part of the soldiers stood outside and waited. Looking at the bright guns in the hands of the soldiers, the passers-by consciously stood 5 meters away. Only the patrolling police officers dared to approach the past and ask what happened. Lu Chuang pricked up his ears to listen. only to hear a soldier say, "We are arresting an international fugitive. Don't hinder our work. We need to seal off this area for deployment of troops." Hearing this, Chuang raised his eyebrows. What is the background of this fugitive? So many troops are needed to arrest him. I am afraid that the bearded man will not need such a big battle when he is alive. However, we didn't receive any notice in advance. The patrolman said puzzledly, "We have obtained a relevant authorization. Don't hinder our work." The soldier's attitude was extremely tough, and his words were even more unceremonious. Without arguing with each other, pick up the walkie-talkie and call the headquarters for reinforcements. Ignoring the patrolling police, the soldiers began to clear the surrounding crowd. Even Chuang, who was eating melons, was no exception. Boom! At this moment, a gunshot suddenly sounded. The glass of that building instantly turned into silver light and scattered on the ground. Hearing the sound of gunshots, passers-by immediately knelt down skillfully with their heads in their hands, while Chuang stood there calmly. He knew it was a secret sniper shooting, and it was obvious that the army was attacking the so-called international fugitives. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to see a man whose whole body was tightly bound by restraint belts and was sent out of the building by a group of 0.7 soldiers, whether it was in the open or in the dark. There are countless guns aimed at the man, as if the man is an extremely dangerous person, and he almost put a grenade in the man's mouth. The woman beside her was crying bitterly, and she seemed to be begging an old man in military uniform, but the old man was unmoved. "Bruce Banner is a fugitive. I can't let him go. If you weren't my daughter, now you have also been handcuffed by me." At the same time, a system prompt popped up in Chuang's mind. Title trigger: Hunting giant beasts can be completed. Unlock condition: personally kill the abominable Emil Bronsky, 0-1. Awarded title: Super High School Level Wrestler. Bruce Banner. When Chuang heard this familiar name, he immediately realized who the man in front of him who was captured by the military was. Dr. Banner of Avengers, also known by Tony Stark as the strongest fighting force of Avengers, will turn into a forgiving green Titan Hulk when he gets angry. From this point of view, the begging woman should be Bruce Banner's girlfriend, and the old man in military uniform is obviously Bruce Banner's father-in-law, General Ross, who played many times during the Avengers Civil War. General Ross doesn't like Bruce Banner's son-in-law very much, which can be seen from the fact that he spent 8 years chasing and killing Bruce Banner all over the world. Bruce Banner is suffering beyond words. It never occurred to him that it was not his girlfriend, but his father-in-law who accompanied him on his global travels. Definitely, Bruce Banner also knows that the real target of General Ross is not himself, but the Hulk in his body. This cold-blooded general is thinking about his super soldier transformation plan, trying to use Hulk to develop a super soldier, which is stronger than Captain America. Be a powerful super soldier. Bruce Banner knew how dangerous his own blood was, so he couldn't let General Ross do what he wanted. What's more, even if Bruce Banner agreed, the Hulk inside him wouldn't. Because of Hulk's existence, even if Bruce Banner is a helpless scientist, he can escape from General Ross's army many times. In the face of Hulk's terrifying strength, no matter how sophisticated the army is, it is a pile of scum. It's just scum. However, now that Bruce Banner was captured by General Ross, Hulk did not show up to stop him. There is only one reason Chuang can think of, and that is that the tailed beast Hulk in Bruce Banner's body was temporarily sealed. If you think about it, you know that a permanent seal is impossible, otherwise Bruce Banner will not have anything to do in the New York War later. Chuang thought about it, and the scene in front of him seemed to be the plot in the movie Invincible Hulk. Although he didn't know the name Emil Bronsky, he knew that he hated the code name. The villain in Invincible Hulk. A soldier injected with Banner's blood eventually turned into a monster as terrifying as Hulk, an existence capable of crushing Hulk and beating violently. Emil Bronsky should be the captain. Chuang quickly guessed the target, raised his eyes, and scanned the surrounding area, but he really didn't see the figure of the captain. Obviously, the other party was still staying in that building. If Chuang remembered correctly, Bronsky should be planning to inject himself with Bruce Banner's blood at this time. Chuang pondered. If he prevented Bronsky from injecting Bruce Banner's blood in advance and killed him while Bronsky was still a human, would it be considered complete? After thinking about it, Chuang felt that this possibility was unlikely. After all, there is an abomination in front of Bronsky's name, which is the unlocking condition. If Bronsky is only a human being, he cannot be called an abomination. This is the same as Tony Stark and Iron Man, who did not build steel armor. This is difficult. Even if there is a gap between the movie and the reality, the combat power of the abomination will not be that bad. After all, it is an opponent who can fight Hulk, and it is definitely not an existence that Chuang can fight against at present. It is not realistic to rely on him alone to kill Abomination with his own hands. Chuang narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked in the direction of Bruce Banner, and then at the soldiers beside General Ross. 5 minutes later, Bruce Banner was delivered to a military helicopter. General Ross boarded the helicopter with several soldiers and his daughter Betty. The helicopter rose into the air, and General Ross, who successfully captured Bruce Banner, did not show any joy. Instead, his face flushed with anger and his eyes fixed on Bruce Banner in front of him. Because he just learned through Betty that Bruce Banner and a biologist named Mr. Blue have developed an antidote to eliminate the existence of the Hulk hidden in Bruce Banner's body. The worst thing is that this antidote has been injected into Bruce Banner's body. The effect of the antidote is remarkable. General Ross almost beat Bruce Banner into a pig's head, and he didn't even see the slightest sign of green on Bruce Banner's face. But General Ross looked like he was about to turn into a red titan now. You know, the reason General Ross has been chasing Bruce Banner is because of the Hulk. And now that Bruce Banner has injected the antidote, Hulk is likely to be gone, which means that General Ross cannot complete his super soldier transformation plan. 8 years of youth were all in vain. One can imagine General Ross's mood at the moment. General Ross can't wait to grab Bruce Banner and yell, "You just killed the Hulk. Did you ask me how I feel?" Compared to General Ross, who is angry, Bruce Banner with a pig face is full of joy. No one wants Hulk to disappear more than him. For him, Hulk is a disaster, and now he is finally free from this disaster. Without the threat of the Hulk, Bruce Banner was unshackled. In front of General Ross, Bruce Banner exchanged glances with Betty, who was sitting across from him. "You and me," General Ross' blood pressure skyrocketed. This kid not only stole his Hulk, but now he wants to take his daughter's snatch. Puff! Seeing that General Ross was about to burst his veins with anger, a soldier next to him couldn't help laughing. General Ross glared at the soldier fiercely. "What are you laughing at?" The soldier said solemnly, "I'm sorry, sir. I suddenly remembered something happy." General Ross glared and was about to reprimand the undisciplined soldier when the helicopter pilot suddenly said, "Sir, there is an urgent message from the troops on the ground. They spotted Hulk and are attacking citizens on the street." "This is impossible." General Ross denied it without thinking. "Bruce Banner is still here. How could Hulk appear below?" Hearing their conversation, Bruce Banner was also puzzled. Hulk's features are so recognizable. It stands to reason that these soldiers can't. Facts have proved that this is not disinformation. Soon, the troops on the ground sent a live video, and a huge monster with a hideous shape suddenly appeared on the screen. Both General Ross and Bruce Banner could tell that this tawny monster was not Hulk at all. After all, the two did not even match in color, but it was undeniable that this monster was indeed very similar to Hulk, and it was also full of terror, of destructive power. Looking at the appearance of this monster, Bruce Banner could vaguely recognize a familiar face and turned to General Ross in disbelief. "This is your soldier. What have you done?" General Ross was silent. At the moment, he also recognized the monster's identity. It was his soldier Bronsky, but he didn't know why Brisky became like this at all. Seeing Bronsky transformed into an abomination in the display screen, wantonly destroying everything around him, General Ross naturally didn't want to have any relationship with him and immediately denied. "You read it wrong. He is not my soldier." At this time, the soldier sitting next to General Ross suddenly shouted, "Sir, look quickly. Isn't this our Captain Bronsky, There seems to be something wrong with him. Damn it. Why is he getting bald? General Ross. Bruce Banner. Is there something wrong with your focus? General Ross glared at the soldier, who talked too much. The soldier probably knew that he had said something wrong, so he closed his mouth in embarrassment, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. The soldier was Chuang in disguise. Not long ago, Chuang found an opportunity to stun General Ross's trailing soldiers, disguised himself as the other side, and sneaked into the military helicopter. Sir, Hulk is moving in the direction of Broadway. Hearing the driver's latest report, General Ross looked very bad. Broadway is an important location in New York, and it happens to be the peak time of traffic at this time. If Bronsky is allowed to rush to Broadway, it is unimaginable how many casualties and property losses will be caused, and he will not be able to escape by then. He might even be court-martialed for it. Get the troops on the ground to gather and stop this monster, General Ross ordered. Seeing General Ross start to arrange, Bruce Banner interrupted. You should know that that kind of monster is not something ordinary people can deal with. You have to take me there. Only I can deal with him. What Bruce Banner meant was obvious. He was going to defeat monsters with monsters, namely his tail beast Hulk. Before General Ross responded, Betty next to him couldn't sit still. Bruce, what are you talking about? You just injected the antidote. You may not be able to transform. I know, but I have to try. Bruce Banner is very decisive. No one knows the horror of this monster better than him. If left alone, the whole of New York will suffer from it. Bruce Banner has already guessed that Bronsky may have injected his own blood to turn into this monster. This is his fault. Bruce Banner feels that he has the responsibility to make up for this mistake. Lansky only has Hulk, who is also a monster. Although he has injected the antidote now, Bruce Banner can't care so much. Only Hulk can stop Bronsky, and he must transform into Hulk. Seeing the crazy Bronsky in the picture, General Ross was silent for a few seconds and finally chose to compromise, ordering the driver to drive to Bronsky's location. When the helicopter arrived at the destination, General Ross said blankly, "Land down nearby. Let him go." "No need. This height is enough. If you want Hulk to come out again, you need enough stimulation." Bruce Banner waved his hand, then opened the rear hatch of the helicopter. He's going to jump straight down from here to stimulate the Hulk in his body to come out. "Bruce, you don't have to do this, please." Betty panicked and wanted to stop it. She was very afraid that Bruce Banner would fail to transform. If Bruce Banner could not transform into a Hulk and fell from this height, Bruce Banner would it will fall into a pile of mud, and it will never come back together. "Betty, I'm sorry." Bruce Banner looked at Betty affectionately, and without giving Betty a chance to stop him, he turned around and was about to make a handsome jump. As a result, as soon as one foot stepped out, Bruce Banner felt a huge force pulling him back. Bruce Banner looked at Chuang, who pulled him back, and asked with a puzzled face, "Why did you pull me back?" Chuang looked serious. "You just need enough stimulation. You don't have to jump off the plane. We can use a relatively safe way to stimulate you. At least if the stimulation fails, there is no 100% death rate like jumping off the plane." Although Chuang knows the plot, he is not sure whether his appearance will bring about any butterfly effect. If Bruce Banner falls directly to his death, his plan will be completely ruined. "He's right. We can use another method." Betty quickly echoed. Bruce Banner nodded, feeling that what Chuang said really made sense. He asked, "What way do you want to stimulate?" "It's very simple. Has the Russian Ross turned the dial?" As he said that, Chuang took out a revolver from his pocket, took out all the bullets in it, restuffed a bullet into the cylinder in front of everyone, and then turned the revolver quickly. Without warning, Chuang raised the muzzle of the gun suddenly and pulled the trigger on Bruce Banner's forehead. Crack! Bruce Banner trembled all over, but heard a jamming sound. Apparently, it was a blank round. However, Bruce Banner's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and his breathing began to become short of breath. "How about, isn't it a little exciting?" Chuang said cheerfully. "Bruce Banner, it's not a little exciting, it's too exciting. Now, whether Hulk exists is still unknown. If Hulk does not exist, the bullet hit his forehead must be completely cool, facing the threat of death. Few are able to maintain peace of mind. Seeing that Bruce Banner has not yet turned into a sign, Chuang muttered, "It seems that the excitement is not big enough." Crack! 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 Chuang aimed directly at Bruce Banner's forehead and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row. Fortunately, it turned out to be all empty bombs. However, Ruth Banner was in a cold sweat. "You're lucky. There are 2 bullets left, and I'll just shoot randomly." Chuang's hand holding the gun dangled restlessly, aiming at Bruce Banner's head at one moment, and at the other Bruce Banner's downside. Bruce Banner's expression was stiff, and he suddenly realized that jumping like this was not a wrong choice. At least jumping off the plane was clean and neat. Even if he died, he wouldn't suffer much pain. It wasn't as tortured as it is now. At this moment, Chuang looked at General Ross beside him. "Sir, do you want to take a shot?" General Ross frowned. He was a soldier and didn't want to do such a meaningless thing. However, he saw Betty looking at Bruce Banner worriedly and nodded sharply. "Good." Bruce Banner couldn't help swallowing as he watched General Ross, who took the gun with a look of anger on his face. "Shouldn't my father-in-law just shoot him twice?" Just as General Ross was about to raise his gun, Bruce Banner finally couldn't take it anymore, and his heart beat faster. I saw that Bruce Banner's pupils showed a green light. His muscles began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the clothes on his body were slowly tearing. Bruce Banner couldn't help but let out a low growl. "Roar! Let's go!" Seeing this, Chuang didn't have the slightest hesitation and kicked Bruce Banner, who was transforming, directly off the plane with a left kick. New York, Broadway. The cries of countless people and the sound of gunfire broke the tranquility of the night. At the moment, the streets are full of people running in a panic. All kinds of sundries and wreckage are scattered on the ground. Many vehicles crash into a ball on the road, and there are horrible explosions, screams and screams from time to time. The sound is endless. The peaceful and prosperous streets of the past are completely gone, replaced by a scene like the end of the world. The reason for all of this is the huge figure in the distance. It was a monster more than 3 meters high, with ferocious barbs spreading from the back of the spine, twisting muscles, like countless small snakes wriggling under the yellow-brown skin. Its appearance was extremely ugly. It can be said that it completely satisfied the needs of a villain for some images. To say it is a good person is an insult to it. This monster was the former Bronsky. "Hey now!" Da-da. Countless flames flashed from the muzzles of the guns, and an armed team of 870 troops left on the ground launched a fierce attack on the abomination. However, the guns and bullets of these soldiers have no effect on the abomination at all, and even the damage of the rocket launcher is very small, and even Pekong, who is abomination, cannot break through. Facing the attacks of the soldiers, Abomination did not choose to hold back these former comrades in arms. I saw a cruel smile, took a step and rushed directly to the armed team, and rushed to the front of these soldiers in the blink of an eye, stretched out 2 thick arms like stone pillars, and started massacring the surrounding soldiers crazily. A soldier of flesh and blood is no match for hatred. Accompanied by a burst of screams, this armed team was quickly destroyed by the abomination. Huh, that's the power. Hate let out a rough, frosty laugh, feeling the endless power in his body. At this moment, its heart was completely inflated like its appearance. Even if Hulk appeared in front of it, Hate had the confidence to take Hulk away. Torn to shreds. BDDH. Boom! At this moment, a green figure descended from the sky and smashed straight into the ground. Your Hulk has been delivered. Please sign for it. In people's horrified eyes, a big green hand suddenly stretched out from the deep hole in the ground, supporting the ground and slowly revealing the tall figure, which attracted people's desperate screams. Another monster. The Hulk crawled out of the ground and ignored these villains. It tore up the rags on its body, leaving only a pair of elastic purple underwear, and opened its arms and roared to the sky. Roar! The violent roar resounded throughout the street. Hearing the sound, Abomination immediately looked back and saw the target he had been trying to kill from a distance, opened the corner of his mouth and shouted, "You finally came out, Hulk! I have been waiting for you for a long time." While speaking, the Abomination couldn't wait to rush towards Hulk, The footsteps landed with a loud roar. The hard asphalt road continued to crack and was crushed to pieces by huge amounts of power. The Hulk who had just climbed out hadn't figured out the situation when he saw an ugly guy running towards him, and even made a provocative speech to him. Hulk, who was a little bit angry, couldn't bear it. Then run up to the abomination. Boom! Two monsters over half a ton slammed into each other like a bulldozer, and there was a deafening sound, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The sound was so powerful that everyone trembled and couldn't stand still. This power is really outrageous. It deserves to be the strongest combat power of the Avengers. Chuang, who was standing at the rear hatch watching the show, sighed secretly. Can't get it out. Even if he doesn't watch the live broadcast, with his strengthened eyesight, Chuang can clearly see the battle situation below. Just when Chuang was a little obsessed with watching, he suddenly felt a hard object against the back of his head. Turning his head, Chuang found that it was General Ross who raised the revolver in his hand and pointed the muzzle at himself. Other soldiers in the cabin also raised their guns and looked at Chuang vigilantly. Only Betty looked left and right in a bewildered expression, not knowing why they suddenly had internal strife. Chuang put on a standard French military salute. Sir, you are one of your own. General Ross stared at Chuang coldly and asked, Who the hell are you? Hearing his words, Chuang knew that his identity had been exposed and said helplessly, If I say that I was passing by, you would believe it. Well, I know you don't believe it. Chuang suddenly jumped up and rushed towards General Ross in front of him. The multiple gains of several super high school level talents made Chuang's speed unprecedentedly fast. General Ross's eyes widened, surprised at Chuang's explosive speed. However, General Ross is a veteran soldier after all. He calmly pulled the trigger continuously. Even in emergency, General Ross did not forget that the gun in his hand only had one bullet. Crack! Crack! The familiar jamming sound came. General Ross's face froze. The pistol had no bullets, but he clearly watched the bullets go into the cylinder. What he doesn't know is that for Chuang, a super high school level thief, secretly hiding a bullet is easy, and the so-called Russian Ross roulette is just a means to stimulate Bruce Banner. The next moment, Chuang grabbed General Ross's neck easily. Sir, my acting skills should be flawless. How'd you find me? General Ross. There is no flaw in the bullshit. How can any serious soldier carry a revolver with him? It doesn't matter. If you want to blame, you can blame me for exposing me. Chuang smiled like a villain and said with a smile, Sorry, now this helicopter belongs to me, and you are all my hostages. After I finish speaking, who agrees? Who objected? Anyone else object? Chuang clapped his hands and asked politely. After waiting for a while, Chuang didn't hear any objection and nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Since there is no objection, then this helicopter will belong to me. At the moment, Betty hid in the corner of the cabin, not daring to make a sound, and looked at Chuang in fear. Just now, the man in front of him has crushed all those who opposed him. Looking at the fainted soldiers lying on the ground, General Ross's face was so gloomy that water dripped out. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Don't be nervous. I'm a good person. My target is that shit yellow monster down there. I'll let you go after I settle the matter. Chuang kindly explained, fearing that General Ross would be so angry that his blood vessels would explode, and he would be baffled he was charged with killing General America. I will never give in to a criminal. General Ross was very tough. Although his side was at the bottom, he was sure of his momentum. Chuang's eyes were not friendly. Then don't blame me for sending you to Hulk. I believe Hulk must want to see you, old man. Don't stare at me like this. I know what you mean. He punched you to death. Although you are dead. But you're still not convinced, right? General Ross. Father, promise him. Betty couldn't help but said she was worried that Chuang would really send General Ross to Hulk. And with General Ross care for Hulk these years, don't expect Hulk to stay with General Luo. Hand. General Ross was silent for a moment, then said coldly, What are you going to do? He can disregard his own safety, but his daughter Betty is still in the helicopter, and before making certain decisions, he has to consider Betty's safety. Just ask the pilot to descend to a safe height. Chuang didn't bother to talk nonsense with this old guy, picked up the soldiers' rifles, walked to the rear hatch to re-observe the battle situation on the ground. Standing at the rear hatch, Chuang saw Changwei calling. Oh no, it was hate hitting Hulk. Unlike Hulk, who can only use brute force, Abomination still retains his original memory and reason. As an elite soldier in the army, he can skillfully use various combat skills. With the body of this monster, Hulk is not at all a hated opponent. Moreover, Bruce Banner injected the antidote in advance. Although the Hulk did not disappear, it still had a certain impact on it, so that Hulk was directly pressed to the ground by the Abomination and exploded with a hammer. Hulk, is this all you have? Hate firmly held Hulk's huge head and kept hitting the ground hard. The ground trembled crazily, and the ground continued to spread around like a spiderweb. When the Abomination stopped, Hulk's head was sunk deep into the ground. At this moment, the originally bustling street has turned into ruins, as if it has been hit by a meteorite. The surrounding buildings have become dilapidated, and the ground is full of large and small potholes. It can be seen that the battle between the two monsters is extremely fierce. Even so, it's puzzling that Hulk's stretchy purple panties are still intact. At this moment, several bullets roared towards him, splashing countless sparks on the body of the Hatred. Who is it? Relying on his rich tactical experience, Hate judged the direction of the bullet, looked up with fierce eyes, saw a helicopter hovering in midair, and could vaguely see a soldier in military uniform standing at the rear hatch. He was raising his gun and shooting at it. After finding that the bullet had no effect on the Abomination, the soldier didn't take it seriously, raised his middle finger, and made an international friendly gesture to the Abomination. Damn it! Suffering such provocation from the other party, he hated rage for a moment, but halfway through the roar, he realized that he didn't know the other party's name. So he yelled, "Damn Ross, you are dead." The opponent is wearing a military uniform, so it must be General Ross's soldiers who can't escape, so it's right to blame General Ross. General Ross's face is black. This is all done by Chuang. Who cares? Betty looked at General Ross worriedly. She wanted to persuade her father not to get off the helicopter for the time being. She was afraid that after Hulk and Abomination saw that Ross was in a mess, the two monsters suddenly made an appointment to get rid of General Ross first, and then go back and fight. At the moment when the Hatred was distracted, the Hulk below suddenly exploded. Roar! Hulk hissed wildly and kicked Hate's chest heavily. Accompanied by a frightening sound of gas explosion, the loathsome tumbling and flying out. The vehicles parked on the street crumbling to pieces like toys were smashed by it, and a shrill siren sounded. The Abomination carried a terrifying power, and the whole person crashed into a damaged building. Hulk followed closely and jumped high, jumped to the position where the Abomination was, and scuffled with the Abomination. How could the poor building withstand their strange force? The walls and ceilings collapsed, splashing dust all over the sky. Before the unsightly dust and smoke dissipated, a huge green figure flew out from the ruins. Chuang knew who it was without looking and shouted angrily, "Hulk, can you give me some strength? Even if you can't beat him. You won't pay attention to its toes. Kick it, GG." Asterisk. Speaking of this, Chuang suddenly found that the bottom of the Hatred was naked. Not only that, there is no hair on the whole body of the Abomination. Unlike Hulk, at least there is hair on the head. No wonder this guy doesn't need the underpants version of the mosaic. There is no room for love to be typed. Seeing that his teammate Hulk was not strong enough, Chuang had no choice but to immediately turn on the bullet time, aiming at the Abomination who came out of the ruins with 2 bullets. As soon as the Hatred got rid of the cover of the smoke and dust, 2 golden bullets suddenly shot towards him. Although the power of the Hatred had been greatly enhanced, his reaction force had not been enhanced much. The trajectory of the bullets was still difficult for it to grasp. The bullet fell into its eyes like copper bells with incomparable precision. Ho 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 ho! Hate immediately covered his eyes and let out a heart-piercing roar. 0. Even if its body is hard enough to withstand the damage of the rocket launcher, Its eyes are still extremely fragile. After all, not all Man of Steel can even withstand bullets like Superman's eyeballs. At least the Abomination cannot do this. But it wasn't over yet. When the Abomination opened its mouth to growl, Chuang quickly took out a few grenades from his bosom and threw them into the Abomination's mouth accurately. Boom! A series of explosions erupted in the mouth of Hatred in an instant. The grenade modified by Chuang is at least twice as powerful as the normal grenade. The hot burning sensation spreads in the mouth of the Abomination. Even the monster body of the Abhorrence can't bear it anymore. Kneeling on one knee, with a painful face covering his throat, black smoke slowly drifted out from its mouth. However, Chuang did not feel lucky. Through Superman's vision, Chuang can see that the injury to the eyes of the Abomination is gradually recovering. Although the recovery speed is far slower than his regenerative healing factor, it means that the Abomination is harder to kill than he imagined. As the injury gradually recovered, the Hatred stood up with difficulty, and at the moment it was already furious. In the eyes of Hate, the only opponent he has is Hulk, and the others are ants that can be easily crushed to death. But now, Chuang, an ant, actually made it so embarrassing, which undoubtedly touched the fuse of Hatred. Anger spread in his heart, and Hatred roared towards the helicopter. "You are dead, Ross. General Ross. Good chance." Seeing Abomination's mouth open, Chuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a few grenades from his trouser pocket and threw another ultra-long three-pointer into Abomination's mouth. Boom! Ross, I'm going to kill you. 1. After repeated bombings with grenades, the appearance of Hatred is simply horrible to watch. However, the vitality of the Abomination is too strong. A few grenades detonated directly in the mouth. This monster was only slightly injured, and even the basic language function was not affected. This vitality is really amazing. At the moment, the Abomination is like a wounded beast. Its huge body tramples on the ground, and the eyes that have recovered are full of anger, locking onto the helicopter where Chuang is. Seeing the disgusting eyes that wanted to eat people, Chuang suddenly felt bad. "Go into the air! Hurry up!" Hearing Chuang's reminder, General Ross also sensed that something was wrong and immediately ordered, "Take off." The superior spoke, and the pilot quickly controlled the helicopter to fly. "Go to hell." With a ferocious roar of loathing, 660 grabbed the car beside it and threw it directly towards the helicopter. Fortunately, the height of the helicopter hovering is quite a distance from the ground, so the pilot has enough time to react, and the helicopter managed to dodge the oncoming car. Betty couldn't help screaming at such a thrilling scene, and General Ross remained expressionless, trying to maintain the image of the general. The helicopter almost crashed. Chuang became angry on the spot and waved his hand. "General, where's your G Gatling? Pull me up." General Ross resisted the urge to crush Chuang and found Gatling equipped with a helicopter. He is a smart person, and he can see that Chuang has an ability beyond ordinary people. The most important thing now is to prevent the Abomination from continuing to wreak havoc, so he chooses to cooperate with Chuang's actions. "Lower the altitude. Let this thing taste the power of my merciful Gatling Bodhisattva." Chuang said viciously, set up Gatling in the helicopter, aimed at the huge target of Hatred, and the 6 barrels began to rotate. The moment the warm-up time passed, Gatling burst out with ferocious firepower instantly, and the tracer bullets formed a dazzling trajectory in the night and released them all on the body of the Abomination. It's just that this time the Hatred learned to be smart and immediately raised his hand to block his eyes to prevent the bullet from being shot into his eyes again. It has to be said that the body of the Abomination is indeed ridiculously strong, and those splashing sparks all show that even Gatling's firepower cannot break through the enemy's armor. The Hatred was completely outraged, and he picked up the car next to him and was about to throw it at the helicopter. But Chuang had an insight into all this in advance, and quickly shouted, "Ascension! Ascension!" Without waiting for General Ross to convey the message, the pilot, who had experience this time, controlled the helicopter again without saying a word. Looking at the helicopter that took off, I hated to take the car and throw it, and I didn't throw it, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. When the abomination threw the car, casually, Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. Down. Da-da-da-da. Fact. Hate and incompetence roared. But Lu Chuang didn't stop. As an ADC, the most important thing is to know how to pull. As long as the enemy can't hit him, he has to output with all his strength. Even scraping will disgust the opponent. In fact, abominations are indeed corrupted by disgust. Not to mention that it is difficult to hit Lu Chuang, who has air superiority. The most uncomfortable thing is that Lu Chuang's attack is as if he is cheating. Hate can clearly feel that every shot is aimed at his eyes with precision. The hatred roared again and again. When did that old Ross find a soldier with such good marksmanship? Boom! Just when the abomination was distracted, another bullet passed through the finger and shot into its eye, and the abomination's anger had reached its peak. Ross, damn old guy, don't let me catch you, or you will regret it. Inexplicably, there was an additional enemy, and General Ross didn't know what to say. Could it be that he ran to the abomination and explained that Lu Chuang was not his soldier, and this guy had nothing to do with him? General Ross didn't think it would be of much use. He knew it from the expression of hatred, as if he wanted to tear himself apart, and the other party wouldn't believe it even if he explained it. However, the hatred's attention was all attracted by Lu Chuang, but he forgot that he still had an opponent. Roar! The evil wind came from behind, and the unsuspecting hatred against the back was directly thrown to the ground by the Hulk, who fell from the sky. Hulk roared angrily. His huge but pressed the hatred firmly under his body, clenched his fists, and slammed left and right at the ugly face of the hatred. Seeing this, Lu Chuang stopped shooting at Abomination to avoid accidentally injuring Hulk next to him. Lu Chuang didn't think that Gatling could hurt Hulk, but he was worried that Hulk would misunderstand him as an enemy. Although Lu Chuang knows that Hulk has an IQ, it is not that high. After all, he is not Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and he does not have the capital to attract Hulk. If he contacts Hulk rashly, he will be beaten like a foolish Thor. And, down below, there is a dull sound that makes the scalp tingle. The so-called punching the master to death. Now Hulk is trying to kill the master who hates him. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if the starting punch of 100 tons exploded. Even if Hulk didn't know any fighting skills, he would be able to hammer Abomination to the point where he couldn't even stand up with brute force and couldn't use his fighting skills. However, Hulk doesn't know fighting skills, but Lu Chuang knows fighting skills. Lu Chuang looked left and right and found the helicopter's broadcasting device in the cockpit and shouted at the Hulk below, "Hulk, don't fight anymore. You can't beat Deadman like this. Try to cut him down 3 ways. Go to his kick it hard for below. Yes, it is the place that is more bald than the head. Even if you don't have it, you can kick it." Lu Chuang's voice was broadcast through the helicopter, resounding through the entire street 5.8, not only reaching Hulk's ears, even the hatred could be heard. Hate and gnash your teeth. What does it mean to be balder than your head? Although the hatred has mutated, it is still a man in essence. How can any man stand such an insult? Just when the Abomination was about to scold Lu Chuang angrily, it caught a glimpse of Hulk sitting on top of itself, and suddenly made an expression of evil smile towards itself. Hulk smashed. Hulk spit out a few words like a baby learning to speak, and then raised his fist to aim at the target. Suddenly fall. Precise chicken. Facts have proved that no matter whether the chicken and the egg exist or not, there are still the most painful spots for men. Not to mention Hulk, an idiot who can't understand human language. Lu Chuang clearly said he wanted to kick, but in the end he was so clever that he had to hit him with his fist. With more than 100 tons of power concentrated at one point, the originally bare place of Abomination was directly hammered into a depression, and the mournful sound of Abomination could be heard several streets away. Even Lu Chuang couldn't bear to look directly at it. This is all right. I don't think it will pass the trial without coding. The vitality of the Abomination is extremely tenacious. After suffering such painful torture, he still has the ability to resist, struggling frantically under the Hulk. Seeing that the hatred is so strong, Chuang directed Hulk even harder and gave Hulk all his best skills. For example, what do you say about flirting, inserting eyes, locking throat, and snapping fingers, and Black Tiger, digging out one's heart? General Ross 13 stroked his beard, secretly thankful in his heart. Thanks to Chuang not using these obscene tricks on him and the soldiers just now. Otherwise, they would have ended up in the same fate as Abomination. However, for Hulk with limited intelligence, this simple move is easier to understand. Although Hulk didn't know what the effects of these moves were, seeing how painful the Abomination was, Hulk also knew that these moves could help him defeat the enemy. So he was as excited as a child who just got a new toy and followed Chuang's instructions to deal with the Abomination, frequently resorted to dirty tricks, but seemed a bit rusty. Even so, the Abomination was overwhelmed by the shady tricks on his face. Seeing that Hulk's bloody mouth opened suddenly, and he was about to use the move of biting his ear, Hate hurriedly raised his waist and pushed Hulk away from him, dragging his scar body, rolling and crawling to get away from the spot. How could Chuang agree and immediately set up Gatling to shoot at the Abomination? The bullets all hit the depression below the Abomination, causing little damage, but extremely insulting. Hating rage, he stared up at the helicopter. As a result, as soon as it raised its head, the pilot immediately skillfully controlled the helicopter to pull away from the altitude, without needing Chuang's reminder. The hatred is so aggrieved that I want to vomit blood. This damn guy is really endless. Ignoring Chuang, an annoying fly, seeing Hulk getting up from the ground in disgust, he roared and went straight to meet him. Boom! The two monsters collided again, and the two pairs of arms, which were thicker than ordinary people's waists, were clenched tightly as if wrestling. With the sound of cracking, the ground under the feet of the two monsters was trampled to pieces, densely packed with cracks, spread in all directions. The two sides stood in a stalemate for a few seconds. A stern look flashed across their eyes of hatred, and their arms suddenly exerted force, pulling Hulk directly in front of them, twisting their waist and lifting their knees suddenly, and their thick knees slammed into Hulk's abdomen hard. As Hulk buckled in pain, Hate followed up with a left hook that knocked Hulk to the ground. Before Hulk could stand up, Hate raised one foot after another and kicked Hulk's head heavily, stomping Hulk's head directly into the ground, as if venting the anger in his heart. Hulk, you are not mine. Opponent, obediently die to me. Seeing the hatred gaining the upper hand again, Chuang couldn't help but shook his head. He was not surprised by this result. Before that, Hulk's fighting skills can be said to be basically zero. Regardless of the fact that Hulk has been hunted down by General Ross for 8 years, in fact, Hulk has accumulated very little combat experience. After all, Hulk can easily crush ordinary people with only brute force and no combat skills at all. Therefore, when Hulk faces opponents of the same rank as himself, especially experienced fighters like Abomination, Hulk's inexperienced weakness will be exposed. He has brute force, but cannot use it. He was even punched by Thanos with a combination of punches and shut himself up on the spot. Although one force can reduce 10 times, Hulk's current strength is obviously not to the point of completely crushing the Abomination. Chuang knew that the angrier the Hulk, the stronger his physique, but according to the current situation, the antidote injected by Bruce Banner may still remain in Hulk's body, so that the perverted physique was suppressed by the drug effect. Chuang suddenly thought of something, squinted his eyes, and looked at Hulk, who was being beaten violently. Only he saw that there was a white shadow floating on Hulk's body, and it could be vaguely seen that it was Bruce Banner. After this period of research and training, Chuang has slightly controlled the use of mana 483. Since he often sees that human souls bring various inconveniences to daily life, Chuang tries to control mana and see himself as the soul his ability was blocked, but he succeeded. Definitely, Chuang did not give up this ability. As long as he condensed mana in his eyes, he could see the human soul again. And now the shadow on Hulk is the soul of Bruce Banner. Seeing the soul of Bruce Banner, Chuang suddenly had an idea. That antidote should be regarded as poison. Why don't you try it? Seeing that Hulk was suppressed by the hatred, Chuang was very decisive. Try it, and try it. Under the surprised eyes of General Ross and Betty, Chuang dropped the Gatling in his hand and jumped off the helicopter just like Bruce Banner. In midair, Chuang took out a gun from his pocket, shot a rope towards the helicopter, and hung it on the helicopter precisely. Ignoring the strong inertia, Chuang swung the rope and jumped to the roof of a building below, and his figure was quickly hidden in the dark. The military helicopter was hovering high in the sky. The propellers were buzzing, and the searchlights were projected straight onto the streets of Broadway, reflecting two huge figures who were fighting. To be precise, it was Hate who slapped the Hulk one-sidedly. On the street, Hulk kicked hard on the ground with abominable feet, and the loud drum-like sound made one's scalp tingle. Boom! After kicking several times, Hate raised his foot and kicked hard at Hulk's face. Hulk was kicked out by huge amounts of power, and his body weighing half a ton hit the ground heavily, like a ball full of elasticity, rolling constantly on the ground, leaving broken potholes one after another, and finally hit the ground. The outer wall of a building barely stopped. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd had been evacuated by the police in time. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle between the two monsters would inevitably lead to countless casualties. The gravel fell from his body, and Hulk spat out broken teeth mixed with blood foam, shaking his dizzy head, and staggered to his feet. But the abomination didn't intend to let Hulk go, and rushed in front of Hulk in the blink of an eye. With a violent roar, his fist slammed fiercely towards Hulk's cheeks. Hulk staggered and received more than a dozen punches, and then started to fight back with a roar, but the strength is obviously much weaker than the beginning. The face of hatred was full of disdain, and the stinky saliva shot everywhere. You are not worthy of having this power. Only I am qualified to have this power. After saying that, Hate raised his right hand, exposing the sharp bones at the elbow, and plunged into Hulk's chest suddenly. Blood splattered, Hulk roared in pain, resisting the abomination with both hands. The corners of Hate's mouth curled up cruelly, and his arms stretched out almost in human muscles. Under its force, the sharp bones slowly inserted into Hulk's heart. Just when Hate was about to pierce Hulk's heart, a rocket bomb with a long tail flame, it exploded between the two monsters. Boom! The force of the explosion forced the abomination and Hulk apart. The Hulk crashed into the building, and the abomination was on the street. Hate looked up and looked around angrily, and soon found the third person who interrupted its fight with Hulk, a man in military uniform, standing more than 10 meters away with a bazooka on his shoulders. Hate recognizes this guy, the soldier who has been shooting and harassing him from the helicopter. Annoying fly, it's you again. Seeing Chuang's appearance, the eyes of hatred turned red. The ground under his feet shattered instantly. His huge body suddenly rose from the ground and fell towards Chuang's position like a meteorite, as if smashing Chuang into pieces. Damn it, heavenly vengeance. Chuang didn't expect that the hatred towards him would be so deep that even Hulk, his opponent, would be ignored, and he would attack him so decisively. The roar of fury swept over. Chuang didn't care about other things. He quickly threw away the bazooka he picked up from the dead soldier and started the bullet time directly. Under the blessing of adrenaline, Chuang's physical fitness suddenly increased, and he moved away from the original place at an extremely fast speed. Boom! However, the asphalt road where Chuang was originally standing collapsed in an instant, and there was a heart-shattering crackling sound, and the splashed gravel slashed across Chuang's face and scratched him painfully. Facing the abomination at such a close range, Chuang has personally experienced how terrifying this monster is. Even though he has the regenerative healing factor, if he's punched by the abomination casually, it may take a while for his body to come back together. Seeing Chuang dodging his own attack, Abomination was a little surprised. But the abomination didn't think much. Now it just wants to crush the fly's bones. Bang! 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 After avoiding the attack of the abomination, Lu Chuang immediately counterattacked with two extra modified pistols in his hands and pulled the triggers continuously at the abomination. Useless resistance. The loathing grinned, and with experience, it decisively raised its hand to block in front of it. However, Abomination didn't expect that the bullet that was originally aimed at the palm would suddenly draw arcs in mid-air, bypassing its palm and shooting into its eyes with incomparable accuracy. The next moment, the bullet exploded suddenly. Damn! Roaring furiously, disregarding the pain in his eyes, he raised his fist and smashed the landing sword with a strong wind. Lu Chuang dodged the attack nimbly, slipped a shovel from Abomination's crotch, drew his gun and fired several shots at the bare place, pretending to be surprised and shouting, "Oh, forget that you don't have Gigi!" Roar! The hatred was furious. Lu Chuang's behavior was undoubtedly adding salt to its scars. He raised his foot to trample Lu Chuang to death, but Lu Chuang slipped like a loach. He rolled to avoid the sole of the hatred's feet, ignoring the fact that he was temporarily caught blinding Abomination. Lu Chuang quickly ran to where Hulk was. Soon, Lu Chuang found Hulk in the dusty ruins. Seeing Hulk lying on the ground, gasping for breath and struggling to get up, Lu Chuang was very relieved, as long as he wasn't beaten into autism by the hatred. Lu Chuang jumped into the ruins. Knowing Hulk's temper, he didn't approach rashly and shouted from a distance, "Hulk, my own, I'm here to help you. To tell you the truth, I also hate having 7 doctors Bruce Banner the degree. Let us scumbags can't live." The password is correct. Bruce Banner doesn't like Hulk, and Hulk doesn't like Bruce Banner. What Hulk hates the most is that someone calls it Bruce Banner. So Lu Chuang's words immediately won Hulk's favor. And it also recognized that Lu Chuang was the human who taught him a unique skill, so it just yelled at Lu Chuang and said didn't make any aggressive moves. Seeing this, Lu Chuang finally felt relieved, jumped into the ruins, and stretched out his hand to Hulk desperately. The sun is about to set. Seeing Lu Chuang's movements, Hulk was a little confused, so he let Lu Chuang's hand touch his shoulder. The moment he touched Hulk, good jow. Lu Chuang immediately controlled mana to pour into Hulk's body. Purify. Lu Chuang's mana has the ability to remove toxins, so Lu Chuang named it Purification. Just like the skills in League of Legends, it can remove the negative state of the body. Under Lu Chuang's gaze, the mana quickly rushed into Hulk's body, broke through the body, and rushed to the deeper soul area until it reached Bruce Banner's soul. Seeing that the black spots on Bruce Banner's soul had disappeared, Lu Chuang knew that his mana was indeed effective. Lu Chuang smiled. "Hulk, you have been strengthened, soon dust." Before he finished speaking, Lu Chuang suddenly found that the Hulk in front of him began to shrink, and the green color on his body also faded. A few seconds later, Hulk turned back into Bruce Banner. "Lu Chuang, when you were about to explode, why did you suddenly soften?" In the ruins, Bruce Banner grabbed his purple underpants, which were completely oversized, and looked around in a daze. "Where am I? What am I going to do?" Lu Chuang was also stunned. He didn't expect that Hulk would suddenly go offline and change back to the trumpet Bruce Banner. Does purification also have the effect of forcing offline? Before he had time to think about the reason, Lu Chuang took out his revolver, stuffed 5 bullets into the chamber of the revolver, and pointed the muzzle at Bruce Banner's forehead. "Time is running out. Let's have something more exciting this time. Bruce Banner, if you want to kill me, just say so." Boom! When Lu Chuang was about to shoot, he suddenly heard a loud noise from behind. Looking back, Lu Chuang saw the hill-like body of hatred standing behind him, with dark green pupils staring at him, exuding a strong tyrannical aura, as if he had crawled out of hell. Ghosts are about to choose people and devour them. Lu Chuang swallowed. "Don't stare at me like that, it's weird. Bug, I'm going to crush your bones." Hate's anger towards Lu Chuang had reached its peak, and he raised his huge fist to smash at Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang is not a Hulk, so he dare not confront the abomination head-on. He flew back without any hesitation, picked up Bruce Banner, who hadn't figured out the situation, and ran out crazily. Don't even think about leaving. With a roar of hatred, he followed up in a rampage. 463. In the face of that terrifying force, any obstacle was instantly destroyed, and the resulting shock caused the already dilapidated building to crumble. Chuang looked back and saw this scene, and immediately ran even harder, shouting while running, "Banner, quickly become a Hulk, or we will all be finished." Bruce Banner, "No, I have an antidote in me. There has to be enough stimulation. Your antidote has been cleared by me. Quickly change it for me." Hearing Chuang's words, Bruce Banner was very surprised. How did Chuang clear the antidote in his body? However, Bruce Banner also knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't think too much and tried to summon the Hulk again according to Chuang's intention. Without the suppression of the antidote, it would not be difficult for Bruce Banner to summon the Hulk at all. Bruce Banner uses a special technique of yoga to control his anger and prepare to summon the Hulk. At this moment, Chuang caught a glimpse of a shovel in the corner of his eye and immediately interrupted Bruce's transformation with a slap. "Wait, don't transform for now. I suddenly thought of a good idea." Bruce Banner covered his face and listened to Chuang's explanation in a daze. Afterwards, Bruce Banner had a complex expression. "Is this possible? And I feel a little disgusting. Trust me, this is the fastest way to deal with that monster." Bruce Banner hesitated a bit. All right. The wall shattered and the abomination rushed into where Chuang was, a dead end. Soon, it spotted Chuang standing in the distance holding a shovel. "Bug, have you finally given up struggling?" Seeing Chuang stop, he clenched his fists in disgust, and there was a creaking sound of bones rubbing between the fists, and he walked towards Chuang unhurriedly, intending to torture Chuang and let Chuang taste the pain before death. Desperation and pain. However, it doesn't notice that Bruce Banner is missing at the dead end. Chuang said calmly, "No, I'm tired from running." Hate didn't care. Looking at Chuang was like looking at a dying ant. "As I said, I will crush your bones to pieces." Hate walked in front of Chuang and looked down at Chuang. From its point of view, Chuang has no way out now. It's now. Chuang saw the hatred approaching and then shouted. Before the hatred could react, he suddenly felt the ground under his feet break open. I saw Bruce Banner get out half of his body from the ground, his left arm curled up, his right arm raised high, and with precision and force, he aimed his fist at the soul gate below the abomination. Hate's eyes widened, and his gluteal muscles tensed subconsciously. An indescribable sense of tearing came immediately. But it's not over yet. Bruce Banner suppressed the nausea from his right arm and shouted, "Hulk!" BDCF. Bruce Banner's pupils instantly turned green, and his whole body was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body was rapidly expanding like an inflated balloon. His bones grew rapidly beyond the scope of biological understanding, and his limbs became thicker and thicker. And the slender right arm, inserted into the body of the abomination, grew several times at once. How to say? Imagine that a chopstick is suddenly replaced by a mace. Almost that feeling. The hatred let out a heart-piercing scream, and the sound seemed a bit sharp. Hulk, who just lay down and was woken up, was not happy at the time. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" "Roar!" Hulk roared. His right arm suddenly exerted force. He waved to pull up the abomination, and then hit the ground heavily. Under the impact of the terrifying strange force, the ground suddenly spread to countless countries. It may be the reason why Bruce Banner penetrated too deeply. Hulk's arm could not be pulled out, so Hulk swung his gloves and smashed frantically left and right. Every blow made a dull sound, and the ground was like an earthquake, shaking violently. The scene was so beautiful that Chuang didn't dare to watch it, for fear of having nightmares at night. Hate tried to resist, but its position with Hulk was too awkward. It was in a position where Hulk could easily hit it, but it was difficult for it to hit Hulk, so it could only passively accept Hulk's hammer. After Chuang cleared the antidote, Hulk finally showed his true power. The right arm fell down constantly. Each impact could make the abomination vomit blood, and the bones continued to make the sound of breaking under the weight. At first, the abomination could howl a few times, but after being smashed dozens of times, The abomination was almost gone movement, hanging on Hulk's left arm like mud. Seeing the limp abomination, Hulk snorted and pulled out his sticky left arm forcefully. But it didn't intend to let go of the hatred. It raised its fist and wanted to hit the face of the hatred that had no resistance. Keep people under your fist. How could Chuang let Hulk smash it down? If Hulk killed the abomination, his mission would be in vain. After all, his mission was to kill the abomination with his own hands. Without waiting for Hulk's response, Chuang directly went over with a cleanse. Large Hulk is offline. Trumpet Bruce Banner is back online. Chuang knew that Abomination had a strong recovery speed, so he didn't waste time explaining to Bruce Banner. Before the Abomination had no strength to resist, he took out all the ammunition on his body and threw them into the Abomination's mouth. Even the Soul Gate was no exception. Anyway, now the door of hatred is bigger than the mouth, and it can be filled with more. After finishing all this, Chuang closed his hated jaw, pulled Bruce Banner to hide in the corner. Boom! Hunting giant beasts completed. Unlock condition. Personally kill the abominable Emil Bronsky, 1/1. Title obtained. Super high school level wrestler. Whether to unlock...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.